Beyond Armageddon, 21 Sermons to the Dead. Edited by Walter M. Miller, Jr. and Martin H. Greenberg. Copyright 1985 by Walter M. Miller, Jr. and Martin H. Greenberg. Narrated by Lee Ewing.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Annotation. 21 science fiction stories written between 1935 and 1985 that deal with the theme of human survival after global war. Includes Lot by Ward Moore, Terminal Beach by J.G. Ballard, and A Boy and His Dog by Harlan Ellison. Strong Language and Violence, 1985. From the book jacket. Beyond Armageddon, assembled by the distinguished science fiction writer Walter M. Miller, Jr., author of A Canticle for Leibowitz, and anthologist Martin H. Greenberg, addresses one of the most challenging themes of imaginative fiction, the nature of life after nuclear war. Brought together in this volume are 21 stories by such masters as Arthur C. Clarke, Poul Anderson, Ray Bradbury, Robert Sheckley, Roger Zelazny, and Harlan Ellison, providing a variety of possibilities of life after. From when megawar is only in the mind, to its planning and execution, to an aftermath when bombs fall in survivors' nightmares. Chief Editor Walter M. Miller, Jr. is especially qualified to select and comment on these stories, having written what is generally considered to be the seminal novel about a post-Holocaust world, A Canticle for Leibowitz. Rarely in print since that landmark publication, Miller returns here with an incisive introduction and a fiery, thought-provoking, and irreverent commentary. As he writes in his introduction, once megawar is launched, nationality ceases to exist. The ultimate atrocity has been committed, and every politician and military man who participated is thenceforward at war with the whole people of Earth. He is a world killer. Beyond Armageddon speculates about what might happen if the world killers should have their way. Its 21 richly imagined stories are glimpses into a future no reader will soon forget. About the editors. Walter M. Miller, Jr. is the recipient of 2 Hugo Awards, for his short story, The Darf Stellar, and for his masterwork, A Canticle for Leibowitz. He makes his home in northern Florida. Martin H. Greenberg has co-edited numerous science fiction anthologies, including The Time Travelers and Great Science Fiction Stories by the World's Great Scientists, also published by Donald I. Fine, Incorporated. Other books by Walter M. Miller, Jr. Conditionally Human, The View from the Stars. Table of Contents. Forewarning, an Introduction, Walter M. Miller, Jr. Side 1, Tone 2. Salvador, Lucius Shepard. Side 1, Tone 3. The Store of the Worlds, Robert Sheckley. Side 2, Tone 1. The Big Flash, Norman Spinrad. Side 2, Tone 2. Lot, Ward Moore. Side 2, Tone 3. Day at the Beach, Carol Emshwiller. Side 3, Tone 1. The Wheel, John Wyndham. Side 3, Tone 2. Jody After the War, Edward Bryant. Side 4, Tone 1. The Terminal Beach, J.G. Ballard. Side 4, Tone 2. Tomorrow's Children, Poul Anderson. Side 4, Tone 3. Heirs Apparent, Robert Abernathy. Side 5, Tone 1. A Master of Babylon, Edgar Pangborn. Side 6, Tone 1. Game Preserve, Raj Phillips. Side 7, Tone 1. By the Waters of Babylon, Stephen V. Benet. Side 7, Tone 2. There Will Come Soft Rains, Ray Bradbury. Side 8, Tone 1. To the Chicago Abyss, Ray Bradbury. Side 8, Tone 2. Lucifer, Roger Zelazny. Side 8, Tone 3. Eastward Ho, William Tenn. Side 8, Tone 4. The Feast of St. Janus, Michael Swanwick. Side 9, Tone 1. If I Forget Thee, O Earth, Arthur C. Clarke. Side 10, Tone 1. A Boy and His Dog, Harlan Ellison. Side 10, Tone 2. My Life in the Jungle, Jim Aiken. Side 11, Tone 1. Case 101, Choo-Choo's Firestorm. A monk asked old Abbot Choo-Choo, when the firestorm at the end of the world sweeps through, and everything is burned up, does the Buddha nature burn with it? Hand me a light, said Choo-Choo. The student touched a taper to the charcoal foot-warmer and gave it to him. Choo-Choo set the student's robe on fire, then yelled, "Put it out! Put it out!" Concerning this case, Brother Pseudo comments, "By firelight, the patch-robed monk puts his question, yet he sees not the blazes all about him. When did the world end for him? Wasn't it only yesterday? Bah, his farts add fuel to the fire." From the Yellow Cliff Record. Alibi. You ask, where have I been for 25 years? I will tell you. I live here in the swamp. I live here to save my hide. There is a bounty on it. I have a little brown pussy in the swamp. Her name is Ava. She thinks she is a psychiatrist. I keep her on an island, and I feed her snake meat to make her fat. My name is really Adolf Hitler. My hide is valuable. Have you priced a good alligator bag lately? I lie in the water with my eyeballs at the surface. I can grab the swimming snakes in my teeth that way. I save snake meat for Ava and leave it on the shore. She will be good when she gets fat. Once there were knives and forks. I ate only vegetables and dairy products in those days, except when Frau Goering cooked Jewish sauerbraten for Hermann and me. You did not know sauerbraten is Jewish? It depends on who is the ingredient. My name is Hitler, Adolf. I shot myself in the mother. Now I live in the swamp with a little brown pussy named Ava. Sieg Heil. Walter M. Miller, Jr. Forewarning. A Little Hell. The President is on record as agreeing with Jerry Falwell that a mysterious megawar called Armageddon of uncertain future date may be about to terminate history. That, coupled with his joking remark that the bombing of the evil empire would begin in 5 minutes, suggests to me an anthology of stories about what happens to us after that mysterious megawar, scheduled by some biblical interpreters to begin, probably soon, at the small town of Megiddo, once called Armageddon by Greeks, which is at present in Israel on the West Bank. It's not a wholly implausible site just now for the beginning of a thermonuclear termination of the history of the planet. So I picked through thousands of pages, it seems to me, of science fiction stories sent to me by Martin Greenberg about the aftermath of a megawar at the end of the world, and lo, not a single one of them dealt with 7-horned beasts, or the harlot that sits on the 7 hills, or the fate of Reagan and Falwell, or Gorbachev, when all the saints are lifted up into the skies at the time of the great rapture. So, seen as an effort to capitalize on the recent fervor for apocalyptic nuclear politics, this story search would have to be judged a failure. Evidently, fundamentalists don't write fantasy or science fiction, and might shrink from the suggestion that St. John was writing it in Revelations. Close Encounters of the last kind? But we found 21 pretty good stories about a megawar and its survivors toward the end of history. It can't be the real Armageddon, of course. There isn't any rapture afterward, and the book begins in Central America, not on the West Bank. Actually, in times of cataclysm, churches are filled with the newly pious, as they are beginning to fill today, but this is not reflected either in the post-megawar fiction which I have seen. Nobody can fairly accuse us of excluding stories involving religion or politics from this book, or of avoiding controversy. In one story, the young hero is a priest, and the son of a priest, but not of any now-known persuasion. In 2 others, clergymen are minor characters, but they aren't of the friendly sort. Some other stories are so religiously human, Jody after the war, for example, that anyone who thinks God became a human being at Bethlehem might find them religious, if he has no weightier matters such as Armageddon and the Book of Revelations in mind. Symbolically, One might say the book begins with the fall and ends with the damnation of a homesick Faust. Along the way, Lot provides new insight into an old story from Genesis, and the rites of spring are celebrated in an ancient way in the Feast of St. Janus. It's just as well that we not try to compete with John's Revelations and the motion picture Threads, both state-of-the-art in portraying cataclysm, religious or thermonuclear. We'd lose. This book is about people. The Gamesman and the Game. In war, as in a game of any kind, the idea of an acceptable risk can be quantified by assigning a positive or negative numerical value, often in money or lives, to each of all possible outcomes of a decision. How much do you win or lose? And the value of each outcome is then multiplied by the estimated probability of its actually happening. The sum of the probabilities must be unity. The sum of the products is called the expectation, and may turn out to be either plus or minus, a gain or a loss. The sum represents what you could expect to gain or lose on the average if you played the same decision an infinite number of times with the same odds. Run the same procedure for each of your full range of decisions, and you can arrive at an optimum strategy. This game is routinely played by electric utilities, the Pentagon, the Kremlin, pension fund investment managers, and maybe even a few racetrack bettors. But when human extinction as a result of a decision is assigned a probability, however small, and a finite negative value, however large, and these two quantities are multiplied and added to a list of other such products to obtain the expectation for a given political or military decision, the statistician and his employer should be detected, apprehended, and led away in straitjackets to the nearest lobotomy ward. Such people are not just running loose in Washington and Moscow, they're running things. And their game goes on because to assign human extinction an infinitely negative value would mean quitting the game altogether. Not even the mathematics works with an infinity that destroys the game and the gamesman, and would rule out any decision except really cooperating to make megawar impossible. Anybody but a comedian who can talk about the threat of human extinction without raising a little hell must be sick. Megawar? Why another barbaric neologism? Well, the word Holocaust with a capital H refers to the mass murder of Jews living in Europe during World War II. But the word without the capital has come to mean the effect of a full-scale nuclear war, and there is within science fiction a subcategory usually called post-Holocaust fiction, from which we have chosen some worthy stories. I myself have used the word Holocaust in referring to the effect of a thermonuclear exchange, so I do not urge others, except the book's publicist, to avoid this usage. But the diminishing memory of the Holocaust is being further blurred at a Nazi cemetery in Germany this week by an aged and fuzzy American president, and I prefer not contributing to this dangerous forgetfulness through careless use of the word. In this book, I'll usually refer to the war at the end of civilization by a neologism, megawar, except when the image of Holocaust as a whole burnt offering comes to mind. By the way, letters from readers enraged by the editorial text of this book should be addressed only to Walter Miller, Jr., and not to Martin Greenberg, who did nearly all the really hard work in excavating stories to consider for this anthology. The editorial we usually means Miller, unless the selection of stories is part of the predicate. The Layout of Armageddon. This book by 20 authors was begun in 1937 and took 48 years to complete. Most stories included here have this in common. The writers were looking toward and beyond an ultimate war, the megawar, and imagining what it would be like to find oneself alive afterwards. But each writer was looking ahead from one particular viewpoint during the history of half a century, and his vision was shaped by his times. For example, the nuclear winter hypothesis is too recent an idea to play a role in any of these stories, although curiously Poul Anderson, writing in 1946, alludes to Fimbulwinter. There is no general agreement among these writers as to the extent of Megawar's destruction, nor is there any reason why there should be. The motion picture Threads has set the most recent benchmark for future thermonuclear horror entertainment, but the benchmark is not applicable to such stories from the past as these. Like Poul Anderson, Stephen Vincent Benet, who was perhaps best known for The Devil and Daniel Webster, never heard of nuclear winter. Furthermore, when Benet wrote By the Waters of Babylon, he had never heard of atomic bombs, since he died in 1943. And yet, curiously, Benet alludes to fire from the sky in the Great Burning, and to a poison that lingers in the ground of a shattered city. While it took these authors 48 years to write the book, it took the editors only a few weeks to collect the book's scattered parts, separate them from other good post-Megawar stories that don't quite belong here, and arrange them in a sort of, well, an arrangement. The order is not always chronological, except near the beginning. In the first story, Megawar is only in the making. In the second, it's all in the mind, as is one version of quantum mechanics. In the third, it's consciously planned. In the fourth, it's off to a slow start. But it's all over by the beginning of the fifth story, and after the fourth story, bombs fall only in survivors' nightmares. The actual Megawar happens offstage, between stories, and the rest is about the survivors, the orphans of a psychopathic civilization. Mood, rather than chronology, governs arrangement toward the middle of the book, but the last two stories wind things down again, and Jim Aiken, who is not necessarily thinking of Megawar's aftermath at all, leaves no doubt that the last story in the book will be the last story in the world worth telling or believing. The stories have more in common among themselves than a Megawar in the background. There is a nostalgia for things lost that reminds me of ancient underworld myth, and many of the stories we have examined while putting the book together seem to be modern recurrences of that myth, whether or not the settings are subterranean. We have omitted all but one of the many literal underworld stories of extended survival in one-time fallout shelters, but in many others, the quality of sadness and the yearning for ancient days and ancient ways remind one of the sighing shades in Virgil's Hades and Dante's Hell. The underworld mood is there even without the underworld setting, because post-Megawar stories are about an afterlife. Survivors don't really live in such a world. They haunt it. Only Ellison, with tongue deeply in cheek, suggests that it might be paradise downstairs for a young Aeneas and his underworld Dido. But facilis descensus awarenes, sucker. Perhaps the book as a whole, because of juxtapositions, implies something about human destiny that no author in it really intended to say. But if so, it's something I can't define, and if I could, I'd probably disagree with it to the extent that it underestimates the horror of Megawar. I think most of these authors have underestimated it, as I did myself in my own post-Megawar novel, published a quarter of a century ago. The focus today of our working model image of Megawar has been sharpened by new data since most of these stories were written. We have computer models of what can happen. Because the 20 authors wrote it while half a century was passing, it seems worthwhile to glance back at the whole period of time that brackets their work, and I'll do some of this backward glancing while introducing individual stories. The same time brackets include everything in the non-fictional world from the middle of the Great Depression, the Spanish Civil War, and the conquest of Ethiopia, through World War II, and subsequent heroic police actions, culminating most recently in our glorious conquest of Grenada. Nothing is newer at the time of this writing, except a strong odor of exploding cordite in Central America. See the first story. World events are bound to be on the mind of a science fiction writer who must wonder whether the plausibility of his near-future plot will survive history's surprises, at least until the story is published. And of course the bomb does affect the way we look at everything. Owning the bomb is the world's biggest and most expensive form of advertising, the message being, "Don't tread on us." And the really insane thing about it is that this advertising is directed more to the American people than to people of the world, for whom the message becomes, "Don't tread on those criminal lunatics unless you know you can kill them all, as you probably can if you're clever." The advertising at home is supposed to make us feel safe. A paranoid mating call always gets a paranoid answer. But of course it's all very enriching to war industries and stud generals, a combo one ex-general warned us about. And it encourages R&D, although a joint Soviet-American trip to Mars and beyond would encourage it as well or better. Perhaps it's evil as well as crazy to talk of human extinction without raising a little hell. It's also not very helpful to raise hell without offering alternatives. A Japanese Paradigm. The world at first glance seems full of petty dictators eager to obtain nuclear, chemical, or bacteriological means of vengeance or conquest. We've been terrified by the possibility of nuclear proliferation because of a knee-jerk answer to the question, what would really happen if we sold 2 or 3 50-kiloton bombs to any little government that feels the need for nukes and has the cash to pay? Something horrible is the reflexive answer. But I am a lot more afraid of Reagan, Gorbachev and company than I am of, say, a mini-nuclear state headed by Muammar al-Gaddafi or Fidel Castro. I think there is at least a small chance that the global nuclear megawar that is assumed by the authors of most stories in this book will never come to pass. A very small chance. A hope lies in the Third World. For 40 years now, the results of the karma which we cast at Hiroshima and Nagasaki have unfolded and enmeshed us like fish in an expanding nuclear net. History seems as irreversible as entropy. We keep adding to our karma to counter the results of previous karma, and soon India, Libya, Israel, Pakistan, Iran, South Africa, and Argentina will have nuclear bargaining chips no matter what we do. The bomb cannot be uninvented, and non-proliferation agreements will not for long deter small, angry nations from developing uranium or plutonium warheads. What then? In Giving Up the Gun, note, Boulder, Colorado, Shambhala, 1980. End of note. Noel Perrin tells how medieval Japan abandoned firearms for 2 centuries, when after 96 years of using guns with devastating effect in feudal war, the gentlemen warriors of that isolated society gradually realized that matchlocks in the hands of peasants made them the military equals of the lordly samurai. A typical daimyo came to detest the great equalizer, as he watched famous knights blown off their horses at 100 yards by bullets from his own or his enemy's conscripted riffraff. Feudal Japan, after developing its own thriving firearms industry, without much fanfare laid down the gun and returned to the sword until Commodore Perry came. They did melt down a lot of guns for erecting a big iron Buddha, but firearms, rather than being strictly banned, just faded away. Wars were nearly as bloody without them, but a gentleman could count on being killed only by another gentleman thereafter. Can you believe in men willing to trade guns for swords? This is like water running uphill. This is entropy decreasing in a local enclave. This is repealing social and economic history. This can't happen, but it did. Could this Japanese paradigm be applicable on a global scale when small riffraff nations begin to acquire their own nuclear equalizers to become small superpowers in their own right? Perrin's history of firearms in Japan suggests the question. One trouble, of course, is that not all small nations are the equivalent of hired riffraff. Some are. We have ours, and they have theirs. Will the present superpowers, when confronted with a growing league of nuclear jihad states and atomic banana republics, become as reasonable about abandoning the bomb as the samurai about abandoning the gun? Building Maginot lines in the sky is no help against bombs small enough to be smuggled onto a beach like a bale of marijuana and carried to Washington in a knapsack by a hitchhiker. The Germans came around the Maginot Line on motorcycles in 1940, a ploy that one element of today's society still commemorates by wearing swastikas on their motorcycle helmets. The nuclear warriors will get around the Star Wars Maginot in small boats and up the beaches, across Mexican and Canadian borders in Volkswagens and Piper Cubs. A bomb that weighs 68 pounds is indeed the new equalizer among nations. When will the first one explode, and where? It might plausibly happen a year or 2 before the first big nuclear disarmament agreement. Will it happen in a big city with a yield of 0.5 Hiroshimas? There will be no Star Wars defense against it. Perhaps it must happen for the personal edification of people too young to have been involved in the national celebration of the cremation of 2 cities that preceded VJ Day, who lack either of guilt or rationalization of guilt deriving from personal memories of the week that piled up so much American karma. See J.G. Ballard's The Terminal Beach, Side 4, Tone 2. I have my own modest proposal. It seems to me that if Muammar and Fidel and Zia and Stroessner and the Iroquois nation and the Harry Ainu had a few small bombs, the superpowers would suddenly yearn for real nuclear disarmament. The small powers will get the weapons sooner or later. Perhaps we should side with inevitability at this point. That is often the Taoist way. Let the water flow downhill as it will anyway, let entropy increase, maybe even help it along. Why don't we junk the Non-Proliferation Treaty and then conduct a unilateral partial disarmament by selling all warheads smaller than a megaton to needy third world nations, thus eliminating the budget deficit? To the really needy, by golly, let's with characteristic American generosity give the bombs away. Every member of the UN gets a free American mini-bomb. After the giveaway, we invite the other multi-megaton nations, by now hysterical, to sit down with us and all our new little kiloton friends and talk things over. The Union of Concerned Scientists and fellow peaceniks will not like hearing that proliferation is not the problem, but the solution, and Reaganite fundamentalists will deem such a solution less Taoist than Maoist, although the preacher of that very Taoist Sermon on the Mount himself elsewhere said, "If thou wilt be perfect, go, sell what thou hast, and give to the poor, and come follow me." And why not? It makes no sense to think that humanity as a whole has more to fear from nuclear weapons in the hands of poor governments than rich governments, just because we're subjects of one of the rich ones. There will be two sides in megawar, all right, but the two sides are not going to be two nations. One side is the two mutually hostile governments who have become politically, economically, and militarily dependent on each other's hostility to keep stud generals and defense contractors and commissars busy. That side is the mad transpolar duality which may at any time commit itself and the human race to the casus belli when the odds are infinite. The other side in the megawar is the rest of the human race. In this corner we have the champion, militaristic government. In the other corner we have the challenger, all targeted people of the planet. But there isn't much of a challenge yet. Where is the challenger? What if they gave a peace and nobody came? Once megawar is launched, nationality ceases to exist. The ultimate atrocity has been committed, and every politician and military man who participated is thenceforward at war with the whole people of Earth, and all her various life forms. He is a world killer. Every participant in the strike or counterstrike of megawar, of whatever nationality, will have made himself a criminal, an enemy of the human race, who might well hope for Nuremberg justice, if anyone is left alive to administer it, instead of the justice that overtook Mussolini when his countrymen hung him by his heels from a rail beside his girlfriend and cut him up some before and after death. Some rapture. If megawar is committed by the superpowers, how long will survivors keep the illusion that somehow our government is less our enemy than their government, or that they are different from us? Not long, I think. Just until we look at the color of the dirty uniforms of looters and rapists who prowl in the aftermath of the clinical death of the planet. See A Boy and His Dog, Side 10, Tone 2, while waiting for cellular death to come. More than one fearless leader has said, "If we ever have to use the nukes, it means we've failed." Is he a weenie? Failed what? Not having to? If using them is failure, then what is success? If a retaliatory strike means human extinction, and if surrendering after a first strike means human survival, by what other yardstick will our fearless leader measure success and failure? And whose success or failure? That of his ego, or of my two pre-kindergarten grandsons who live a few miles from a nuclear submarine slip? One of ours. If our fearless leader responds in kind to a first strike, my grandsons have failed indeed. Did somebody ask whether I would prefer them red to dead? No, asshole, there are other options. I would prefer them alive as rebels against whatever thanatotropic militarist government is the reigning, including that of red, white, and blue fascist Nicaraguaphobes. I'm writing these paragraphs on the 40th anniversary of the total collapse of an insane Germany, a nation whose people had chosen a crazy leader and then deified the madman as their living Wotan, and being possessed, went on to live out the story of the twilight and damnation of their half-forgotten devil gods. A sentimental people, the Germans. We're sentimental, too. I never met the Waffen-SS honored by Reagan this week at Bitburg. I had a fantasy cartoon in mind that day, the president with his hand over his heart saying, "Ich bin ein Waffen-Bitburger." But I did on several occasions, at various altitudes, get sky-pocked messages from the Hermann Göring Panzer Division, whose 88mm anti-aircraft gunners were the nastiest shits in Italy, as far as I'm concerned, and the hottest shots. I still have a piece of their shrapnel I dug out of the fuselage a few inches from my ass the day I found out what cordite smells like. They killed a friend of mine. Why should I prefer Germans to Russians, whatever kind of government either of them chooses? Personal memories aside, Der Waffen RR has made symbolic peace with mass murderers this week, and it's a bad omen. It's a bad omen, too, that 70% of the American people and 95% of the Russian people approve of the way their rulers rule. Megawar needs the consent of the governed, and we have already given conditional consent. See Spinrad's The Big Flash, Side 2, Tone 2, for the transition to full consent. Logos Thanatos Agape. If Megawar comes, it will come because human reason has finally and permanently prevailed over human compassion on a global scale, putting itself and the reasoner forever out of business. The world of the myriad things will have conquered the one forever. It's a possibility allowed for only in the theology of Vikings. We worship reason in the West partly because it has made us rich, and partly because we are heirs of the ancient Mediterranean civilization, not that of China or the Andes. In the beginning was the Logos, wrote John, and the Logos was God. More than word, Logos is the logic behind words, reason, which was supposed by some Greeks to be the original cause of the things reasoned about. John, an ex-Stoic, identified God the Son with the divine reason that brought the universe into being. Through him all things were made which were made. The subjugation of all human mental activity to reason, to that orderly babble from the slight bulge in the left human temporal lobe, has been our tradition in the West ever since the Stoa, and the secularization of science strengthened rather than weakened that tradition, as Logos, through science, added a rich mathematical metaphor to the ordinary logical metaphor of grammar. But reason cuts apart, divides, separates. It also erects a screen of symbols between the thinker and the one. Reason has made us poor in compassion and rich in spirit. Animus. Much of what we have historically considered quite reasonable, however, can be seen in hindsight as coldly murderous and banally evil. The development of the bomb was a triumph of intellect. The decisions of the Inquisition were carefully reasoned. The behavior of Adolf Eichmann was rational. Scientists who plug for better weapons systems are impeccable in their left-brained thought. And why not trust reason, which has bestowed such material blessings, if reason is indeed the Son of God? Because, in the myth of Genesis, Logos, reason, was the snake, not the Savior. It was the ability to think in categories, the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, product of the fall. This, of course, is heresy, but not an original one. The Gnostics, once a Western sect, were convinced that the world was created by the bad guys, and this is one Western tradition that the Church has repressed. The idea that whoever created the world was a rather stupid and arrogant fellow, Yaldabaoth, who made a lot of mistakes before wisdom Sophia set him straight. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was, for Gnostics, a pack of lies with which Yaldabaoth, or the Archons, deceived himself and his creatures. Logos does, in a way, create the object world as a dark mirror between us and the One. A quark is an idea at first, and not a thing. It acquires thingness when a physicist chooses a noun quark to label an invariance in his calculations. Until that moment, that universe which Zen Buddhists call the myriad things never included quarks. Nor was there gravity before Newton. Things just fell. The other universe, the One, is without form and void as always. But through Logos, by name and description, has a thing been created. Let there be quark. Why? Because the rest of the myriad and Logos-created things seem to harmonize better among themselves when quark's existence is recognized. Because it looks good in the green room of mind, hung there to hide broken plaster. Dog, in the mind of a baby, comes into being in a way not dissimilar to the creation of quark in the mind of a physicist. On the basis of interesting observed behavior without the One, a name rings out. Bow wow, and lo, dog is made. The fleas bite baby. The feel of the flea bite is tathata, suchness, and so is the infant's wailing. Later, fleas bite baby creates fleas through Logos. This is the way of the fall, I think. This is the hereditary eating of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, learning how to talk and to think in syllogisms and do Boolean algebra. What makes it the fall is not the acquisition of reason, but the displacement by reason of the original activity of seeing and hearing, the one, the void, the silence into which the word will be spoken, in which babies and cats and mystical adepts carry on an existence we all once knew and forgot about when we learned to talk and think. This original unbroken unity, this Tao, this God, this One, is not the enemy of reason, but the very mother of reason. We are, however, weaned. We forget what the world is like in the instant before it is apprehended by Logos. And this algebra and this forgetfulness is by now haunting our genes like original sin. Before birth, babies are preparing for speech. Memory begins with speech. Memory is reinforced and organized in the categories of speech. Before Logos, the memory world is void and without form. There is only suchness, or Tao. After Logos brings rational speech, only rarely is the world void and without form, and then only for accomplished monks or yogins who have learned to live as infants, or cats again, in the silence of suchness. The rest of us live in the world of the myriad words-made things or things-made words, the illusory world, the world of shadows in Plato's cave, the world of birth and death. Samsara, created of, by, and through the Logos, discriminating reason. I point to the West's idolization of Logos not to disparage science, for this idolatry preceded modern science by many centuries, but to preface the assertion that sometimes the use of reason is so inappropriate as to be either laughably or criminally insane, and that we need to learn to sacrifice reason when it's crazy to be rational. We recognize this need immediately in connection with sex. The logician who tries to be logical in the boudoir has always been good material for comedy. The only way to use logic in connection with sex is to avoid sex, if possible, and except for religious celibates, that's sad. Death is another subject inaccessible to reason, and so Dr. Strangelove, who insisted on using reason while the world faced global extinction, was also funny. Strangelovian logic is hilarious even in a straight Air Force study of the post-megawar viability of paper money. The West's idolatry of Logos, of reason, of order, of logic, of law, of science, of domination, has spread to the world. Follow learning, Logos, and you pick up something new every day, said Lao Tzu. Follow the Tao, and you throw something away every day. You get indoor plumbing and TV sets for pursuing Logos. In pursuit of Tao, you sit in the shade watching the waterfall, at least until an industrial or cultural revolution puts you in jail. In the 80s, the dangerous ideological quarrel intensifies. The quarrel between communist and Christian ideologues is strife internal to the same Church of the Logos, and such internal quarrels have usually been the deadliest kind, fueled by theological hatred. If the disputes between the doomsday nations were merely economic and political, they might stop short of megawar, but an odium theologicum exists between materialist legolatry and theist legolatry. The Marxist ideologue in the Kremlin and the Christian fundamentalist ideologue here at home share a passion and an apocalyptic expectation of the other's impending extinction or damnation, according two oddly symmetrical scenarios for the end of the world. Christianity has a script for the destruction of the world. Communism has a script for the destruction of Christianity and capitalism. The directors of the play are following both scripts meticulously. Actors on neither side show a spirit of rebellion against the directors. There seems to be growing enthusiasm for the extremist bibliolatric churches and ministers who believe the imminent future is literally mapped out by the Book of Revelations, consistent with their belief that Genesis is literal history. This is the Christianity not of agape, not even of logos, but of thanatos. In the beginning was the Tao, begins a Chinese translation of the Gospel of John, the other John. And the Tao was with God, and the Tao was God. I prefer this translation to the Greek original, but it is really not what John the Stoic had in mind. It's an improvement, but translators are not supposed to make improvements. Contradicting this translation is the very first line of Lao Tzu's Tao Te Ching. The Tao which can be communicated is not the eternal Tao. The Tao which can be communicated is precisely the Logos, the Word, the way of human discourse, logic, mathematics, science, law. Great indeed is the Logos, the mother of the myriad things, Lao calls it. The mother, that is, of the communal human universe, as against, say, the communal universe deriving from dolphin speech. Far greater is Tao, the way of silence, the one, in which beats the compassionate heart. It is the silence without which no word can be spoken, the emptiness without which no form can appear. It is the silent night outside the glaring and roaring city of man, to which one in extremity may at last turn in recognition and spread wide his arms to her. O Mother Chaos, save us from the outcome of our own mad reason. Walter M. Miller, Jr., May 1985. 1. For the most part, this book is about the aftermath of megawar, but in a frequent speculative scenario, the last war in the world, rather than beginning with sneak megabangs by a superpower, escalates from a murderous scuffle where both sides are out of bounds, in a place such as Iran, Cuba, Pakistan, Nicaragua. The scuffle builds through angry frustration to a few rounds of kiloton-level tactical violence, and thence to the insane confrontation, the last called bluff. Lucius Shepard's Salvador represents, here within the framework of this book more than Shepard intended, that small pre-megawar scuffle that lights the fuse. And it is not about the megawar itself, but about the fundamental weapon in war of any scale. Ultimate weapons become obsolete and are replaced by even more ultimate weapons. But the fundamental weapon, never obsolete this side of extinction, with which a society wages war on another, is always biological. The young human being trained to kill. Mother's lament, "I didn't raise my boy to be a soldier," is, if not hypocrisy, beside the point. She raises him in this society, and farms him out for training as a grunt at age 5. His peer group raises him to be a soldier, urged on by motion picture, television, and toy industries. She can now buy him a cuddlesome little velvet Nuki, a cute bomb with an American flag tail fin and its own tabletop silo. Grade school in my community, 1929 to 1934, had a lot in common with Marine boot camp, and it hadn't changed much by the time my children attended the same county school system in the 50s. A bumper sticker from the age of protest said, "What if they gave a war and nobody came?" Fat chance, even without conscription. It's like asking, what if they gave a schoolyard fist fight and nobody came? And miss all that excited howling, shoving, and maybe blood? See Jim Aiken's My Life in the Jungle, Side 11, Tone 1. The suicide rate among teenagers is higher than among adults, and more than one kid has joined up as a substitute for killing himself to escape emotional, social, or economic impoverishment. Donsler was drafted, but no matter. The purpose of boot training is to arouse the impulse to suicide, and then to turn it outward. The death wish is reversible as to direction. But how about when the fundamental weapon comes home? Is there a way to beat a sword like Donsler into a plowshare? Salvador, by Lucius Shepard. 3 weeks before they wasted Tecolootla, Donsler had his baptism of fire. The platoon was crossing a meadow at the foot of an emerald-green volcano, and being a dreamy sort, he was idling along, swatting tall grasses with his rifle barrel, and thinking how it might have been a first-grader with crayons who had devised this elementary landscape of a perfect cone rising into a cloudless sky, when cap-pistol noises sounded on the slope. Someone screamed for the medic, and Donsler dove into the grass, fumbling for his ampules. He slipped one from the dispenser and popped it under his nose, inhaling frantically. Then, to be on the safe side, he popped another. A double helping of martial arts, as D.T. would say, and lay with his head down until the drugs had worked their magic. There was dirt in his mouth, and he was afraid. Gradually his arms and legs lost their heaviness, and his heart rate slowed. His vision sharpened to the point that he could see not only the pinpricks of fire blooming on the slope, but also the figures behind them, half obscured by brush. A bubble of grim anger welled up in his brain, hardened by a fierce resolve, and he started moving toward the volcano. By the time he reached the base of the cone, he was all rage and reflexes. He spent the next 40 minutes spinning acrobatically through the thickets, spraying shadows with bursts of his M18, yet part of his mind remained distant from the action, marveling at his efficiency, at the comic strip enthusiasm he felt for the task of killing. He shouted at them and he shot, and he shot them many more times than was necessary, like a child playing soldier. "Playing my ass," DT would say. "You just actin' natural." DT was a firm believer in the ampules, though the official line was that they contained tailored RNA compounds and pseudoendorphins modified to an inhalant form. He held the opinion that they opened a man up to his inner nature. He was big, black, with heavily muscled arms and crudely stamped features, and he had come to the Special Forces direct from prison, where he had done a stretch for attempted murder. The palms of his hands were covered by jail tattoos, a pentagram and a horned monster. The words "Die High" were painted on his helmet. This was his second tour in Salvador, and Moody, who was Donsler's buddy, said the drugs had addled DT's brains, that he was crazy and gone to hell. "He collects trophies," Moody had said, "and not just ears like they done in Nam." When Donsler had finally gotten a glimpse of the trophies, he had been appalled. They were kept in a tin box in DT's pack and were nearly unrecognizable. They looked like withered brown orchids. But despite his revulsion, despite the fact that he was afraid of DT, he admired the man's capacity for survival and had taken to heart his advice to rely on the drugs. On the way back down the slope, they discovered a live casualty, an Indian kid about Donsler's age, 19 or 20. Black hair, adobe skin, and heavy-lidded brown eyes. Donsler, whose father was an anthropologist and had done field work in Salvador, figured him for a Santa Ana tribesman. Before leaving the States, Donsler had pored over his father's notes, hoping this would give him an edge, and had learned to identify the various regional types. The kid had a minor leg wound and was wearing fatigue pants and a faded "Coke Adds Life" t-shirt. This t-shirt irritated DT no end. "What the hell you know about coke?" he asked the kid as they headed for the chopper that was to carry them deeper into Morazan province. "You think it's funny or something?" He whacked the kid in the back with his rifle butt, and when they reached the chopper, he slung him inside and had him sit by the door. He sat beside him, tapped out a joint from a pack of cools, and asked, "Where's Infante?" "Dead," said the medic. "Shit." DT licked the joint so it would burn evenly. "Goddamn beaner ain't no use, 'cept somebody else knows Spanish." "I know a little," Donsler volunteered. Staring at Donsler, DT's eyes went empty and unfocused. "Nah," he said. "You don't know no Spanish." Donsler ducked his head to avoid DT's stare, and said nothing. He thought he understood what DT meant, but he ducked away from the understanding as well. The chopper bore them aloft, and DT lit the joint. He let the smoke out his nostrils and passed the joint to the kid, who accepted gratefully. "Que sabor," he said, exhaling a billow. He smiled and nodded, wanting to be friends. Donsler turned his gaze to the open door. They were flying low between the hills, and looking at the deep bays of shadow in their folds acted to drain away the residue of the drugs, leaving him weary and frazzled. Sunlight poured in, dazzling the oil-smeared floor. "Hey, Donsler!" DT had to shout over the noise of the rotors. "Ask him what's his name." The kid's eyelids were drooping from the joint, but on hearing Spanish he perked up. He shook his head, though, refusing to answer. Donsler smiled and told him not to be afraid. "Ricardo Q," said the kid. "Cool," said DT with false heartiness. "That's my brand." He offered his pack to the kid. "Gracias, no." The kid waved the joint and grinned. "Dude's named for a goddamn cigarette," said DT disparagingly, as if this were the height of insanity. Donsler asked the kid if there were more soldiers nearby, and once again received no reply. But apparently, sensing in Donsler a kindred soul, the kid leaned forward and spoke rapidly, saying that his village was Santander Jimenez, that his father was— He hesitated, a man of power. He asked where they were taking him. Donsler returned a stony glare. He found it easy to reject the kid, and he realized later this was because he had already given up on him. Latching his hands behind his head, D.T. began to sing, a wordless melody. His voice was discordant, barely audible above the rotors. But the tune had a familiar ring, and Donsler soon placed it. The theme from Star Trek. It brought back memories of watching TV with his sister, laughing at the low-budget aliens and Scotty's Actors' Equity accent. He gazed out the door again. The sun was behind the hills, and the hillsides were unfeatured blurs of dark green smoke. Oh, God, he wanted to be home, to be anywhere but Salvador. A couple of the guys joined in the singing at D.T.'s urging, and as the volume swelled, Donsler's emotion peaked. He was on the verge of tears, remembering tastes and sights, the way his girl Janine had smelled, so clean and fresh, not reeking of sweat and perfume like the whores around Ilopango. Finding all this substance in the banal touchstone of his culture and the illusions of the hillsides rushing past. Then Moody tensed beside him, and he glanced up to learn the reason why. In the gloom of the chopper's belly, D.T. was as unfeatured as the hills, a black presence ruling them, more the leader of a coven than a platoon. The other two guys were singing their lungs out, and even the kid was getting into the spirit of things. "Musica!" he said at one point, smiling at everybody, trying to fan the flame of good feeling. He swayed to the rhythm and essayed a la-la now and again, but no one else was responding. The singing stopped, and Donsler saw that the whole platoon was staring at the kid, their expressions slack and dispirited. "Space!" shouted D.T., giving the kid a little shove. "The final frontier!" The smile had not yet left the kid's face when he toppled out the door. D.T. peered after him. A few seconds later he smacked his hand against the floor and sat back grinning. Donsler felt like screaming. The stupid horror of the joke was so at odds with the languor of his homesickness. He looked to the others for reaction. They were sitting with their heads down, fiddling with trigger guards and pack straps, studying their bootlaces. And seeing this, he quickly imitated them. Morazan province was spook country. Santa Ana spooks. Flights of birds had been reported to attack pistols. Animals appeared at the perimeters of campsites and vanished when you shot them. Dreams afflicted everyone who ventured there. Donsler could not testify to the birds and animals, but he did have a recurring dream. In it, the kid D.T. had killed was pinwheeling down through a golden fog, his T-shirt visible against the rolling backdrop, and sometimes a voice would boom out of the fog saying, "You are killing my son." "No, no," Donsler would reply. "It wasn't me. And besides, he's already dead." Then he would wake covered with sweat, groping for his rifle, his heart racing. But the dream was not an important terror, and he assigned it no significance. The land was far more terrifying. Pine-forested ridges that stood out against the sky like fringes of electrified hair. Little trails winding off into thickets and petering out as if what they led to had been magicked away. Gray rock faces along which they were forced to walk, hopelessly exposed to ambush. There were innumerable booby traps set by the guerrillas, and they lost several men to rockfalls. It was the emptiest place of Donsler's experience. No people, no animals, just a few hawks circling the solitudes between the ridges. Once in a while they found tunnels, and these they blew with the new gas grenades. The gas ignited the rich concentrations of hydrocarbons and sent flames sweeping through the entire system. D.T. would praise whoever had discovered the tunnel, and would estimate in a loud voice how many beaners they had refried. But Donsler knew they were traversing pure emptiness and burning empty holes. Days, under debilitating heat, they humped the mountains, traveling 7, 8, even 10 clicks up trails so steep that frequently the feet of the guy ahead of you would be on a level with your face. Nights it was cold, the darkness absolute, the silence so profound that Donsler imagined he could hear the great humming vibration of the earth. They might have been anywhere or nowhere. Their fear was nourished by the isolation, and the only remedy was martial arts. Donsler took to popping the pills without the excuse of combat. Moody cautioned him against abusing the drugs, citing rumors of bad side effects and D.T.'s madness. but even he was using them more and more often. During basic training, Donsler's DI had told the Boots that the drugs were available only to the Special Forces, that their use was optional. But there had been too many instances of lackluster battlefield performance in the last war, and this was to prevent a reoccurrence. The chicken shit infantry should take 'em, the DI had said. You bastards are brave already. You're born killers, right? Right, sir, they had shouted. What are you? Born killers, sir. But Donsler was not a born killer. He was not even clear as to how he had been drafted, less clear as to how he had been manipulated into the Special Forces, and he had learned that nothing was optional in Salvador, with the possible exception of life itself. The platoon's mission was reconnaissance and mop-up. Along with other Special Forces platoons, they were to secure Morazan prior to the invasion of Nicaragua. Specifically, they were to proceed to the village of Tecalutla, where the Sandinista patrol had recently been spotted, and following that, they were to join up with the 1st Infantry and take part in the offensive against León, a provincial capital just across the Nicaraguan border. As Donsler and Moody walked together, they frequently talked about the offensive, how it would be good to get down into flat country. Occasionally they talked about the possibility of reporting DT, and once, after he had led them on a forced night march, they toyed with the idea of killing him. But most often they discussed the ways of the Indians and the land, since this was what had caused them to become buddies. Moody was slightly built, freckled, and red-haired. His eyes had the 1,000-yard stare that came from too much war. Donsler had seen winos with such vacant, lustreless stares. Moody's father had been in Nam, and Moody said it had been worse than Salvador because there had been no real commitment to win. But he thought Nicaragua and Guatemala might be the worst of all, especially if the Cubans sent in troops as they had threatened. He was adept at locating tunnels and detecting booby traps, and it was for this reason Donsler had cultivated his friendship. Essentially a loner, Moody had resisted all advances until learning of Donsler's father. Thereafter he had buddied up, eager to hear about the field notes, believing they might give him an edge. They think the land has animal traits, said Donsler one day as they climbed along a ridgetop. Just like some kinds of fish look like plants or sea bottom, parts of the land look like plain ground, jungle, whatever. But when you enter them, you find you've entered the spirit world, the world of the Sakias. What's Sakias? Asked Moody. Magicians. A twig snapped behind Donsler, and he spun around, twitching off the safety of his rifle. It was only Hodge, a lanky kid with the beginnings of a beer gut. He stared hollow-eyed at Donsler and popped an ampule. Moody made a noise of disbelief. If they got magicians, why ain't they winning? Why ain't they zapping us off the cliffs? It's not their business, said Donsler. They don't believe in messing with worldly affairs unless it concerns them directly. Anyway, these places, the ones that look like normal land but aren't, they're called— He drew a blank on the name. Aya something. I can't remember. But they have different laws. They're where your spirit goes to die after your body dies. Don't they got no heaven? Nope. It just takes longer for your spirit to die, and so it goes to one of these places that's between everything and nothing. Nothing, said Moody disconsolately, as if all his hopes for an afterlife had been dashed. Don't make no sense to have spirits and not have no heaven. Hey, said Donsler, tensing as wind rustled the pine boughs. They're just a bunch of damn primitives. You know what their sacred drink is? Hot chocolate. My old man was a guest at one of their funerals, and he said they carried cups of hot chocolate balanced on these little red towers and acted like drinking it was going to wake them to the secrets of the universe. He laughed, and the laughter sounded tinny and psychotic to his own ears. So you're going to worry about fools who think hot chocolate's holy water? Maybe they just like it, said Moody. Maybe somebody dying just give 'em an excuse to drink it. But Donsler was no longer listening. A moment before, as they emerged from pine cover onto the highest point of the ridge, a stony scarp open to the winds and providing a view of rumpled mountains and valleys extending to the horizon, he had popped an ampule. He felt so strong, so full of righteous purpose and controlled fury, it seemed only the sky was around him, that he was still ascending, preparing to do battle with the gods themselves. Tecolootla was a village of whitewashed stone tucked into a notch between two hills. From above, the houses, with their black windows and doorways, looked like an unlucky throw of dice. The streets ran uphill and down, diverging around boulders. Bougainvilleas and hibiscus speckled the hillsides, and there were tilled fields on the gentler slopes. It was a sweet, peaceful place when they arrived, and after they had gone, it was once again peaceful, but its sweetness had been permanently banished. The reports of Sandinistas had proved accurate, and though they were casualties left behind to recuperate, DT had decided their presence called for extreme measures. Foo gas, frag grenades, and such. He had fired an M60 until the barrel melted down, and then had manned the flamethrower. Afterward, as they rested atop the next ridge, exhausted and begrimed, having radioed in a chopper for resupply, he could not get over how one of the houses he had torched had resembled a toasted marshmallow. "Ain't that how it was, man?" he asked, striding up and down the line. He did not care if they agreed about the house. It was a deeper question he was asking, one concerning the ethics of their actions. "Yeah," said Dantzler, forcing a smile. "Sure did." DT grunted with laughter. "You know I'm right, don't you, man?" The sun hung directly behind his head, a golden corona rimming a black oval, and Dantzler could not turn his eyes away. He felt weak and weakening, as if threads of himself were being spun loose and sucked into the blackness. He popped 3 ampules prior to the firefight, and his experience of Tecolootla had been a kind of mad whirling dance through the streets, spraying erratic bursts that appeared to be writing weird names on the walls. The leader of the Sandinistas had worn a mask, a gray face with a surprised hole of a mouth and pink circles around the eyes. A ghost face. Dantzler had been afraid of the mask, and had poured round after round into it. Then, leaving the village, he had seen a small girl standing beside the shell of the last house, watching them, her colorless rag of a dress tattering in the breeze. She had been a victim of that malnutrition disease, the one that paled your skin and whitened your hair and left you retarded. He could not recall the name of the disease. Things like names were slipping away from him. Nor could he believe anyone had survived, and for a moment he had thought the spirit of the village had come out to mark their trail. That was all he could remember of Tecolootla, all he wanted to remember, but he knew he had been brave. 4 days later, they headed up into a cloud forest. It was the dry season, but dry season or not, blackish-gray clouds always shrouded these peaks. They were shot through by ugly glimmers of lightning, making it seem that malfunctioning neon signs were hidden beneath them, advertisements for evil. Everyone was jittery, and Jerry Ledoux, a slim, dark-haired Cajun kid, flat out refused to go. "It ain't reasonable," he said. "Be easier to go through the passes. We're on recon, man. You think the beaners be waiting in the passes, waving their white flags?" DT whipped his rifle into firing position and pointed it at Ledoux. "Come on, Louisiana man. Pop a few and you feel different." As Ledoux popped the ampules, DT talked to him. "Look at it this way, man. This is your big adventure. Up there it'd be like all them animals shows on the tube. The Savage Kingdom, the Unknown. Could be like Mars or something. Monsters and shit with big red eyes and tentacles. You want to miss that, man? You want to miss being the first grunt on Mars?" Soon Ledoux was raring to go, giggling at DT's rap. Moody kept his mouth shut, but he fingered the safety of his rifle and glared at DT's back. When DT turned to him, however, he relaxed. Since Tecolootla, he had grown taciturn, and there seemed to be a shifting of lights and darks in his eyes, as if something were scurrying back and forth behind them. He had taken to wearing banana leaves on his head, arranging them under his helmet so the frayed ends stuck out the sides like strange green hair. He said this was camouflage, but Dantzler was certain it bespoke some secretive, irrational purpose. Of course, DT had noticed Moody's spiritual erosion, and as they prepared to move out, He called Donsler aside. "He done found some place inside his head that feel good to him," said D.T. "He's trying to curl up into it, and once he do that, he ain't gonna be responsible. Keep an eye on him." Donsler mumbled his assent, but was not enthused. "I know he your friend, man, but that don't mean shit. Not the way things are. Now me, I don't give a damn about you personally, but I'm your brother in arms, and that's something you can count on. You understand?" To Donsler's shame, he did understand. They had planned on negotiating the cloud forest by nightfall, but they had underestimated the difficulty. The vegetation beneath the clouds was lush, thick, juicy leaves that mashed underfoot, tangles of vines, trees with slick, pale bark and waxy leaves, and the visibility was only about 15 feet. They were gray wraiths passing through grayness. The vague shapes of the foliage reminded Donsler of fancifully engraved letters, and for a while he entertained himself with the notion that they were walking among the half-formed phrases of a constitution not yet manifest in the land. They barged off the trail, losing it completely, becoming veiled in spider webs and drenched by spills of water. Their voices were oddly muffled, the tag ends of words swallowed up. After 7 hours of this, D.T. reluctantly gave the order to pitch camp. They set electric lamps around the perimeter so they could see to string the jungle hammocks. The beam of light illuminated the moisture in the air, piercing the murk with jeweled blades. They talked in hushed tones, alarmed by the eerie atmosphere. When they had done with the hammocks, D.T. posted 4 sentries, Moody, Ledoux, Donsler, and himself. Then they switched off the lamps. It grew pitch dark, and the darkness was picked out by plips and plops, the entire spectrum of dripping sounds. To Donsler's ears they blended into a gabbling speech. He imagined tiny Santa Ana demons talking about him, and to stave off paranoia he popped 2 ampules. He continued to pop them, trying to limit himself to 1 every half hour, but he was uneasy, unsure where to train his rifle in the dark, and he exceeded his limit. Soon it began to grow light again, and he assumed that more time had passed than he had thought. That often happened with the ampules. It was easy to lose yourself in being alert, in the wealth of perceptual detail available to your sharpened senses. Yet on checking his watch, he saw it was only a few minutes after 2 o'clock. His system was too inundated with the drugs to allow panic, but he twitched his head from side to side in tight little arcs to determine the source of the brightness. There did not appear to be a single source. It was simply that filaments of the cloud were gleaming, casting a diffuse golden glow, as if they were elements of a nervous system coming to life. He started to call out, then held back. The others must have seen the light, and they had given no cry. They probably had a good reason for their silence. He scrunched down flat, pointing his rifle out from the campsite. Bathed in the golden mist, the forest had acquired an alchemic beauty. Beads of water glittered with gemmy brilliance. The leaves and vines and bark were gilded. Every surface shimmered with light. Everything except a fleck of blackness hovering between 2 of the trunks, its size gradually increasing. As it swelled in his vision, he saw it had the shape of a bird, its wings beating, flying toward him from an inconceivable distance. Inconceivable because the dense vegetation did not permit you to see very far in a straight line, and yet the bird was growing larger with such slowness that it must have been coming from a long way off. It was not really flying, he realized. Rather, it was as if the forest were painted on a piece of paper, as if someone were holding a lit match behind it and burning a hole that maintained the shape of a bird as it spread. He was transfixed, unable to react. Even when it had blotted out half the light, when he lay before it no bigger than a mote in relation to its huge span, he could not move or squeeze the trigger. And then the blackness swept over him. He had the sensation of being borne along at incredible speed, and he could no longer hear the dripping of the forest. "Moody!" he shouted. "D.T.!" But the voice that answered belonged to neither of them. It was hoarse, issuing from every part of the surrounding blackness, and he recognized it as the voice of his recurring dream. "You are killing my son," it said. I have led you here to this Iahumako, so he may judge you. Donsler knew to his bones the voice was that of the Sakia of the village of Santander Jimenez. He wanted to offer a denial, to explain his innocence, but all he could manage was, "No!" He said it tearfully, hopelessly, his forehead resting on his rifle barrel. Then his mind gave a savage twist, and his soldiery self regained control. He ejected an ampule from his dispenser and popped it. The voice laughed. Malefic, damning laughter, whose vibrations shuddered Donsler. He opened up with the rifle, spraying fire in all directions. Filigrees of golden holes appeared in the blackness, tendrils of mist coiled through them. He kept on firing until the blackness shattered and fell in jagged sections toward him. Slowly. Like shards of black glass dropping through water. He emptied the rifle and flung himself flat, shielding his head with his arms, expecting to be sliced into bits. But nothing touched him. At last he peeked between his arms. Then, amazed because the forest was now a uniform lustrous yellow, he rose to his knees. He scraped his hand on one of the crushed leaves beneath him, and blood welled from the cut. The broken fibers of the leaf were as stiff as wires. He stood, a giddy trickle of hysteria leaking up from the bottom of his soul. It was no forest, but a building of solid gold worked to resemble a forest, the sort of conceit that might have been fabricated for the child of an emperor. Canopied by golden leaves, columned by slender golden trunks, carpeted by golden grasses. The water beads were diamonds. All the gleam and glitter soothed his apprehension. Here was something out of a myth, a habitat for princesses and wizards and dragons. Almost gleeful, he turned to the campsite to see how the others were reacting. Once, when he was 9 years old, he had sneaked into the attic to rummage through the boxes and trunks, and he had run across an old Morocco-bound copy of Gulliver's Travels. He had been taught to treasure old books, and so he had opened it eagerly to look at the illustrations, only to find that the centers of the pages had been eaten away, and there, right in the heart of the fiction, was a nest of larvae, pulpy, horrid things. It had been an awful sight, but one unique in his experience, and he might have studied those crawling scraps of life for a very long time if his father had not interrupted. Such a sight was now before him, and he was numb with it. They were all dead. He should have guessed they would be. He had given no thought to them while firing his rifle. They had been struggling out of their hammocks when the bullets hit, and as a result they were hanging half in, half out, their limbs dangling, blood pooled beneath them. The veils of gold and mist made them look dark and mysterious and malformed, like monsters killed as they emerged from their cocoons. Donsler could not stop staring, but he was shrinking inside himself. It was not his fault. That thought kept swooping in and out of a flock of less acceptable thoughts. He wanted to stay put, to be true, to alleviate the sick horror he was beginning to feel. "What's your name?" asked the girl's voice behind him. She was sitting on a stone about 20 feet away. Her hair was a tawny shade of gold, her skin a half-tone lighter, and her dress was cunningly formed out of the mist. Only her eyes were real. Brown, heavy-lidded eyes. They were at variance with the rest of her face, which had the fresh, unaffected beauty of an American teenager. "Don't be afraid," she said, and patted the ground, inviting him to sit beside her. He recognized the eyes, but it was no matter. He badly needed the consolation she could offer. He walked over and sat down. She let him lean his head against her thigh. "What's your name?" she repeated. "Donsler," he said. "John Donsler." And then he added, "I'm from Boston. My father's—" It would be too difficult to explain about anthropology. "He's a teacher." "Are there many soldiers in Boston?" She stroked his cheek with a golden finger. The caress made Donsler happy. "Oh, no," he said. "They hardly know there's a war going on." "This is true?" she said, incredulous. "Well, they do know about it, but it's just news on the TV to them. They've got more pressing problems. Their jobs, families." "Will you let them know about the war when you return home?" she asked. "Will you do that for me?" Donsler had given up hope of returning home, of surviving, and her assumption that he would do both acted to waken his gratitude. "Yes," he said fervently, "I will." "You must hurry," she said. "If you stay in the Iohumaco too long, you will never leave. You must find the way out. It is a way not of directions or trails, but of events." "Where is this place?" he asked, suddenly aware of how much he had taken it for granted. She shifted her leg away, and if he had not caught himself on the stone, he would have fallen. When he looked up, she had vanished. He was surprised that her disappearance did not alarm him. In reflex, he slipped out a couple of ampules, but after a moment's reflection, he decided not to use them. It was impossible to slip them back into the dispenser, so he tucked them into the interior webbing of his helmet for later. He doubted he would need them, though. He felt strong, competent, and unafraid. Donsler stepped carefully between the hammocks, not wanting to brush against them. It might have been his imagination, but they seemed to be bulged down lower than before, as if death had weighed out heavier than life. That heaviness was in the air, pressuring him. Mist rose like golden steam from the corpses, but the sight no longer affected him. Perhaps because the mist gave the illusion of being their souls. He picked up a rifle with a full magazine and headed off into the forest. The tips of the golden leaves were sharp, and he had to ease past them to avoid being cut. But he was at the top of his form, moving gracefully, and the obstacles barely slowed his pace. He was not even anxious about the girl's warning to hurry. He was certain the way out would soon present itself. After a minute or so, he heard voices, and after another few seconds he came to a clearing divided by a stream, one so perfectly reflecting that its banks appeared to enclose a wedge of golden mist. Moody was squatting to the left of the stream, staring at the blade of his survival knife and singing under his breath, a wordless melody that had the erratic rhythm of a trapped fly. Beside him lay Jerry Ledoux, his throat slashed from ear to ear. D.T. was sitting on the other side of the stream. He had been shot just above the knee, and though he had ripped up his shirt for bandages and tied off the leg with a tourniquet, he was not in good shape. He was sweating, and the gray, chalky pallor infused his skin. The entire scene had the weird vitality of something that had materialized in a magic mirror, a bubble of reality enclosed within a gilt frame. D.T. heard Donsler's footfalls and glanced up. "Waste him!" he shouted, pointing at Moody. Moody did not turn from contemplation of the knife. "No," he said, as if speaking to someone whose image was held in the blade. "Waste him, man!" screamed D.T. "He killed Ledoux!" "Please," said Moody to the knife. "I don't want to." There was blood clotted on his face, more blood on the banana leaves sticking out of his helmet. "Did you kill Jerry?" asked Donsler. While he addressed the question to Moody, he did not relate to him as an individual, only as part of a design whose messages he had to unravel. "Jesus Christ! Waste him!" D.T. smashed his fist against the ground in frustration. "Okay," said Moody. With an apologetic look, he sprang to his feet and charged Donsler, swinging the knife. Emotionless, Donsler stitched a line of fire across Moody's chest. He went sideways into the bushes and down. "What the hell was you waiting for?" D.T. tried to rise, but winced and fell back. "Damn! Don't know if I can walk." "Pop a few," Donsler suggested mildly. "Yeah, good thinking, man." D.T. fumbled for his dispenser. Donsler peered into the bushes to see where Moody had fallen. He felt nothing, and this pleased him. He was weary of feeling. D.T. popped an ampule with a flourish, as if making a toast, and inhaled. "Ain't you going to do some, man?" "I don't need them," said Donsler. "I'm fine." The stream interested him. It did not reflect the mist, as he had supposed, but was itself a seam of the mist. "How many you think they was?" asked D.T. "How many what?" "Beaners, man. I wasted 3 or 4 after they hit us, but I couldn't tell how many they was." Donsler considered this in light of his own interpretation of events and Moody's conversation with the knife. It made sense, a Santa Ana kind of sense. "Beats me," he said. "But I guess there's less than there used to be." D.T. snorted. "You got that right." He heaved to his feet and limped to the edge of the stream. "Give me a hand across." Donsler reached out to him, but instead of taking his hand, he grabbed his wrist and pulled him off balance. D.T. teetered on his good leg, then toppled and vanished beneath the mist. Donsler had expected him to fall, but he surfaced instantly, mist clinging to his skin. Of course, thought Donsler. His body would have to die before his spirit would fall. "What you doing, man?" D.T. was more disbelieving than enraged. Donsler planted a foot in the middle of his back and pushed him down until his head was submerged. D.T. bucked and clawed at the foot and managed to come to his hands and knees. Mist slithered from his eyes, his nose, and he choked out the words, "Kill you!" Donsler pushed him down again. He got into pushing him down and letting him up over and over. Not so as to torture him. Not really. It was because he had suddenly understood the nature of the Ayahuamaco's laws, that they were approximations of normal laws, and he further understood that his actions had to approximate those of someone jiggling a key in a lock. D.T. was the key to the way out, and Donsler was jiggling him, making sure all the tumblers were engaged. Some of the vessels in D.T.'s eyes had burst, and the whites were occluded by films of blood. When he tried to speak, mist curled from his mouth. Gradually his struggles subsided. He clawed runnels in the gleaming yellow dirt of the bank and shuddered. His shoulders were knobs of black land floundering in a mystic sea. For a long time after D.T. sank from view, Donsler stood beside the stream, uncertain of what was left to do and unable to remember a lesson he had been taught. Finally he shouldered his rifle and walked away from the clearing. Morning had broken, the mist had thinned, and the forest had regained its usual coloration. But he scarcely noticed these changes, still troubled by his faulty memory. Eventually he let it slide. It would all come clearer sooner or later. He was just happy to be alive. After a while he began to kick his rifle in a carefree fashion against the weeds. When the 1st Infantry poured across the Nicaraguan border and wasted Leon, Donsler was having a quiet time at the VA hospital in Ann Arbor, Michigan. And at the precise moment the bulletin was flashed nationwide, he was sitting in the lounge, watching the American League playoffs between Detroit and Texas. Some of the patients ranted at the interruption, while others shouted them down, wanting to hear the details. Donsler expressed no reaction whatsoever. He was solely concerned with being a model patient. However, noticing that one of the staff was giving him a clinical stare, he added his weight on the side of the baseball fans. He did not want to appear too controlled. The doctors were as suspicious of that sort of behavior as they were of its contrary. But the funny thing was, at least it was funny to Donsler, that his feigned annoyance at the bulletin was an exemplary proof of his control, his expertise at moving through life the way he had moved through the golden leaves of the cloud forest. Cautiously, gracefully, efficiently, touching nothing and being touched by nothing. That was the lesson he had learned, to be as perfect a counterfeit of a man as the Ayahuamaco had been of the land, to adopt the various stances of a man, and yet, by virtue of his distance from things human, to be all the more prepared for the onset of crisis or a call to action. He saw nothing aberrant in this. Even the doctors would admit that men were little more than organized pretense. If he was different from other men, it was only that he had a deeper awareness of the principles on which his personality was founded. When the Battle of Managua was joined, Donsler was living at home. His parents had urged him to go easy in readjusting to civilian life, but he had immediately gotten a job as a management trainee in a bank. Each morning he would drive to work and spend a controlled, quiet 8 hours. Each night he would watch TV with his mother, and before going to bed, he would climb to the attic and inspect the trunk containing his souvenirs of war: helmet, fatigues, knife, boots. The doctors had insisted he face his experiences, and this ritual was his way of following their instructions. All in all, he was quite pleased with his progress, but he still had problems. He had not been able to force himself to venture out at night, remembering too well the darkness in the cloud forest, and he had rejected his friends, refusing to see them or answer their calls. He was not secure with the idea of friendship. Further, despite his methodical approach to life, he was prone to a nagging restlessness, the feeling of a chore left undone. One night his mother came into his room and told him that an old friend, Phil Curry, was on the phone. "Please talk to him, Johnny," she said. "He's been drafted, and I think he's a little scared." The word drafted struck a responsive chord in Donsler's soul, and after brief deliberation he went downstairs and picked up the receiver. "Hey," said Phil. "What's the story, man? 3 months, and you don't even give me a call." "I'm sorry," said Donsler. "I haven't been feeling so hot." "Yeah, I understand." Phil was silent a moment. "Listen, man, I'm leaving, and we're having a big send-off at Sparky's. It's going on right now. Why don't you come down?" "I don't know." "Janine's here, man. You know she's still crazy about you. Talks about you all the time. She don't go out with nobody." Donsler was unable to think of anything to say. "Look," said Phil, "I'm pretty weirded out by this soldier shit. I hear it's pretty bad down there. If you got anything you can tell me about what it's like, man, I'd appreciate it." Donsler could relate to Phil's concern, his desire for an edge. And besides, it felt right to go. Very right. He would take some precautions against the darkness. "I'll be there," he said. It was a foul night, spitting snow, but Sparky's parking lot was jammed. Donsler's mind was flurried like the snow, crowded like the lot, thoughts whirling in, jockeying for position, melting away. He hoped his mother would not wait up. He wondered if Janine still wore her hair long. He was worried because the palms of his hands were unnaturally warm. Even with the car windows rolled up, he could hear loud music coming from inside the club. Above the door, the words "Sparky's Rock City" were being spelled out a letter at a time in red neon, and when the spelling was complete, the letters flashed off and on, and a golden neon explosion bloomed around them. After the explosion, the entire sign went dark for a split second, and the big ramshackle building seemed to grow large and merge with the black sky. He had an idea it was watching him, and he shuddered. One of those sudden lurches downward of that kind that take you just before you fall asleep. He knew the people inside did not intend him any harm, but he also knew that places have a way of changing people's intent, and he did not want to be caught off guard. Sparky's might be such a place, might be a huge black presence camouflaged by neon, its true substance one with the abyss of the sky, the phosphorescent snowflakes jittering in his headlights, the wind keening through the side vent. He would have liked very much to drive home and forget about his promise to Phil. However, he felt a responsibility to explain about the war. More than a responsibility, an evangelistic urge. He would tell them about the kid falling out of the chopper, the white-haired girl in Tecolootla, the emptiness. God, yes, how you went down chock full of ordinary American thoughts and dreams, memories of smoking weed and chasing tail, and hanging out, and freeway flying with a case of something cold, and how you smuggled back a human-shaped container of pure Salvadorian emptiness, primo grade. Smuggled it back to the land of silk and money, of mind-fuck video games, and topless tennis matches, and fast food solutions to the nutritional problem. Just a taste of Salvador would banish all those trivial obsessions. Just a taste. It would be easy to explain. Of course, some things beggared explanation. He bent down and adjusted the survival knife in his boot so the hilt would not rub against his calf. From his coat pocket, he withdrew the 2 ampules he had secreted in his helmet that long-ago night in the cloud forest. As the neon explosion flashed once more, glimmers of gold coursed along their shiny surfaces. He did not think he would need them. His hand was steady, and his purpose was clear. But to be on the safe side, he popped them both. 2. I knew and loved a kid a lot like Donsler. Didn't everybody? There might be one world in which the trail through Tekaluta leads to nuclear Armageddon, and quite another world in which the same trail twists and winds its way into global peace. The trail seemed somehow to depend on human choice, and the next story is about such a choice. Jonathan Schell wrote, "The extra worlds offered by science fiction may provide us with an escape in imagination from the tight trap that our species is caught in reality." Note: Jonathan Schell, The Fate of the Earth. New York, Avon, 1980. End of note. Maybe. At Sheckley's store, these extra worlds are even offered for sale. But judge for yourself about the trap and the escape and the reality. The deal reminds me of Schrödinger's cat. The many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics, as an alternative to the orthodox Copenhagen interpretation, was seriously proposed by 3 physicists named Everett, Wheeler, and Graham, and cropped up in a professional paper by Everett about 2 years before Sheckley's story was published in 1959. The Everett-Wheeler-Graham theory holds that the wave function of quantum mechanics, which represents all the possibilities of the outcome of an experimental observation, and which is usually said to collapse when the act of observation itself actualizes only one of the many possibilities, is a physical reality which continues after the observation, but in separate discrete universes, in each of which exists a new version of the observer who sees the occurrence of one of the other possibilities defined by the wave function. There is no collapse of the function, but a realization of all its possibilities by fissioning universes. Note: see Gary Zhukov's The Dancing Wu-Li Masters, New York, Bantam, for a non-mathematical description of the conceptual difficulties in reconciling the results of quantum mechanics with our common-sense ideas of the worlds. End of note. Is the wave function a physical reality itself? Or is it only a mathematical fiction which ceases to exist when an unobserved reality is realized by the act of observation? In the famous Schrödinger's cat thought experiment, a cat is placed in a box without windows, and the box contains a lethal device which may be triggered, or not, by a random event, such as an occasional pulse from a cosmic ray detector. As time passes, the probability mounts that the cat inside the box is dead, but without actually opening the box, the situation can only be described in terms of probability, something like the wave function. When the box is opened, the cat is seen to be either dead or alive. The probability has become unity, actualized by the observation. The wave function collapses. But according to the many worlds interpretation, there is no collapse. The act of opening the box actualizes both possibilities, causing the universe to branch. One universe contains the observer and the dead cat, the other universe contains an observer counterpart and a purring kitty counterpart. That's according to the Everett-Wheeler-Graham line of reasoning. Sound crazy to you? Try the orthodox interpretation of quantum mechanics if you think orthodoxy any the less mind-boggling. Or try shopping for a better world at Sheckley's store. You'll see why a patron of that establishment reminds me of Schrödinger's boxed cat. The difference is that the patron has a choice of outcomes. Or has he? The Store of the Worlds by Robert Sheckley. Mr. Wayne came to the end of the long, shoulder-high mound of gray rubble, and there was the Store of the Worlds. It was exactly as his friends had described. A small shack constructed of bits of lumber, parts of cars, a piece of galvanized iron, and a few rows of crumbling bricks, all daubed over with a watery blue paint. He glanced back down the long lane of rubble to make sure he hadn't been followed. He tucked his parcel more firmly under his arm. Then, with a little shiver at his own audacity, he opened the door and slipped inside. "Good morning," the proprietor said. He, too, was exactly as described. A tall, crafty-looking old fellow with narrow eyes and downcast mouth. His name was Tompkins. He sat in an old rocking-chair, and perched on the back of it was a blue and green parrot. There was one other chair in the store, and a table. On the table was a rusted hypodermic. "I've heard about your store from friends," Mr. Wayne said. "Then you know my price," Tompkins said. "Have you brought it?" "Yes," said Mr. Wayne, holding up his parcel. "All my worldly goods. But I want to ask first—" "They always want to ask," Tompkins said to the parrot, who blinked. "Go ahead, ask." "I want to know what really happens." Tompkins sighed. "What happens is that. I give you an injection which knocks you out. Then, with the aid of certain gadgets which I have in the back of the store, I liberate your mind." Tompkins smiled as he said that, and his silent parrot seemed to smile too. "What happens then?" Mr. Wayne asked. "Your mind, liberated from its body, is able to choose from the countless probability worlds which the earth casts off in every second of its existence." Grinning now, Tompkins sat up in his rocking-chair and began to show signs of enthusiasm. "Yes, my friend, though you might not have suspected it. From the moment this battered earth was born out of the sun's fiery womb, it cast off its alternate probability worlds, worlds without end, emanating from events large and small. Every Alexander and every amoeba creating worlds, just as ripples will spread in a pond no matter how big or how small the stone you throw. Doesn't every object cast a shadow? Well, my friend, the earth itself is four-dimensional. Therefore it casts three-dimensional shadows, solid reflections of itself through every moment of its being. Millions, billions of earths, an infinity of earths. And your mind, liberated by me, will be able to select any of these worlds and live upon it for a while." Mr. Wayne was uncomfortably aware that Tompkins sounded like a circus barker, proclaiming marvels that simply couldn't exist. But Mr. Wayne reminded himself things had happened within his own lifetime which he would never have believed possible. Never. So perhaps the wonders that Tompkins spoke of were possible too. Mr. Wayne said, "My friends also told me—" "That I was an out-and-out fraud?" Tompkins asked. "Some of them implied that," Mr. Wayne said cautiously. "But I try to keep an open mind. They also said—" "I know what your dirty-minded friends said. They told you about the fulfillment of desire. Is that what you want to hear about?" "Yes," said Mr. Wayne. "They told me that whatever I wished for, whatever I wanted—" "Exactly," Tompkins said. "The thing could work in no other way. There are the infinite worlds to choose among. Your mind chooses and is guided only by desire. Your deepest desire is the only thing that counts. If you have been harboring a secret dream of murder—" "Oh, hardly, hardly," cried Mr. Wayne. "Then you will go to a world where you can murder, where you can roll in blood, where you can outdo Assad or Nero or whoever your idol may be. Suppose it's power you want. Then you'll choose a world where you are a god, literally and actually. A bloodthirsty juggernaut, perhaps, or an all-wise Buddha." "I doubt very much if I—" "There are other desires, too," Tompkins said. All heavens and all hells will be open to you. Unbridled sexuality, gluttony, drunkenness, love, fame, anything you want." "Amazing," said Mr. Wayne. "Yes," Tompkins agreed. "Of course, my little list doesn't exhaust all the possibilities, all the combinations and permutations of desire. For all I know, you might want a simple, placid, pastoral existence on a South Sea island among idealized natives." "That sounds more like me," Mr. Wayne said with a shy laugh. "But who knows?" Tompkins asked. "Even you might not know what your true desires are. They might involve your own death." "Does that happen often?" Mr. Wayne asked anxiously. "Occasionally." "I wouldn't want to die," Mr. Wayne said. "It hardly ever happens," Tompkins said, looking at the parcel in Mr. Wayne's hands. "If you say so. But how do I know all this is real? Your fee is extremely high. It'll take everything I own, and for all I know you'll give me a drug and I'll just dream. Everything I own just for a shot of heroin and a lot of fancy words." Tompkins smiled reassuringly. "The experience has no drug-like quality about it, and no sensation of a dream either." "If it's true," Mr. Wayne said a little petulantly, "why can't I stay in the world of my desire for good?" "I'm working on that," Tompkins said. "That's why I charge so high a fee, to get materials, to experiment. I'm trying to find a way of making the transition permanent. So far, I haven't been able to loosen the cord that binds a man to his own earth and pulls him back to it. Not even the great mystics could cut that cord, except with death. But I still have my hopes." "It would be a great thing if you succeeded," Mr. Wayne said politely. "Yes, it would," Tompkins cried with a surprising burst of passion. "For then I'd turn my wretched shop into an escape hatch. My process would be free then, free for everyone. Everyone could go to the earth of his desires, the earth that really suited him, and leave this damned place to the rats and worms." Tompkins cut himself off in mid-sentence and became icy calm. "But I fear my prejudices are showing. I can't offer a permanent escape from this world yet, not one that doesn't involve death. Perhaps I never will be able to. For now, all I can offer you is a vacation, a change, a taste of another world, and a look at your own desires. You know my fee. I'll refund it if the experience isn't satisfactory." "That's good of you," Mr. Wayne said quite earnestly. "But there's that other matter my friends told me about, the 10 years off my life." "That can't be helped," Tompkins said, "and can't be refunded. My process is a tremendous strain on the nervous system, and life expectancy is shortened accordingly. That's one of the reasons why our so-called government has declared my process illegal." "But they don't enforce the ban very firmly," Mr. Wayne said. "No. Officially, the process is banned as a harmful fraud. But officials are men, too. They'd like to leave this earth, just like everyone else." "The cost," Mr. Wayne mused, gripping his parcel tightly, "and 10 years off my life, for the fulfillment of my secret desires. Really, I must give this some thought." "Think away," Tompkins said indifferently. All the way home Mr. Wayne thought about it. When his train reached Port Washington, Long Island, he was still thinking. And driving his car from the station to his house, he was still thinking about Tompkins' crafty old face, and worlds of probability, and the fulfillment of desire. But when he stepped inside his home, those thoughts had to stop. Janet, his wife, wanted him to speak sharply to the maid, who had been drinking again. His son Tommy wanted help with the sloop, which was to be launched tomorrow, and his baby daughter wanted to tell her about her day in kindergarten. Mr. Wayne spoke pleasantly but firmly to the maid. He helped Tommy put the final coat of copper paint on the sloop's bottom, and he listened to Peggy tell her adventures in the playground. Later, when the children were in bed and he and Janet were alone in their living room, she asked him if something was wrong. "Wrong?" "You seem to be worried about something," Janet said. "Did you have a bad day at the office?" "Oh, just the usual sort of thing." He certainly was not going to tell Janet or anyone else that he had taken the day off and gone to see Tompkins in his crazy old store of the worlds. Nor was he going to speak about the right every man should have, once in his lifetime, to fulfill his most secret desires. Janet, with her good common sense, would never understand that. The next days at the office were extremely hectic. All of Wall Street was in a mild panic over events in the Middle East and in Asia, and stocks were reacting accordingly. Mr. Wayne settled down to work. He tried not to think of the fulfillment of desire at the cost of everything he possessed, with 10 years of his life thrown in for good measure. It was crazy. Old Tompkins must be insane. On weekends he went sailing with Tommy. The old sloop was behaving very well, taking practically no water through her bottom seams. Tommy wanted a new suit of racing sails, but Mr. Wayne sternly rejected that. Perhaps next year, if the market looked better. For now, the old sails would have to do. Sometimes at night, after the children were asleep, he and Janet would go sailing. Long Island Sound was quiet then and cool. Their boat glided past the blinking buoys, sailing toward the swollen yellow moon. "I know something's on your mind," Janet said. "Darling, please." "Is there something you're keeping from me?" "Nothing." "Are you sure? Are you absolutely sure?" "Absolutely sure." "Then put your arms around me." "That's right." And the sloop sailed itself for a while. Desire and fulfillment. But autumn came, and the sloop had to be hauled. The stock market regained some stability, but Peggy caught the measles. Tommy wanted to know the difference between ordinary bombs, atom bombs, hydrogen bombs, cobalt bombs, and all the other kinds of bombs that were in the news. Mr. Wayne explained to the best of his ability, and the maid quit unexpectedly. Secret desires were all very well. Perhaps he did want to kill someone or live on a South Sea island. But there were responsibilities to consider. He had 2 growing children and the best of wives. Perhaps around Christmas time. But in midwinter there was a fire in the unoccupied guest room due to defective wiring. The firemen put out the blaze without much damage, and no one was hurt. But it put any thought of Tompkins out of his mind for a while. First, the bedroom had to be repaired, for Mr. Wayne was very proud of his gracious old house. Business was still frantic and uncertain due to the international situation. Those Russians, those Arabs, those Greeks, those Chinese. The intercontinental missiles, the atom bombs, the Sputniks. Mr. Wayne spent long days at the office, and sometimes evenings, too. Tommy caught the mumps. A part of the roof had to be reshingled. And then already it was time to consider the spring launching of the sloop. A year had passed, and he'd had very little time to think of secret desires. But perhaps next year. In the meantime— "Well," said Tompkins, "are you all right?" "Yes, quite all right," Mr. Wayne said. He got up from the chair and rubbed his forehead. "Do you want a refund?" Tompkins asked. "No. The experience was quite satisfactory." "They always are," Tompkins said, winking lewdly at the parrot. "Well, what was yours?" "A world of the recent past," Mr. Wayne said. "A lot of them are." "Did you find out about your secret desire? Was it murder? Or a South Sea island?" "I'd rather not discuss it," Mr. Wayne said pleasantly but firmly. "A lot of people won't discuss it with me," Tompkins said sulkily. "I'll be damned if I know why." "Because— well, I think the world of one's secret desire seems sacred somehow. No offense." "Do you think you'll ever be able to make it permanent? The world of one's choice, I mean." The old man shrugged his shoulders. "I'm trying. If I succeed, you'll hear about it. Everyone will." "Yes, I suppose so." Mr. Wayne undid his parcel and laid its contents on the table. The parcel contained a pair of army boots, a knife, 2 coils of copper wire, and 3 small cans of corned beef. Tompkins' eyes glittered for a moment. "Quite satisfactory," he said. "Thank you." "Goodbye," said Mr. Wayne. "And thank you." Mr. Wayne left the shop and hurried down to the end of the lane of gray rubble. Beyond it, as far as he could see, lay flat fields of rubble, brown and gray and black. Those fields, stretching to every horizon, were made of the twisted corpses of buildings, the shattered remnants of trees, and the fine white ash that once was human flesh and bone. Well, Mr. Wayne said to himself, at least we gave as good as we got. His year in the past had cost him everything he owned, and 10 years of life thrown in for good measure. Had it been a dream? It was still worth it. But now he had to put away all thought of Janet and the children. That was finished, unless Tompkins perfected his process. Now he had to think about his own survival. He picked his way carefully through the rubble, determined to get back to the shelter before dark, before the rats came out. If he didn't hurry, he'd miss the evening potato ration. 3. How do you spell relief? S-E-X? D-E-A-T-H? In 1941, I met a graduate student in chemistry, I'll call him Homer Hamhocks, who was fully conscious of his desire to make the world a wasteland, and I think he was hoping the chemistry department would let him make the extermination of mankind, or maybe just womankind, the subject of his doctoral research. He made this his ambition for the understandable reason that his involuntary sexual orientation was not fully appreciated on this planet. He's had 44 years to work on the project since then, unless he's chewed a cyanide cap by now, and I do worry that he may have contributed something in chemistry or genetics to the advancement of the doomsday clock. Jesse Helms has been doing his Chicken Little routine because the Russians are splicing cobra venom genes into common disease organisms, he says, and wants us to do it too. Catch a common bug, die of venom. True or not, Homer would have loved that idea, as he must have loved the bomb. Of course, if the Everett Wheeler-Graham theory is correct, there's a world in which Homer has come out of the closet and relinquished the grudge by now. We're safer if that world is our own. Homer was a genius, or so he told me. While Mr. Wayne's unconscious, and Homer's conscious, attachment to Thanatos is shared by many, the sentiment expressed by General Chapman in the following story, we'd like to get it all over with one way or another, is not yet consciously the desire of the majority, at least not to the extent of offering the consent of the governed to those willing to risk megawar. But that can be fixed by clever PR men, according to Norman Spinrad, who wrote The Big Flash, back when Nixon was still in the White House, and while our grunts were still dying in Vietnam. However, the story plays just as well today with Ronald Reagan in the cast, and with the Central America of Lucius Shepard, first story in the book, as the problem in the background, begging for a nuclear solution. Spinrad's plot is as intricate as that of a novel, and the characters and viewpoints change so abruptly that the story should be read with careful attention to these permutations, lest the identity of the villain be overlooked. The Big Flash by Norman Spinrad. T-minus 200 days, and counting. They came on freaky for my taste, but that's the name of the game. Freaky means a draw in the rock business. And if the Mandala was going to survive in L.A., competing with a network-owned joint like The American Dream, I'd just have to hold my nose and out-freak the opposition. So, after I had dug the Four Horsemen for about an hour, I took them into my office to talk turkey. I sat down behind my Salvation Army desk. The Mandala is the world's most expensive shoestring operation, and the horsemen sat down on the bridge chairs sequentially, establishing the group's pecking order. First, the head honcho, lead guitar, and singer, Stoney Clark. Blonde, shoulder-length hair, eyes like something in a morgue when he took off his steel-rimmed shades, a reputation as a heavy acid head, and the look of a speed freak behind it. Then Hare, the drummer, dressed like a Hell's Angel, swastikas and all, a junkie with fanatic eyes that were a little too close together, making me wonder whether he wore swastikas because he grooved behind the angel thing, or made like an angel because it let him groove behind the swastika in public. Number 3 was a cat who called himself Super Spade, and wasn't kidding. He wore earrings, natural hair, a Stokely Carmichael sweatshirt, and on a thong around his neck a shrunken head that had been whitened with liquid shoe polish. He was a utility infielder. Sitar, bass, organ, flute, whatever. Number 4, who called himself Mr. Jones, was about the creepiest cat I had ever seen in a rock group, and that is saying something. He was their visuals, synthesizer, and electronics man. He was at least 40, wore early hippie clothes that looked like they had been made by Cy DeVore, and was rumored to be some kind of Rand Corporation dropout. There's no business like show business. "Okay, boys," I said. "You're strange, but you're my kind of strange. Where you worked before?" "We ain't, baby," Clark said. "We're the new thing. I've been dealing crystal and acid in the hate. Hare was drummer for some plastic group in New York. The Superspade claims it's the reincarnation of Bird, and it don't pay to argue. Mr. Jones, he don't talk too much. Maybe he's a Martian. We just started putting our thing together. One thing about this business, the groups that don't have square managers you can get cheap. They talk too much." "Groovy," I said. "I'm happy to give you guys your start. Nobody knows you, but I think you got something going. So I'll take a chance and give you a week's booking. 1 a.m. to closing, which is 2, Tuesday through Sunday, 400 a week." "Are you Jewish?" asked Hare. "What?" "Cool it," Clark ordered. Hare cooled it. "What it means," Clark told me, "is that 400 sounds like pretty light bread." "We don't sign if there's an option clause," Mr. Jones said. "The Jones thing has a good point," Clark said. "We do the first week for 400, but after that it's a whole new scene, dig?" I didn't feature that. If they hit it big, I could end up not being able to afford them. But, on the other hand, 400 was light bread, and I needed a cheap closing act pretty bad. "Okay," I said, "but a verbal agreement that I get first crack at you when you finish the gig." "Word of honor," said Stoney Clark. "That's this business. The word of honor of an ex-dealer and speed freak." T-minus 199 days, and counting. Being unconcerned with ends, the military mind can be easily manipulated, easily controlled, and easily confused. Ends are defined as those goals set by civilian authority. Ends are the conceded province of civilians. Means are the province of the military, whose duty it is to achieve the ends set for it by the most advantageous applications of the means at its command. Thus the confusion over the war in Asia among my uniformed clients at the Pentagon. The end has been duly set, eradication of the guerrillas. But the civilians have overstepped their bounds and meddled in means. The generals regard this as unfair, a breach of contract, as it were. The generals, or the faction among them most inclined to paranoia, are beginning to see the conduct of the war, the political limitation on means, as a ploy of the civilians for performing a putsch against their time-honored prerogatives. This aspect of the situation would bode ill for the country, were it not for the fact that the growing paranoia among the generals has enabled me to manipulate them into presenting both my scenarios to the President. The President has authorized implementation of the major scenario, provided that the minor scenario is successful in properly molding public opinion. My major scenario is simple and direct. Knowing that the poor flying weather makes our conventional air power, with its dependency on relative accuracy, ineffectual, the enemy has fallen into the pattern of grouping his forces into larger units and launching punishing annual offenses during the monsoon season. However, these larger units are highly vulnerable to tactical nuclear weapons, which do not depend upon accuracy for effect. Secure in the knowledge that domestic political considerations preclude the use of nuclear weapons, the enemy will once again form into division-sized units or larger during the next monsoon season. A parsimonious use of tactical nuclear weapons, even as few as 20 100-kiloton bombs employed simultaneously, and in an advantageous pattern, will destroy a minimum of 200,000 enemy troops, or nearly two-thirds of his total force, in a 24-hour period. The blow will be crushing. The minor scenario upon whose success the implementation of the major scenario depends is far more sophisticated, due to its subtler goal. Public acceptance of, or optimally, even public clamor for, the use of tactical nuclear weapons. The task is difficult, but my scenario is quite sound, if somewhat exotic, and with the full, if to some extent clandestine support of the upper military hierarchy, certain civil government circles, and the decision-makers in key aerospace corporations, the means now at my command would seem adequate. The risks, while statistically significant, do not exceed an acceptable level. T-minus 189 days, and counting. The way I see it, the network deserved the shafting I gave them. They shafted me, didn't they? 4 successful series I produced for those bastards, and 2 bomb out after 13 weeks, and they send me to the salt mines. A discotheque. Can you imagine they make me producer at a lousy discotheque? A remittance man they make me, those schlockmeisters. Oh, those schnorrers made the American dream sound like a kosher deal. 20% of the net, they say. And you got access to all our sets and contract players. It'll make you a rich man, Herm. And like a yuck, I signed, being broke at the time, without reading the fine print. I should know they've set up the American dream as a tax loss. I should know that I've got to use their lousy sets and stiff contract players and have it written off against my gross. I should know their shtick is to run the American dream at a loss and then do a network TV show out of the joint from which I don't see a penny. So I end up running the place for them at a paper loss, living on salary, while the network rakes it in off the TV show that I end up paying for out of my end. Don't bums like that deserve to be shafted? It isn't enough they use me as a tax loss patsy. They got to tell me who to book. Go sign the 4 Horsemen, the group that's packing them in at the mandala, they say. We want them on A Night with the American Dream. They're hot. Yeah, they're hot, I say, which means they'll cost a mint. I can't afford it. They show me more fine print. Next time I read the contract with a microscope. I gotta book whoever they tell me to, and I gotta absorb the cost of my books. It's enough to make a Litvak turn anti-Semite. So I had to go to the mandala to sign up these hippies. I made sure I didn't get there till 12:30, so I wouldn't have to stay in that nut house any longer than necessary. Such a dive. What Bernstein did was take a bankrupt Hollywood club on the Strip, knock down all the interior walls, and put up this monster tent inside the shell. Just thin white screening over 2x4s. Real schlock. Outside the tent he's got projectors, lights, speakers, all the electronic mumbo-jumbo, and inside is like being surrounded by movie screens. Just the tent and the bare floor, not even a real stage. Just a platform on wheels they schlep in and out of the tent when they change groups. So you can imagine he doesn't draw exactly a class crowd, not with the American dream up the street being run as a network tax loss. What they got is the smelly, hardcore hippies I don't let in the door, and the kind of J.D. high school kids that think it's smart to hang around putzes like that. A lot of dope pushing goes on. The cops don't like the place, and the rousts draw professional troublemakers. A real den of iniquity. I felt like I was walking onto a Casbah set. The last group had gone off, and the horsemen hadn't come on yet. So what you had was this crazy tent filled with hippies, half of them on acid or pot or amphetamine, or for all I know Ajax, high school would-be hippies, also mostly stoned and getting ugly, and a few crazy Schwartzes looking to fight cops. All of them standing around waiting for something to happen, and about ready to make it happen. I stood near the door just in case. As they say, the vibes were making me uptight. All of a sudden, the house lights go out, and it's black as a network executive's heart. I hold my hand on my wallet. In this crowd, tell me there are no pickpockets. Just the pitch black and dead silence for, 10 beats? Something crawling along my bones. But I know it's some kind of subsonic effect and not my imagination, because all the hippies are standing still, and you don't hear a sound. Then, from a monster speaker so loud you feel it in your teeth, a heartbeat, but heavy, slow, half-time, like maybe a whale's heart. The thing crawling along my bones seems to be synchronized with the heartbeat, and I feel almost like I am that big dumb heart beating there in the darkness. Then a dark red spot, so faint it's almost infrared, hits the stage which they have wheeled out. On the stage are 4 uglies in crazy black robes. You know, like the Grim Reaper wears, with that ugly red light all over them like blood. Creepy. Boom-ba-boom. Boom-ba-boom. The heartbeat's still going. Still that subsonic bone crawl, and the hippies are staring at the 4 horsemen like mesmerized chickens. The bass player, a regular jungle bunny, picks up the rhythm of the heartbeat. Dum-da-dum. Dum-da-dum. The drummer beats it out with ear-splitting rim shots. Then the electric guitar, tuned like a strangling cat, makes with horrible heavy chords. Wang-ka-wang, wang-ka-wang. It's just awful. I feel it in my guts, my bones. My eardrums are just like some great big throbbing vein. Everybody is swaying to it. I'm swaying to it. Boom-ba-boom. Boom-ba-boom. Then the guitarist starts to chant in rhythm with the heartbeat, in a hoarse, shrill voice like somebody dying. The big flash. The big flash. And the guy at the visuals console diddles around, and rings of light start to climb the walls of the tent, blue at the bottom, becoming green as they get higher, then yellow, orange, and finally, as they become a circle on the ceiling, eye-killing neon red. Each circle takes exactly 1 heartbeat to climb the wall. Boy, what an awful feeling. Like I was a tube of toothpaste being squeezed in rhythm till the top of my head felt like it was going to squirt up with those circles of light through the ceiling. And then they start to speed it up gradually. The same heartbeat, the same rim shots, same chords, same circles, same bass, same subsonic bone crawl, but just a little faster, then faster, faster. Thought I would die, knew I would die. Heart beating like a lunatic. Rim shots like a machine gun. Circles of light sucking me up the walls, into that red neon hole. Boy, incredible. Over and over, faster and faster, till the voice was a scream, and the heartbeat a boom, and the rim shots a whine, and the guitar howled feedback, and my bones were jumping out of my body. Every spot in the place came on, and I went blind from the sudden light. An awful explosion sound came over every speaker, so loud it rocked me on my feet. I felt myself squirting out of the top of my head, and loved it. Then, the explosion became a rumble. The light seemed to run together into a circle on the ceiling, leaving everything else black. And the circle became a fireball. The fireball became a slow-motion film of an atomic bomb cloud as the rumbling died away. Then the picture faded into a moment of total darkness, and the house lights came on. What a number! Gewalt, what an act! So, after the show, when I got them alone and found out they had no manager, not even an option to the mandala, I thought faster than I ever had in my life. To make a long story short and sweet, I gave the network the royal screw. I signed the horsemen to a contract that made me their manager and gave me 20% of their take. Then I booked them into the American Dream at $10,000 a week, wrote a check as proprietor of the American Dream, handed the check to myself as manager of the 4 horsemen, then resigned as a network flunky, leaving them with a 10,000 bag and me with 20% of the hottest group since the Beatles. What the hell? He who lives by the fine print shall perish by the fine print. T-minus 148 days, and counting. You haven't seen the tape yet, have you, BD? Jake said. He was nervous as hell. When you reach my level in the network structure, you're used to making subordinates nervous. But Jake Pitkin was head of network continuity, not some office boy, and certainly should be used to dealing with executives at my level. Was the rumor really true? We were alone in the screening room. It was doubtful that the projectionist could hear us. No, I haven't seen it yet, I said. But I've heard some strange stories. Jake looked positively deathly. About the tape? He said. About you, Jake, I said, deprecating the rumor with an easy smile. That you don't want to air the show. It's true, BD, Jake said quietly. Do you realize what you're saying? Whatever our personal tastes, and I personally think there's something unhealthy about them. The Four Horsemen are the hottest thing in the country right now, and that dirty little thief Herm Gilman held us up for $250,000 for an hour show. It cost another $200,000 to make it. We've spent another $100,000 on promotion. We're getting top dollar from the sponsors. There's over $1 million one way or the other riding on that show. That's how much we blow if we don't air it. I know that, BD, Jake said. I also know this could cost me my job. Think about that. Because knowing all that, I'm still against airing the tape. I'm going to run the closing segment for you. I'm sure enough that you'll agree with me to stake my job on it. I had a terrible feeling in my stomach. I have superiors, too, and the word was that a trip with the Four Horsemen would be aired, period, no matter what. Something funny was going on. The price we were getting for commercial time was a precedent, and the sponsor was a big aerospace company which had never bought network time before. What really bothered me was that Jake Pitkin had no reputation for courage, yet here he was laying his job on the line. He must be pretty sure I would come around to his way of thinking, or he wouldn't dare. And though I couldn't tell Jake, I had no choice in the matter whatsoever. "Okay, roll it," Jake said into the intercom mic. "What you're going to see," he said as the screening room lights went out, "is the last number." On the screen, a shot of empty blue sky with soft, lazy electric guitar chords behind it. The camera pans across a few clouds to an extremely long shot on the sun. As the sun, no more than a tiny circle of light, moves into the center of the screen, a sitar drone comes in behind the guitar. Very slowly, the camera begins to zoom in on the sun. As the image of the sun expands, the sitar gets louder and the guitar begins to fade, and a drum starts to give the sitar a beat. The sitar gets louder, the beat gets more pronounced, and begins to speed up as the sun continues to expand. Finally, the whole screen is filled with unbearably bright light behind which the sitar and drum are in a frenzy. Then, over this, drowning out the sitar and drum, a voice like a sick thing in heat. "Brighter than 1,000 suns." The light dissolves into a close-up of a beautiful dark-haired girl with huge eyes and moist lips, and suddenly there is nothing on the soundtrack but soft guitar and voices crooning low, "Brighter, oh God, it's brighter, brighter than 1,000 suns." The girl's face dissolves into a full shot of the Four Horsemen in their grim reaper robes, and the same melody that had played behind the girl's face shifts into a minor key, picks up whining, reverberating electric guitar chords and a sitar drone, and becomes a dirge. Darker. The world grows darker. And a series of cuts in time to the dirge. A burning village in Asia strewn with bodies. Darker. The world grows darker. The corpse heap at Auschwitz. Until it gets so dark. A gigantic auto graveyard with gaunt Negro children dwarfed in the foreground. "I think I'll die." A Washington ghetto in flames with the Capitol misty in the background. "Before the daylight comes." A jump cut to an extreme close-up on the lead singer of the Horsemen, his face twisted into a mask of desperation and ecstasy. And the sitar is playing double time, the guitar is wailing, and he is screaming at the top of his lungs, "But before I die, let me make that trip before the nothing comes." The girl's face again, but transparent, with a blinding yellow light shining through it. The sitar beat gets faster and faster with the guitar whining behind it, and the voice is working itself up into a howling frenzy. "The last big flash to light my sky." Nothing but the blinding light now. And zap! The world is done. An utterly black screen for a beat that becomes black fading to blue at a horizon. But before we die, let's dig that high that frees us from our binds, that blows all cool that ego drool and burns us from our mind. The last big flash, mankind's last gas, the trip we can't take twice. Suddenly the music stops dead for a half a beat. Then, the screen is lit up by an enormous fireball, a shattering rumble. The fireball coalesces into a mushroom pillar cloud as the roar goes on. As the roar begins to die out, fire is visible inside the monstrous nuclear cloud, and the girl's face is faintly visible superimposed over the cloud. A soft voice, amplified over the roar, obscenely reverential now. Brighter. Great God, it's brighter. Brighter than 1,000 suns. And the screen went blank, and the lights came on. I looked at Jake. Jake looked at me. That's sick, I said. That's really sick. You don't want to run a thing like that, do you, BD? Jake said softly. I made some rapid mental calculations. The loathsome thing ran something under 5 minutes. It could be done. You're right, Jake, I said. We won't run a thing like that. We'll cut it out of the tape and squeeze in another commercial at each break. That should cover the time. You don't understand, Jake said. The contract Herm rammed down our throats doesn't allow us to edit. The show's a package, all or nothing. Besides, the whole show's like that. All like that? What do you mean, all like that? Jake squirmed in his seat. Those guys are, well, perverts, BD, he said. Perverts? They're in love with the atom bomb or something. Every number leads up to the same thing. You mean they're all like that? You got the picture, BD, Jake said. We run an hour of that, or we run nothing at all. Jesus. I knew what I wanted to say. Burn the tape and write off the $1 million. But I also knew it would cost me my job. And I knew that 5 minutes after I was out the door, they would have someone in my job who would see things their way. Even my superiors seemed to be just handing down the word from higher up. I had no choice. There was no choice. I'm sorry, Jake, I said. We run it. I resign, said Jake Pitkin, who had no reputation for courage. T-minus 10 days, and counting. It's a clear violation of the test ban treaty, I said. The undersecretary looked as dazed as I felt. We'll call it a peaceful use of atomic energy, and let the Russians scream, he said. It's insane. Perhaps, the undersecretary said. But you have your orders, General Carson, and I have mine, from higher up. At exactly 8:58 p.m. local time on July 4th, you will drop a 50-kiloton atomic bomb on the designated ground zero at Yucca Flats. But the people, the television crew, will be at least 2 miles outside the danger zone. Surely SAC can manage that kind of accuracy under laboratory conditions. I stiffened. I do not question the competence of any bomber crew under my command to perform this mission, I said. I question the reason for the mission. I question the sanity of the orders. The undersecretary shrugged, smiled weakly. Welcome to the club. You mean you don't know what this is all about either? All I know is what was transmitted to me by the Secretary of Defense, and I got the feeling he doesn't know everything either. You know that the Pentagon has been screaming for the use of tactical nuclear weapons to end the war in Asia. You SAC boys have been screaming the loudest. Well, several months ago, the President conditionally approved a plan for the use of tactical weapons during the next monsoon season. I whistled. The civilians were finally coming to their senses. Or were they? But what does that have to do with... Public opinion, the Undersecretary said. It was conditional upon a drastic change in public opinion. At the time the plan was approved, the polls showed that 78.8% of the population opposed the use of tactical nuclear weapons, 9.8% favored their use, and the rest were undecided or had no opinion. The President agreed to authorize the use of tactical nuclear weapons by a date, several months from now, which is still top secret, provided that by that date at least 65% of the population approved their use, and no more than 20% actively opposed it. I see. Just a ploy to keep the Joint Chiefs quiet. General Carson, the Undersecretary said. Apparently you are out of touch with the national mood. After the first Four Horsemen show, the polls showed that 25% of the population approved the use of nuclear weapons. After the second show, the figure was 41%. It is now 48%. Only 32% are now actively opposed. You're trying to tell me that a rock group and the cult around it. It's become a national hysteria. There are imitators. Haven't you seen those buttons? The ones with a mushroom cloud on them that say, "Do it"? The Undersecretary nodded. Your guess is as good as mine whether the National Security Council just decided that the horseman hysteria could be used to mold public opinion, or whether the Four Horsemen were their creatures to begin with. But the results are the same either way. The horsemen and the cult around them have won over precisely that element of the population which was most adamantly opposed to nuclear weapons: hippies, students, dropouts, draft-age youth. Demonstrations against the war and against nuclear weapons have died down. We're pretty close to that 65%. Someone, perhaps the President himself, has decided that one more big Four Horsemen show will put us over the top. The President is behind this? No one else can authorize the detonation of an atomic bomb, after all, the Undersecretary said. We're letting them do the show live from Yucca Flats. It's being sponsored by an aerospace company heavily dependent on defense contracts. We're letting them truck in a live audience. Of course the government is behind it. And SAC drops an A-bomb as the showstopper? Exactly. I saw one of those shows, I said. My kids were watching it. I got the strangest feeling. I almost wanted that red telephone to ring. I know what you mean, the Undersecretary said. Sometimes I get the feeling that whoever's behind this has gotten caught up in the hysteria themselves, that the horsemen are now using whoever was using them, a closed circle. But I've been tired lately. The war's making us all so tired. If only we could get it all over with. We'd all like to get it over with one way or the other, I said. T-minus 60 minutes, and counting. I had orders to muster Blackfish's crew for the live satellite relay of the Four Horsemen's 4th. Superficially, it might seem strange to order the whole Polaris fleet to watch a television show, but the morale factor involved was quite significant. Polaris subs are frustrating duty. Only top sailors are chosen, and a good sailor craves action. Yet, if we are ever called upon to act, our mission will have been a failure. We spend most of our time honing skills that must never be used. Deterrence is a sound strategy, but a terrible drain on the men of the deterrent forces, a drain exacerbated in the past by the negative attitude of our countrymen toward our mission. Men who, in the service of their country, polish their skills to a razor edge, and then must refrain from exercising them, have a right to resent being treated as pariahs. Therefore, the positive change in the public attitude toward us that seems to be associated with the Four Horsemen has made them mascots of a kind to the Polaris fleet. In their strange way, they seem to speak for us and to us. I chose to watch the show in the Missile Control Center, where a full crew must always be ready to launch the missiles on 5-minute notice. I have always felt a sense of communion with the duty watch in the Missile Control Center that I cannot share with the other men under my command. Here we are not captain and crew, but mind and hand. Should the order come, the will to fire the missiles will be mine, and the act will be theirs. At such a moment, it will be good not to feel alone. All eyes were on the television set mounted above the main console as the show came on, and The screen was filled with a whirling spiral pattern, metallic yellow and metallic blue. There was a droning sound that seemed part sitar and part electronic, and I had the feeling that the sound was somehow coming from inside my head, and the spiral seemed etched directly on my retinas. It hurt mildly, yet nothing in the world could have made me turn away. Then 2 voices, chanting against each other. Let it all come in. Let it all come out. In, out. In, out. In, out. My head seemed to be pulsing. In, out. In, out. In, out. And the spiral pattern began to pulse color changes with the words. Yellow on blue, in. Green on red, out. In, out. In, out. In, out. In the screen, out my head. I seemed to be beating against some kind of invisible membrane between myself and the screen, as if something were trying to embrace my mind, and I were fighting it. But why was I fighting it? The pulsing, the chanting got faster and faster, till in could not be told from out, and negative spiral afterimages formed in my eyes faster than they could adjust to the changes, piled up on each other faster and faster, till it seemed my head would explode. The chanting and the droning broke, and there were the 4 horsemen in their robes, playing on some stage against a backdrop of clear blue sky, and a single voice, soothing now. You are in. Then the view was directly above the horsemen, and I could see that they were on some kind of circular platform. The view moved slowly and smoothly up and away, and I saw that the circular stage was atop a tall tower. Around the tower, and completely circling it, was a huge crowd seated on desert sands that stretched away to an empty infinity. And we are in, and they are in. I was down among the crowd now. They seemed to melt and flow like plastic, pouring from the television screen to enfold me. And we are all in here together. A strange and beautiful feeling. The music got faster and wilder, ecstatic. The hull of the Blackfish seemed unreal. The crowd was swaying to it around me. The distance between myself and the crowd seemed to dissolve. I was there. They were here. We were transfixed. Oh, yeah, we are all in here together. Together. T-minus 45 minutes, and counting. Jeremy and I sat staring at the television screen, ignoring each other and everything around us. Even with the short watches and the short tours of duty, you can get to feeling pretty strange down here in a hole in the ground under tons of concrete. Just you and the guy with the other key, with nothing to do but think dark thoughts and get on each other's nerves. We're all supposed to be as stable as men can be, or so they tell us, and they must be right because the world's still here. I mean, it wouldn't take much. Just 2 guys on the same watch over the same 3 Minutemen flipping out at the same time, turning their keys in the dual lock, pressing the 3 buttons. Pow! World War III. A bad thought. The kind we're not supposed to think, or I'll start watching Jeremy and he'll start watching me and we'll get a paranoid feedback going. But that can't happen. We're too stable, too responsible. As long as we remember that it's healthy to feel a little spooky down here, we'll be all right. But the television set is a good idea. It keeps us in contact with the outside world, keeps it real. It'd be too easy to start thinking that the Missile Control Center down here is the only real world, and that nothing that happens up there really matters. Bad thought. The 4 horsemen. Somehow these guys help you get it all out. I mean that feeling that it might be better to release all that tension, get it all over with. Watching the 4 horsemen, you're able to go with it without doing any harm, let it wash over you and then through you. I suppose they are crazy. They're all the human craziness in ourselves that we've got to keep very careful watch over down here. Letting it all come out watching the horsemen makes it sure that none of it will come out down here. I guess that's why a lot of us have taken to wearing those do-it buttons off-duty. The brass doesn't mind. They seem to understand that it's the kind of inside sick joke we need to keep us functioning. Now, that spiral thing they had started the show with, and the droning, came back on. Zap! I was right back in the screen again, as if the commercial hadn't happened. We are all in here together. And then a close-up of the lead singer, looking straight at me, as close as Jeremy, and somehow more real. A mean-looking guy, with something behind his eyes that told me he knew where everything lousy and rotten was at. A bass began to thrum behind him, and some kind of electronic hum that set my teeth on edge. He began playing his guitar, mean and low down, and singing in that kind of drop-dead tone of voice that starts brawls in bars. I stabbed my mother, and I mugged my paw. A riff of heavy guitar chords echoed the words mockingly as a huge swastika, red on black, black on red, pulsed like a naked vein on the screen. The face of the horseman leering. Nailed my sister to the toilet door. Guitar behind the pulsing swastika. Drowned a puppy in a cement machine. Burned a kitten just to hear it scream. On the screen, just a big fire burning in slow motion, and the voice became a slow, shrill, agonized wail. Oh, God, I've got this red-hot fire burning in the marrow of my brain. Oh, yes, I got this fire burning in the stinking marrow of my brain. Gotta get me a blowtorch and set some naked flesh on flame. The fire dissolved into the face of a screaming Oriental woman who ran through a burning village clawing at the napalm on her back. I got this message, boiling in the bubbles of my blood. A man ain't nothing but a fire burning and a dirty glob of mud. A film clip of a Nuremberg rally, a revolving swastika of marching men waving torches. Then the leader of the horsemen superimposed over the twisted flaming cross. Don't you hate me, baby? Can't you feel something screaming in your mind? Don't you hate me, baby? Feel me drowning you in slime? Just the face of the horseman howling hate. Oh, yes, I'm a monster, mother. A long view of the crowd around the platform on their feet, waving arms, screaming soundlessly. Then a quick zoom in and a kaleidoscope of faces, eyes feverish, mouths open and howling. Just call me! The face of the horseman superimposed over the crazed faces of the crowd. Mankind! I looked at Jeremy. He was toying with the key on the chain around his neck. He was sweating. I suddenly realized that I was sweating too, and that my own key was throbbing in my hand, alive. T-minus 13 minutes, and counting. A funny feeling, the captain, watching the four horsemen here in the Blackfish's missile control center with us. Sitting in front of my console, watching the television set with the captain kind of breathing down my neck, I got the feeling he knew what was going through me, and I couldn't know what was going through him, and it gave the fire inside me a kind of greasy feel I didn't like. Then the commercial was over, and that spiral thing came on again, and whoosh! It sucked me right back into the television set, and I stopped worrying about the captain or anything like that. Just the spiral going yellow-blue, red-green, and then starting to whirl and whirl, faster and faster, changing colors and whirling, 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 and the sound of a kind of Coney Island carousel tinkling behind it, faster and faster and faster, whirling and whirling and whirling, flashing red-green, yellow-blue, and whirling, whirling, whirling. And this big hum filling my body, and whirling, whirling, whirling. My muscles relaxing, going limp, whirling, 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 all limp, whirling, whirling, whirling. Oh, so nice, just whirling, whirling. and in the center of the flashing, spiraling colors, a bright dot of colorless light, right at the center, not moving, not changing, while the whole world went whirling and whirling in colors around it, and the humming was coming from the spinning colors, and the dot was humming its song to me. The dot was a light way down at the end of a long, whirling, whirling tunnel. The humming started to get a little louder. The bright dot started to get a little bigger. I was drifting down the tunnel toward it, whirling, whirling, whirling. T-minus 11 minutes, and counting. Whirling, whirling, whirling down a long, long tunnel of pulsing colors, whirling, whirling toward the circle of light way down at the end of the tunnel. How nice it would be to finally get there and soak up the beautiful hum filling my body, and then I could forget that I was down here in this hole in the ground with a hard brass key in my hand, just duking me, down here in a cave under the ground that was a spiral of flashing colors, whirling, whirling toward the friendly light at the end of the tunnel, whirling, whirling. T-minus 10 minutes, and counting. The circle of light at the end of the whirling tunnel was getting bigger and bigger, and the humming was getting louder and louder, and I was feeling better and better, and the Blackfish's missile control center was getting dimmer and dimmer as the awful weight of command got lighter and lighter, whirling, whirling, and I felt so good I wanted to cry, whirling, whirling. T-minus 9 minutes, and counting. Whirling, whirling. I was whirling, Jeremy was whirling, the hole in the ground was whirling, and the circle of light at the end of the tunnel whirled closer and closer, and I was through. A place filled with yellow light, pale metal yellow light, then pale metallic blue, yellow, blue, yellow, blue, yellow, blue, yellow, blue, yellow, blue, yellow, pure light pulsing, and pure sound droning, and just the feeling of letters I couldn't read between the pulses, not yellow and not blue, too quick and too faint to be visible, but important, very important. And then a voice that seemed to be singing from inside my head, almost as if it were my own. Oh, 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 don't I really wanna know? Oh, 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 don't I really wanna know? The world pulsing, flashing around those words I couldn't read, couldn't quite read, had to read, could almost read. Oh, 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 great God, I really wanna know. Strange amorphous shapes clouding the blue-yellow sky, flickering universe, hiding the words I had to read. Damn it, why wouldn't they get out of the way so I could find out what I had to know? Tell me, tell me, tell me, tell me, tell me. Gotta know, gotta know, gotta know, gotta know. T-minus 7 minutes, and counting. Couldn't read the words. Why wouldn't the captain let me read the words? And that voice inside me. Gotta know, gotta know, gotta know why it hurts me so. Why wouldn't it shut up and let me read the words? Why wouldn't the words hold still, or just slow down a little? If they'd slow down a little, I could read them, and then I'd know what I had to do. T-minus 6 minutes, and counting. I felt the sweaty key in the palm of my hand. I saw Duke stroking his own key. Had to know. Now, through the pulsing blue-yellow-blue light and the unreadable words that were building up an awful pressure in the back of my brain, I could see the 4 horsemen. They were on their knees, crying, looking up at something and begging, "Tell me, tell me, tell me, tell me." Then soft billows of rich red and orange fire filled the world, and a huge voice was trying to speak, but it couldn't form the words. It stuttered and moaned. The yellow-blue-yellow flashing around the words I couldn't read. The same words I suddenly sensed that the voice of the fire was trying so hard to form, and the 4 horsemen on their knees begging, "Tell me, tell me, tell me." The friendly warm fire trying so hard to speak, "Tell me, tell me, tell me, tell me." T-minus 4 minutes, and counting. What were the words? What was the order? I could sense my men silently imploring me to tell them. After all, I was their captain. It was my duty to tell them. It was my duty to find out. "Tell me, tell me, tell me," the robed figures on their knees implored through the flickering pulse in my brain, and I could almost make out the words. Almost. "Tell me, tell me, tell me," I whispered to the warm orange fire that was trying so hard but couldn't quite form the words. The men were whispering it too. "Tell me, tell me." T-minus 3 minutes, and counting. The question burning blue and yellow in my brain. What was the fire trying to tell me? What were the words I couldn't read? Had to unlock the words. Had to find the key. A key. The key. The key. And there was the lock that imprisoned the words, right in front of me. Put the key in the lock. I looked at Jeremy. Wasn't there some reason long ago and far away why Jeremy might try to stop me from putting the key in the lock? But Jeremy didn't move as I fitted the key into the lock. T-minus 2 minutes, and counting. Why wouldn't the captain tell me what the order was? The fire knew, but it couldn't tell. My head ached from the pulsing, but I couldn't read the words. "Tell me, tell me, tell me," I begged. Then I realized that the captain was asking too. T-minus 90 seconds, and counting. "Tell me, tell me, tell me," the horseman begged, and the words I couldn't read were afire in my brain. Duke's key was in the lock in front of us. From very far away, he said, "We have to do it together." Of course. Our keys would unlock the words. I put my key into the lock. 1, 2, 3. We turned our keys together. A lid on the console popped open. Under the lid were 3 red buttons. 3 signs on the console lit up in red letters. Armed. T-minus 60 seconds, and counting. The men were waiting for me to give some order. I didn't know what the order was. A magnificent orange fire was trying to tell me, but it couldn't get the words out. Robed figures were praying to the fire. Then, through the yellow-blue flicker that hid the words I had to read, I saw a vast crowd encircling a tower. The crowd was on its feet, begging silently. The tower, in the center of the crowd, became the orange fire that was trying to tell me what the words were. Became a great mushroom of billowing smoke and blinding orange-red glare. T-minus 30 seconds, and counting. The huge pillar of fire was trying to tell Jeremy and me what the words were, what we had to do. The crowd was screaming at the cloud of flame. The yellow-blue flicker was getting faster and faster behind the mushroom cloud. I could almost read the words. I could see that there were 2 of them. T-minus 20 seconds, and counting. Why didn't the captain tell us? I could almost see the words. Then I heard the crowd around the beautiful mushroom cloud shouting, "Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it!" T-minus 10 seconds, and counting. "Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it!" What did they want me to do? Did Duke know? 9. The men were waiting. What was the order? They hunched over the firing controls, waiting. The firing controls? "Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it!" 8. "Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it!" the crowd screaming. "Jeremy!" I shouted. "I can read the words!" 7. My hands hovered over my bank of firing buttons. "Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it!" the words said. Didn't the captain understand? 6. "What do they want us to do, Jeremy?" 5. Why didn't the mushroom cloud give the order? My men were waiting. A good sailor craves action. Then a great voice spoke from the pillar of fire. "Do it! Do it! Do it!" 4. There's only one thing we can do down here, Duke. 3. The order, men! Action! Fire! 2. Yes! 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 Jeremy! 1. I reached for my bank of firing buttons. All along the console, the men reached for their buttons, but I was too fast for them. I would be first. 0. The big flash. "4. The electromagnetic pulse will finally zap that high-kilowatt audio-visual gear and reduce the noise level. Now the fun of survival can begin. Let's take a holiday from such heavy concern with our rat race against the doomsday clock now past midnight anyway, and join Ward Moore's Jimin family for an outing in the country while warheads fall on cities. I remembered reading Lot when it first appeared in 1953, and the fact that Marty Greenberg mentioned it in our first discussion last year prompted my quick acceptance of his invitation to co-edit this book. Feminists may find this version of the Lot family's adventures after leaving Sodom more compatible with intuition than the account in Genesis, whose editors perhaps felt they had to go for a certain patriarchal slant to avoid offending the all-male readership of those times. Lot by Ward Moore. Mr. Jimin even appeared elated, like a man about to set out on a vacation. Well, folks, no use waiting any longer. We're all set, so let's go. There was a betrayal here. Mr. Jimin was not the kind of man who addressed his family as folks. David, you're sure? Mr. Jimin merely smiled. This was quite out of character. Customarily, he reacted to his wife's habit of posing unfinished questions. After 17 years, the unuttered and larger part of the queries were always instantly known to him in some mysterious way, as though unerringly projected by the key in which the introduction was pitched, so that not only the full wording was communicated to his mind, but the shades and implications which circumstance and humor attached to them, with sharp and querulous defense. No matter how often he resolved to stare quietly, or use the still more effective, "Afraid I didn't catch your meaning, dear," he had never been able to put his resolution into force, until this moment of crisis. Crisis, reflected Mr. Jimin, still smiling and moving suggestively toward the door. Crisis changes people, brings out underlying qualities. It was Jer who answered Molly Jimin, with the adolescent's half-whine of exasperation. "Aw, for Christ's sake, Mom, what's the idea? The highways will be clogged tight. What's the good figuring out everything ahead of time and having everything all set if you're going to start all over again at the last minute? Get a grip on yourself and let's go." Mr. Jimin did not voice the reflexive, "That's no way to talk to your mother." Instead, he thought, not unsympathetically, of woman's slow reaction time. Asset in childbirth, liability behind the wheel. He knew Molly was thinking of the house and all the things in it. Her clothes and Erica's, the TV set, so sullenly ugly now, with the electricity gone. The refrigerator, in which the food would soon begin to rot and stink. The dead stove. The cellar full of cases of canned stuff for which there was no room in the station wagon. And the Buick, blocked up in the garage, with the air thoughtfully let out of the tires and the battery hidden. Of course, the house would be looted. But they had known that all along. When they, or rather he, for it was his executive's mind and training which were responsible for the Jimin's preparation against this moment, planned so carefully and providentially, he had weighed property against life and decided on life. No other decision was possible. "Aren't you at least going to phone Pearl and Dan?" Now why in the world, thought Mr. Jimin, completely above petty irritation, should I call Dan Davison? Because, of course, it's Dan she means, my old beau. Oh, he was nobody then, just an impractical dreamer without a penny to his name. It wasn't for years that he was recognized as a mathematical genius. Now he's a professor and all sorts of things. But she automatically says Pearl and Dan, not Dan. What can Dan do with the square root of minus nothing to offset m equals whatever it is at this moment? Or am I supposed to ask if Pearl has all her diamonds? Query, why doesn't Pearl wear pearls? Only diamonds. My wife's friend, ha ha. But even the subtlest intonation won't label them when you're entertaining an important client and Pearl and Dan. And why should I phone? What sudden paralysis afflicts her? Hysteria? No, said Mr. Jimin. I did not phone Pearl and Dan. Then he added, relenting, "Phone's been out since." "But," said Molly, "she's hardly going to ask me to drive into town." He selected several answers in readiness. But she merely looked toward the telephone helplessly. She ought to have been fat, thought Mr. Jimin. Really she should, or anyway plump. Her thinness gives her that air of competence. So he amplified gently, They're unquestionably all right, as far away from it as we are. Wendell was already in the station wagon, with Waggy hidden somewhere. Should have sent the dog to the Humane Society. More merciful to have it put to sleep. Too late now. Waggy would have to take his chance. There were plenty of rabbits in the hills above Malibu. He had often seen them quite close to the house. At all events, there was no room for a dog in the wagon, already loaded to within a pound of its capacity. Erica came in briskly from the kitchen, her brown jodhpurs making her appear at first glance even younger than 14, but only at first glance. Then the swell of hips and breasts denied the childishness the jodhpurs seemed to accent. "The water's gone, Mom. There's no use sticking around any longer." Molly looked incredulous. "The water?" "Of course the water's gone," said Mr. Jimin, not impatiently, but rather with satisfaction in his own foresight. "If it didn't get the aqueduct, the mains depend on pumps, electric pumps. When the electricity went, the water went too." "But the water," repeated Molly, as though this last catastrophe was beyond all reason, even the outrageous logic which it brought in its train. Jur slouched past them and outside. Erica tucked in a strand of hair, pulled her jockey cap downward and sideways, glanced quickly at her mother and father, then followed. Molly took several steps, paused, smiled vaguely in the mirror, and walked out of the house. Mr. Jimin patted his pockets. The money was all there. He didn't even look back before closing the front door and rattling the knob to be sure the lock had caught. It had never failed, but Mr. Jimin always rattled it anyway. He strode to the station wagon, running his eyes over the springs to reassure himself again that they really hadn't overloaded it. The sky was overcast. You might have thought it one of the regular morning high fogs if you didn't know. Mr. Jimin faced southeast, but it had been too far away to see anything. Now Erica and Molly were in the front seat. The boys were in the back, lost amid the neatly packed stuff. He opened the door on the driver's side, got in, turned the key, and started the motor. Then he said casually over his shoulder, "Put the dog out, Jur." Wendell protested too quickly. "Waggy's not here." Molly exclaimed, "Oh, David." Mr. Jimin said patiently, "We're losing pretty valuable time. There's no room for the dog. We have no food for him. If we had room, we could have taken more essentials. Those few pounds might mean the difference." "Can't find him," muttered Jur. "He's not here. I tell you he's not here," shouted Wendell, tearful-voiced. "If I have to stop the motor and get him myself, we'll be wasting still more time and gas." Mr. Jimin was still detached, judicial. "This isn't a matter of kindness to animals. It's life and death." Erica said evenly, "Dad's right, you know. It's the dog or us. Put him out, Wind." "I tell you—" Wendell began. "Got him!" exclaimed Jur. "Okay, Waggy. Outside and good luck." The spaniel wriggled ecstatically as he was picked up and put out through the open window. Mr. Jimin raced the motor, but it didn't drown out Wendell's anguish. He threw himself on his brother, hitting and kicking. Mr. Jimin took his foot off the gas, and as soon as he was sure the dog was away from the wheels, eased the station wagon out of the driveway and down the hill toward the ocean. "Wendell, stop!" pleaded Molly. "Don't hurt him, Jur." Mr. Jimin clicked on the radio. After a preliminary hum, clashing static crackled out. He pushed all 5 buttons in turn, varying the quality of unintelligible sound. "Want me to try?" offered Erica. She pushed the manual button and turned the knob slowly. Music dripped out. Mr. Jimin grunted. "Mexican station. Try something else. Maybe you can get Ventura." They rounded a tight curve. "Isn't that the Warbins?" asked Molly. For the first time since it happened, Mr. Jimin had a twinge of impatience. There was no possibility, even with the unreliable eye of shocked excitement, of mistaking the Warbin's blue Mercury. No one else on Rambla Catalina had one anything like it, and visitors would be most unlikely now. If Molly would apply the most elementary logic. Besides, Warbin had stopped the Blue Mercury in the gym and driveway 5 times every week for the past 2 months, ever since they had decided to put the Buick up and keep the wagon packed and ready against this moment, for Mr. Jimin to ride with him to the city. Of course it was the Warbins. Advised not to impede the progress of the military. Adequate medical staffs are standing by at all hospitals. Local civilian defense units are taking all steps in accordance. Santa Barbara, remarked Jur, nodding at the radio with an expert's assurance. Mr. Jimin slowed, prepared to follow the Warbins down to 101, but the Mercury halted and Mr. Jimin turned out to pass it. Warbin was driving, and Sally was in the front seat with him. The back seat appeared empty except for a few things obviously hastily thrown in. No foresight, thought Mr. Jimin. Warbin waved his hand vigorously out the window, and Sally shouted something. Panic will merely slow rescue efforts. Casualties are much smaller than originally reported. How do they know? Asked Mr. Jimin, waving politely at the Warbins. Oh, David, aren't you going to stop? They want something. Probably just to talk. To retain every drop of water. Emergency power will be in operation shortly. There is no cause for undue alarm. General... Through the rearview mirror, Mr. Jimin saw the Blue Mercury start after them. He had been right, then. They only wanted to say something inconsequential. At a time like this. At the junction with US 101, 5 cars blocked Rambla Catalina. Mr. Jimin set the handbrake, and steadying himself with the open door, stood tiptoe twistedly, trying to see over the cars ahead. 101 was solid with traffic, which barely moved. On the southbound side of the divided highway, a stream of vehicles flowed illegally north. Thought everybody was figured to go east, jibed Jur over the other side of the car. Mr. Jimin was not disturbed by his son's sarcasm. How right he'd been to rule out the trailer. Of course, the bulk of the cars were headed eastward as he'd calculated. This sluggish mass was nothing compared with the countless ones which must now be blocking the roads to Pasadena, Alhambra, Garvey, Norwalk. Even the northbound refugees were undoubtedly taking 99 or regular 101. The highway before them was really 101 alternate. He had picked the most feasible exit. The Warbins drew up alongside. "Hurry didn't do you much good," shouted Warbin, leaning forward to clear his wife's face. Mr. Jimin reached in and turned off the ignition. Gas was going to be precious. He smiled and shook his head at Warbin. No use pointing out that he'd got the inside lane by passing the Mercury, with a better chance to seize the opening on the highway when it came. "Get in the car, Jur, and shut the door. Have to be ready when this breaks." "If it ever does," said Molly. "All that rush and bustle. We might just as well—" Mr. Jimin was conscious of Warbin's glowering at him, and resolutely refused to turn his head. He pretended not to hear him yell. "Only wanted to tell you you forgot to pick up your bumper jack. It's in front of our garage." Mr. Jimin's stomach felt empty. What if he had a flat now? Ruined. Condemned. He knew a burning hate for Warbin. Incompetent borrower, bad neighbor, thoughtless, shiftless, criminal. He owed it to himself to leap from the station wagon and seize Warbin by the throat. "What did he say, David? What is Mr. Warbin saying?" Then he remembered it was the jack from the Buick. The station wagon's was safely packed where he could get at it easily. Naturally, he would never have started out on a trip like this without checking so essential an item. "Nothing," he said. "Nothing at all." Plane dispatches indicate target was the Signal Hill area. Minor damage was done to Long Beach, Wilmington, and San Pedro. All non-military air traffic warned from Mines Field. The smash and crash of bumper and fender sounded familiarly on the highway. From his lookout station, he couldn't see what had happened, but it was easy enough to reconstruct the impatient jerk forward that caused it. Mr. Jimin didn't exactly smile, but he allowed himself a faint quiver of internal satisfaction. A crash up ahead would make things worse, but a crash behind, and many of them were inevitable, must eventually create a gap. Even as he thought this, the first car at the mouth of Rambla Catalina edged onto the shoulder of the highway. Mr. Jimin slid back in and started the motor, inching ahead after the car in front, gradually leaving the still uncomfortable proximity of the Warbans. "Got to go to the toilet," announced Wendell abruptly. "Didn't I tell you?" "Well, hurry up. Jerk keep the door open and pull him in if the car starts to move." "I can't go here." Mr. Jimin restrained his impulse to snap, "Hold it in, then." Instead, he said mildly, "This is a crisis, Wendell. No time for niceties. Hurry." The flash was seen as far north as Ventura and as far south as Newport. An eyewitness who had just arrived by helicopter. "That's what we should have had," remarked Jur. "You thought of everything except that." "That's no way to speak to your father," admonished Molly. "Aw, heck, Mom, this is a crisis. No time for niceties." "You're awful smart, Jur," said Erica. "Big, tough, brutal man." "Go down, brat," returned Jur. "Your nose needs wiping." "As a matter of record," Mr. Jimin said calmly, "I thought of both plane and helicopter, and decided against them." "I can't go. Honest, I just can't go." "Just relax, darling," advised Molly. "No one is looking." Fires reported in Compton, Linwood, Southgate, Harbor City, Lomita, and other spots are now under control. Residents are advised not to attempt to travel on the overcrowded highways, as they are much safer in their homes or places of employment. The civilian defense— The two cars ahead bumped forward. "Get in!" shouted Mr. Jimin. He got the left front tire of the station wagon on the asphalt shoulder. The double lane of concrete was impossibly far ahead, only to be blocked by the packed procession. The clock on the dash said 11:04. Nearly 5 hours since it happened, and they were less than 2 miles from home. They could have done better walking, or on horseback. All residents of the Los Angeles area are urged to remain calm. Local radio service will be restored in a matter of minutes, along with electricity and water. Reports of fifth column activities have been greatly exaggerated. The FBI has all known subversives under— He reached over and shut it off. Then he edged a daring 2 inches farther on the shoulder, almost grazing an aggressive Cadillac, packed solid with cardboard cartons. On his left, a Model A truck shivered and trembled. He knew, distantly and disapprovingly, that it belonged to 2 painters who called themselves man and wife. The truck bed was loaded high with household goods. Poor, useless things no looter would bother to steal. In the cab, the artists passed a quart beer bottle back and forth. The man waved it genially at him. Mr. Jimin nodded discouragingly back. The thermometer on the mirror showed 90. Hot, all right. Of course, if they ever got rolling— I'm thirsty, he thought. Probably suggestion. If I hadn't seen the thermometer— Anyway, I'm not going to paw around and back for the canteen. Forethought. Like the arms. He cleared his throat. Remember, there's an automatic in the glove compartment. If anyone tries to open the door on your side, use it. Oh, David, humanity. Non-resistance. Gandhi. I've never shot at anything but a target. At a time like this. But they don't understand. I could use the rifle from back here, suggested Jur. Can't I, Dad? I can reach the shotgun, said Wendell. That's better at close range. Gee, you men are brave, jeered Erica. Mr. Jimin said nothing. Both shotgun and rifle were unloaded. Foresight again. He caught the hiccuping pause in the traffic instantly, gratified at his smooth coordination. How far he could proceed on the shoulder before running into a culvert narrowing the highway to the concrete, he didn't know. Probably not more than a mile at most. But at least he was off Rambla Catalina and on 101. He felt tremendously elated. Successful. Here we go. He almost added, hold on to your hats. Of course, the shoulder, too, was packed solid, and progress, even in low gear, was maddening. The gas consumption was something he did not want to think about. His pride in the way the needle of the gauge caressed the F shrank. And gas would be hard to come by, in spite of his pocketful of ration coupons. Black market. "Mind if I try the radio again?" asked Erica, switching it on. Mr. Jimin, following the pattern of previous success, insinuated the left front tire onto the concrete, eliciting a disapproving squawk from the Pontiac alongside. Sector was quiet. "Enemy losses are estimated—" "Can't you get something else?" asked Jur. "Something less dusty?" "Wish we had TV in the car," observed Wendell. "Joe Telfer's old man put a set in the back seat of their Chrysler." "Dry up, Squirt," said Jur. "Let the air out of your head."
"Jur! Oh, Mom, don't pay attention. Don't you see that's what he wants?"
"Listen, brat, if you weren't a girl, I'd spank you."
"You mean if I wasn't your sister? You'd probably enjoy such childish sex play with any other girl." "Erica!"
"Where do they learn it?" marveled Mr. Jimin. "These progressive schools. Do you suppose—" He edged the front wheel farther in exultantly, taking advantage of a momentary lapse of attention on the part of the Pontiac's driver. Unless the other went berserk with frustration and rammed into him, he practically had a cinch on a car length of the concrete now. "Here we go," he gloried. "We're on our way." "Aw, if I was driving, we'd be halfway to Oxnard by now."
"Jur, that's no way to talk to your father."
Mr. Jimin reflected dispassionately that Molly's ineffective admonitions only spurred Jur's 16-year-old brashness, already irritating enough in its own right. Indeed, if it were not for Molly, Jur might. It was, of course, possible. Here Mr. Jimin braked just short of the convertible ahead. Jur wasn't just going through a difficult period. What was particularly difficult about it, he inquired, in the face of all the books Molly suggestively left around on the psychological problems of growth? The boy had everything he could possibly want, but was the type who, in different circumstances, drifted well into, well, perhaps not exactly juvenile delinquency, but in the Long Beach, Wilmington, San Pedro area. Comparison with that which occurred at Pittsburgh reveals that this morning's was in every way less serious. All fires are now under control, and all the injured are now receiving medical attention.
"I don't think they're telling the truth," stated Mrs. Jimin.
He snorted. He didn't think so either, but by what process had she arrived at that conclusion? "I want to hear the ball game." "Turn on the ball game, Rick," Wendell demanded. 11:16, and rolling northward on the highway. Not bad. Not bad at all. Foresight. Now, if he could only edge his way leftward to the southbound strip, they'd be beyond the Santa Barbara bottleneck by 2 o'clock.
"The lights!" exclaimed Molly. "The taps!"
Oh, no, thought Mr. Jimin, not that, too. Out of the comic strips. "Keep calm," advised Jur. "Electricity and water are both off, remember?"
"I'm not quite an imbecile yet, Jur. I'm quite aware everything went off. I was thinking of the time it went back on."
"For Christ's sake, Mom, you worrying about next month's bills now?" Mr. Jimin, nudging the station wagon ever leftward, formed the sentence, "You'd never worry about bills, young man, because you never have to pay them." Instead of saying it aloud, he formed another sentence. "Molly, your talent for irrelevance amounts to genius." Both sentences gave him satisfaction. The traffic gathered speed briefly, and he took advantage of the spurt to get solidly in the left-hand lane, right against the long island of concrete dividing the north from the southbound strips. "That's using the old bean, Dad," approved Wendell. Whatever slight pleasure he might have felt in his son's approbation was overlaid with exasperation. Wendell, like Jur, was more Manville than Jimin. They carried Molly's stamp on their faces and minds. Only Erica was a true Jimin. Made in my own image, he thought pridelessly.
I can't help but think it would have been at least courteous to get in touch with Pearl and Dan. At least try. And the Warbans. The gap in the concrete divider came sooner than he anticipated, and he was on the comparatively unclogged southbound side. His foot went down on the accelerator, and the station wagon grumbled earnestly ahead. For the first time, Mr. Jimin became aware how tightly he'd been gripping the wheel, how rigid the muscles in his arms, shoulders, and neck had been. He relaxed partway as he adjusted to the speed of the cars ahead, and the speedometer needle hung just below 45. But resentment against Molly, at least courteous, Jur, no time for niceties, and Wendell, not to go, rode up in the saliva under his tongue. Dependent, helpless, everything on him. Parasites. At intervals, Erica switched on the radio. News was always promised immediately, but little was forthcoming. Only vague, nervous attempts to minimize the extent of the disaster and soothe listeners with allusions to civilian defense, military activities on the ever-advancing front, and comparison with the destruction of Pittsburgh, so vastly much worse than the comparatively harmless detonation at Los Angeles. Must be pretty bad, thought Mr. Jimin. Cripple the war effort. "I'm hungry," said Wendell. Molly began stirring around, instructing Jur where to find the sandwiches. Mr. Jimin thought grimly of how they'd have to adjust to the absence of civilized niceties. Bread and mayonnaise and lunch meat. Live on rabbit, squirrel, abalone, fish. When Wendell grew hungry, he'd have to get his own food. Self-sufficiency, hard and tough. At Oxnard, the snarled traffic slowed them to a crawl again. Beyond, the juncture with the main highway north kept them at the same infuriating pace. It was long after 2 when they reached Ventura, and Wendell, who had been fidgeting and jumping up and down in the seat for the past hour, proclaimed, "I'm tired of riding." Mr. Jimin set his lips. Molly suggested ineffectually, "Why don't you lie down, dear?" "Can't. Way this crate is packed ain't room for a grasshopper." "Very funny, said Jur. "Now, Jur, leave him alone. He's just a little boy." At Carpinteria, the sun burst out. You might have thought it the regular dissipation of the fog, only it was almost time for the fog to come down again. Should he try the San Marcos Pass after Santa Barbara, or the longer, better way? Flexible plans, but wait and see. It was 4 when they got to Santa Barbara, and Mr. Jimin faced concerted, though unorganized, rebellion. Wendell was screaming with stiffness and boredom. Jur remarked casually to no one in particular that Santa Barbara was the place they were going to beat the bottleneck, oh yeah. Molly said, stop at the first clean-looking gas station. Even Erica added, "Yes, Dad, you'll really have to stop." Mr. Jimin was appalled. With every second priceless, and hordes of panic-stricken refugees pressing behind, they would rob him of all the precious gains he'd made by skill, daring, judgment. Stupidity and short-sightedness. Unbelievable. For their own silly comfort. Good Lord, did they think they had a monopoly on bodily weaknesses? He was cramped as they, and wanted to go as badly. Time and space which could never be made up. Let them lose this half hour, and it was quite likely they'd never get out of Santa Barbara. "If we lose a half hour now, we'll never get out of here." "Well, now, David, that wouldn't be utterly disastrous, would it? There are awfully nice hotels here, and I'm sure it would be more comfortable for everyone than your idea of camping in the woods, hunting and fishing." He turned off state. Couldn't remember name of the parallel street, but surely less traffic. He controlled his temper, not heroically, but desperately. "May I ask how long you would propose to stay in one of these awfully nice hotels?" "Why, until we could go home." "My dear Molly." What could he say? "My dear Molly, we are never going home, if you mean Malibu?" Or, "My dear Molly, you just don't understand what is happening." The futility of trying to convey the clear picture in his mind. Or any picture. If she could not of herself see the endless mob pouring out of Los Angeles, searching frenziedly for escape and refuge, eating up the substance of the surrounding country in ever-widening circles, crowding, jam-packing, overflowing every hotel, boarding-house, lodging, or private home into which they could edge, agonizedly bidding up the price of everything until the chaos they brought with them was indistinguishable from the chaos they were fleeing. If she could not see all this instantly and automatically, she could not be brought to see it at all, any more than the other aimless, planless, improvident fugitives could see it. So, my dear Molly, nothing. Silence gave consent to continued expostulation. "David, do you really mean you don't intend to stop at all?" Was there any point in saying, "Yes, I do"? He set his lips still more tightly, and once more weighed San Marcos Pass against the coast route. Have to decide now. "Why, the time we're waiting here, just waiting for the cars up ahead to move would be enough." Could you call her stupid? He weighed the question slowly and justly, alert for the first jerk of the massed cars all around. Her reasoning was valid and logical, if the laws of physics and geometry were suspended. Was that right? Physics and geometry? Body occupying two different positions at the same time? It was the facts which were illogical, not Molly. She was just exasperating. By the time they were halfway to Gaviota, or Goleta, Mr. Jimin could never tell them apart, foresight and relentless sternness began to pay off. Those who had left Los Angeles without preparation and in panic were dropping out or slowing down to get gas or oil, repair tires, buy food, seek restrooms. The station wagon was steadily forging ahead. He gambled on the old highway out of Santa Barbara. Any kind of obstruction would block its 2 lanes. If it didn't, he would be beating the legions on the wider, straighter road. There were stretches now where he could hit 50. Once he sped a happy half-mile at 65. Now the insubordination crackling all around gave indication of simultaneous explosion. "I really—" began Molly, and then discarded this for a fresher, firmer start. "David, I don't understand how you can be so utterly selfish and inconsiderate." Mr. Jimin could feel the veins in his forehead begin to swell, but this was one of those rages that didn't show. "But, Dad, would 10 minutes ruin everything?" asked Erica. "Monomania," muttered Jur. "Single track, like Hitler." "I want my dog," yelped Wendell. "Dirty old dog killer." "Did you ever hear of cumulative—" Erica had addressed him reasonably. Surely he could make her understand. "Did you ever hear of cumulative—" What was the word? Snowball rolling downhill was the image in his mind. Oh, what's the use? The old road rejoined the new. Again the station wagon was fitted into the traffic like parquetry. Mr. Jimin, from an exultant, unfettered, almost 65, was imprisoned in a treadmill set at 38. Keep calm. You can do nothing about it, he admonished himself. Need all your nervous energy. Must be wrecks up ahead. And then, with a return of satisfaction, if I hadn't used strategy back there, we'd have been with those making 25. A starting, stopping, 25. "It's fantastic," exclaimed Molly. "I could almost believe Jur's right, and you've lost your mind." Mr. Jimin smiled. This was the first time Molly had ever openly showed disloyalty before the children, or sided with them in their presence. She was revealing herself, under pressure. Not the pressure of events. Her incredible attitude at Santa Barbara had demonstrated her incapacity to feel that. Just pressure against the bladder. No doubt those left behind can console their last moments with pride in their sanity. The sentence came out perfectly formed, with none of the annoying pauses or interpolated ers or umphs, which could, as he knew from unhappy experience, flaw the most crushing rejoinders. "Oh, the end can always justify the means for those who want it that way." "Don't they restrain people?" "That's enough, Jur." Trust Molly to return quickly to fundamental hypocrisy, the automatic response. His mind felicitously grasped the phrase, conditioned reflex, to the customary stimulus. She had taken an explicit stand against his common sense, but her rigid code, honor thy father, iron ray on the wrong side, register and vote, avoid scenes, only white wine with fish, never rehire a discharged servant, quickly substituted pattern for impulse. 17 years. The road turned away from the ocean, squirmed inland and uphill for still slower miles, abruptly widened into a divided 4-lane highway. Without hesitation, Mr. Jimin took the southbound side. For the first time since they had left Rambla Catalina, his foot went down to the floorboards, and with a sigh of relief, the station wagon jumped into smooth, ecstatic speed. Improvisation and strategy again. And, he acknowledged generously, the defiant example this morning of those who'd done the same thing in Malibu. Now, out of re-established habit, the other cars kept to the northbound side, even though there was nothing coming south. Timidity, routine, inertia. Pretty soon they would realize sheepishly that there were neither traffic nor traffic cops to keep them off, but it would be miles before they had another chance to cross over. By that time, he would have reached the comparatively uncongested stretch. "It's dangerous, David." "Obey the law. No smoking. Keep off the grass. Please adjust your clothes before leaving. Trespassers will be. Picking California wildflowers or shrubs is forbidden. Parking 45 minutes. Do not." She hadn't put the protest in the more usual form of a question. Would that technique have been more irritating? "Isn't it dangerous, David?" His calm conclusion, it didn't matter. "No time for niceties," chirped Jur. Mr. Jimin tried to remember Jur as a baby. All the bad novels he had read in the days when he read anything except Time and the New Yorker. All the movies he'd seen before they had a TV set. Always prescribed such retrospection as a specific for softening the present. If he could recall David Alonzo Jimin, Jr. at 6 months, helpless and lovable, it should make Jur more acceptable by discovering some faint traces of one in the other. But though he could recreate in detail the interminable, disgusting, trembling months of that initial pregnancy, had he really been afraid she would die? He was completely unable to reconstruct the appearance of his firstborn before the age of... It must have been at 6 that Jur had taken his baby sister out for a walk and lost her. Had Molly permitted it? He still didn't know for sure. Erica hadn't been found for 4 hours. The tidal screeching of sirens invaded and destroyed his thoughts. What the devil? His foot lifted from the gas pedal as he slewed obediently to the right, ingrained reverence surfacing at the sound. "I told you it wasn't safe. Are you really trying to kill us all?" Whipping over the rise ahead, a pair of motorcycles crackled. Behind them snapped a long line of assorted vehicles, fire trucks and ambulances mostly, interspersed here and there with olive-drab army equipment. The cavalcade flicked down the central white line, one wheel in each lane. Mr. Jimin edged the station wagon as far over as he could. It still occupied too much room to permit the free passage of the onrush without compromise. The knees and elbows of the motorcycle policemen stuck out widely, reminding Mr. Jimin of grasshoppers. The one on the near side was headed straight for the station wagon's left front fender. For a moment Mr. Jimin closed his eyes as he plotted the unswerving course, knifing through the crust-like steel, bouncing lightly on the tires, and continuing unperturbed. He opened them to see the other officer shoot past, mouth angrily open in his direction, while the one straight ahead came to a skidding stop. "Going to get it now," gloated Wendell. An old-fashioned parent, one of the horrible examples held up to shuddering moderns like himself, would have reached back and relieved his tension by clouting Wendell across the mouth. Mr. Jimin merely turned off the motor. The cop was not indulging in the customary deliberate and ominous performance of slowly dismounting and striding toward his victim with ever more menacing steps. Instead, he got off quickly and covered the few feet to Mr. Jimin's window with unimpressive speed. Heavy goggles concealed his eyes. Dust and stubble covered his face. Operator's license. Mr. Jimin knew what he was saying, but the sirens and the continuous rustle of the convoy prevented the sound from coming through. Again the cop deviated from the established routine. He did not take the proffered license and examine it incredulously before drawing out his pad and pencil, but wrote the citation, glancing up and down from the card to Mr. Jimin's hand. Even so, the last of the vehicles, San Jose FD, passed before he handed the summons through the window to be signed. "Turn around and proceed in the proper direction," he ordered curtly, pocketing the pad and buttoning his jacket briskly. Mr. Jimin nodded. The officer hesitated, as though waiting for some limp excuse. Mr. Jimin said nothing. "No tricks," said the policeman over his shoulder. "Turn around and proceed in the proper direction." He almost ran to his motorcycle and roared off, twisting his head for a final stern frown as he passed, siren wailing. Mr. Jimin watched him dwindle in the rearview mirror, and then started the motor. "Gonna lose a lot more than you gained," commented Jur. Mr. Jimin gave a last glance in the mirror and moved ahead, shifting in a second. "David!" exclaimed Molly, horrified. "You're not turning around!" "Observant," muttered Mr. Jimin between his teeth. "Dad, you can't get away with it," Jur decided judicially. Mr. Jimin's answer was to press the accelerator down savagely. The empty highway stretched invitingly ahead. A few hundred yards to their right they could see the northbound lanes ant-clustered. The sudden motion stirred the traffic citation on his lap, floating it down to the floor. Erica leaned forward and picked it up. "Throw it away," ordered Mr. Jimin. Molly gasped. "You're out of your mind!" "You're a fool," stated Mr. Jimin calmly. "Why should I save that piece of paper?" "Isn't what you told the cop." Jur was openly jeering now. "I might as well have, if I'd wanted to waste conversation. I don't know why I was blessed with such a stupid family." "Maybe something in heredity after all." If Jur had said it out loud, reflected Mr. Jimin, it would have passed casually as normal domestic repartee, a little ill-natured perhaps, certainly callow and trite, but not especially provocative. Muttered, so that it was barely audible, it was an ultimate defiance. He had read that far back in prehistory, when the young males felt their strength, they sought to overthrow the rule of the old man and usurp his place. No doubt they uttered a preliminary growl or screech as challenge. They were not very bright, but they acted in a pattern Jur was apparently following. Refreshed by placing Jur in proper Neanderthal setting, Mr. Jimin went on. "None of you seem to have the slightest initiative or ability to grasp reality. Tickets, cops, judges, juries mean nothing anymore. There is no law now but the law of survival." "Aren't you being dramatic, David?" Molly's tone was deliberately aloof adult to excited child. "I could hear you underline words, Dad," said Erica, but he felt there was no malice in her jibe. "You mean we can do anything we want now? Shoot people? Steal cars and things?" asked Wendell. "There, David, you see?" "Yes, I see. Better than you. Little savage. This is the pattern. What will Wendell, and the thousands of other Wendells, for it would be unjust to suppose Molly's genes and domestic influence unique, be like after 6 months of anarchy, or after 6 years? Survivors, yes. And that will be about all. Naked, primitive, ferocious, superstitious savages. Wendell can read and write, but not so fluently as I or any of our generation at his age. How long will he retain the tags and scraps of progressive schooling? And Jur. Detachedly, Mr. Jimin foresaw the fate of Jur. Unlike Wendell,
who would adjust to the new conditions. Jur would go wild in another sense. His values were already set. They were those of television, high school dating, comic strips, law and order. Released from civilization, his brief future would be one of guilty rape and pillage until he fell victim to another youth or gang bent the same way. Molly would disintegrate and perish quickly. Erica. The station wagon flashed along the comparatively unimpeded highway. Having passed the next crossover, there were now other vehicles on the southbound strip, but even on the northbound one, crowding had eased. Furiously, Mr. Jimin determined to preserve the civilization in Erica. He would teach her everything he knew, including the insurance business? Ah, if he were some kind of scientist, now. Not the Dan Davison kind, whose abstract speculations seemed always to prepare the way for some new method of destruction, but the Franklin? Jefferson? Watt? Protect her night and day from the refugees who would be roaming the hills south of Monterey. The rifle ammunition, properly used, and he would see that no one but himself used it, would last years. After it was gone, presuming fragments and pieces of a suicidal world hadn't pulled itself miraculously together to offer a place to return to, there were the 2 hunting bows, whose steel-tipped shafts could stop a man as easily as a deer or mountain lion. He remembered debating long at the time he had first begun preparing for it, how many bows to order, measuring their weight and bulk against the other precious freight and deciding at last that 2 was a satisfactory minimum. It must have been in his subconscious mind all along that of the whole family, Erica was the only other person who could be trusted with a bow. There will be, he spoke in calm and solemn tones, not to Wendell, whose question was now left long behind, floating on the gas-greasy air of a sloping valley growing with live oaks, but to a large, impalpable audience. There will be others who will think that because there is no longer law or law enforcement, "You're being simply fantastic." She spoke more sharply than he had ever heard her in front of the children. "Just because it happened to Los Angeles and Pittsburgh. All right, and Pittsburgh doesn't mean that the whole United States has collapsed and everyone in the country is running frantically for safety." "Yet," added Mr. Jimin firmly. "Yet do you suppose they are going to stop with Los Angeles and Pittsburgh and leave Gary and Seattle standing? Or even New York and Chicago? Or do you imagine Washington will beg for armistice terms while there is the least sign of organized life left in the country?" "We'll wipe them out first," insisted Jur in patriotic shock. Wendell backed him up with a machine gun. Brrr! "Undoubtedly. But it will be the last gasp. At any rate, it will be years, if at all in my lifetime, before stable communities are re-established." "David, you're raving." "Re-established," he repeated. "So there will be many others who will also feel that the dwindling of law and order is licensed to kill people and steal cars and things. Naked force and cunning will be the only means of self-preservation. That was why I picked out a spot where I felt survival would be easiest, not only because of wood and water, game and fish, but because it's nowhere near the main highways, and so unlikely to be chosen by any great number." "I wish you'd stop harping on that insane idea. You're just a little too old and flabby for pioneering. Even when you were younger, you were hardly the rugged outdoor type." No, thought Mr. Jimin, I was the sucker type. I would have gotten somewhere if I'd stayed in the bank, but like a bawd, you pleaded the insurance business brought in the quick money for you to give up your job and have Jur and a proper home. If you'd got rid of it as I wanted. Flabby, flabby! Do you think your scrawniness is so enticing? Controlling himself, he said aloud, "We've been through all this, months ago. It's not a question of physique, but of life." "Nonsense! Perfect nonsense! Responsible people who really know its effects. Maybe it was advisable to leave Malibu for a few days or even a few weeks, and perhaps it's wise to stay away from the larger cities. But a small town or village, or even one of those ranches where they take boarders—" "Aw, Mom, you agreed. You know you did. What's the matter with you anyway? Why are you acting like a drip?" I want to go and shoot rabbits and bears like Dad said, insisted Wendell. Erica said nothing, but Mr. Jimin felt he had her sympathy. The boy's agreement was specious. Wearily he debated going over the whole ground again, patiently pointing out that what Molly said might work in the Dakotas or the Great Smokies, but was hardly operative anywhere within refugee range of the Pacific coast. He had explained all this many times, including the almost certain impossibility of getting enough gasoline to take them into any of the reasonably safe areas. That was why they'd agreed on the region below Monterey, on California State Highway 1, as the only logical goal. A solitary car decorously bound in the legal direction interrupted his thoughts. Either crazy or has mighty important business, he decided. The car honked disapprovingly as it passed, hugging the extreme right of the road. Passing through Buellton, the clamor again rose for a pause at a filling station. He conceded inwardly that he could afford 10 or 15 minutes without strategic loss, since by now they must be among the leaders of the exodus. Ahead lay little more than the normal travel. However, he had reached such a state of irritated frustration and consciousness of injustice that he was willing to endure unnecessary discomfort himself in order to inflict a longer delay on them. In fact, it lessened his own suffering to know the delay was needless, that he was doing it, and that his action was a just, if inadequate, punishment. "We'll stop this side of Santa Maria," he said. "I'll get gas there." Mr. Jimin knew triumph. His forethought, his calculations, his generalship had justified themselves. Barring unlikely mechanical failure, the station wagon was in perfect shape. Or accident, and the greatest danger had certainly passed. Escape was now practically assured. For the first time he permitted himself to realize how unreal, how romantic the whole project had been. As any attempt to evade the fate charted for the multitude must be. The docile mass perished. The headstrong but intelligent individual survived. Along with triumph went an expansion of his prophetic vision of life after reaching their destination. He had purposely not taxed the cargo capacity of the wagon with transitional goods. There was no tent, canned luxuries, sleeping bags, lanterns, candles, or any of the paraphernalia of camping midway between the urban and nomadic life. Instead, besides the weapons, tackle, and utensils, there was, in miniature, the list for life on a desert island, shells and cartridges, lures, hooks, nets, gut, leaders, flint and steel, seeds, traps, needles and thread, government pamphlets on curing and tanning hides and the recognition of edible weeds and fungi, files, nails, a judicious stock of simple medicines, a pair of binoculars to spot intruders. No coffee, sugar, flour. They would begin living immediately, as they would have to in a month or so in any case, on the old, half-forgotten human cunning. "Cunning," he said aloud. "What?" "Nothing. Nothing." "I still think you should have made an effort to reach Pearl and Dan. The telephone was dead, Mother. At the moment, Erica. You can hardly have forgotten how often the lines have been down before. And it never takes more than half an hour till they're working again. Mother, Dan Davison is quite capable of looking after himself." Mr. Jimin shut out the rest of the conversation so completely, he didn't know whether there was any more to it or not. He shut out the intense preoccupation with driving, with making speed, with calculating possible gains. In the core of his mind, quite detached from everything about him, he examined and marveled. Erica. The cool, inflexible adult tone. Almost indulgent, but so dispassionate as not to be. One might have expected her to be exasperated by Molly's silliness, to have answered impatiently or not at all. Mother. Never in his recollection had the children ever called her anything but Mom. The mother implied— oh, it implied a multitude of things. An entirely new relationship, for one. A relationship of aloofness, or propriety without emotion. The ancient stump of the umbilical cord, black and shriveled, had dropped off painlessly. She had not bothered to argue about the telephone or point out the gulf between before and now. She had not even tried to touch Molly's deepening refusal of reality. She had been indulgent. Not Uncle Dan, twitteringly imposed false avuncularity, but striking through it, and the facade of Pearl and aside. When I was a child, something. But now I have put aside childish things. The wealth of implicit assertion. Ah, yes, mother, we all know the pardonable weakness and vanity. We excuse you for your constant reminders, but, mother, with all deference, we refuse to be forced any longer to be parties to Middle Age's nostalgic flirtatiousness. One could almost feel sorry for Molly. Middle Age's nostalgic flirtatiousness. Nostalgic. Metaphorically, Mr. Jimmins sat abruptly upright. The fact that he was already physically in this position made the transition, while invisible, no less emphatic. The nostalgic flirtatiousness of middle age might imply, memory of something more than mere coquetry. Molly and Dan. It all fitted together so perfectly it was impossible to believe it untrue. The impecunious young lovers, equally devoted to Dan's genius, realizing marriage was out of the question. He had never denied Molly's shrewdness. As for Dan's impracticality, well, impracticality wasn't necessarily uniform or consistent. Dan had been practical enough to marry Pearl and Pearl's money. Could have been renounced. Or not renounced at all? Mr. Jimmins smiled. The thought did not ruffle him. Cuckoo, cuckoo. How vulgar, how absurd. Suppose Jur were Dan's? A blessed thought. Regretfully, he conceded the insuperable obstacle of Molly's conventionality. Jur was a product of his own loins. But wasn't there an old superstition about the image in the woman's mind at the instant of conception? So, justly and rightly, Jur was not his, nor Wendy for that matter. Only Erica by some accident. Mr. Jimmins felt free and light-hearted. "Get gas at the next station," he bulletined. "The next one with a clean restroom," Molly corrected. Invincible. The Earth Mother using men for her purposes. Reproduction, clean restrooms, nourishment, objects of culpability, better homes and gardens. The bank was my life. I could have gone far, but... Why, David, they pay you less than the janitor. It's ridiculous. And I can't understand why you hesitate. It isn't as though it were a different type of work. No, not different, just more profitable. Why didn't she tell Dan Davison to become an accountant? That was the same type of work, just more profitable. Perhaps she had, and Dan had simply been less befuddled, or amenable, or stronger in purpose. Mr. Jimmins probed his pride thoroughly and relentlessly without finding the faintest twinge of retrospective jealousy. Nothing like that mattered now, nor, he admitted, had it for years. Two close-peaked hills gulped the sun. He toyed with the idea of crossing to the northbound side, now that it was uncongested and there were occasional southbound cars. Before he could decide, the divided highway ended. "I hope you're not planning to spend the night in some horrible motel," said Molly. "I want a decent bath and a good dinner." Spend the night. Bath. Dinner. Again, calm sentences formed in his mind, but they were blown apart by the unbelievable, the monumental obtuseness. How could you say it is absolutely essential to drive till we get there, when there were no absolutes, no essentials in her concepts? "My dear Molly, No," he said, switching on the lights. Wendy, he knew, would be the next to kick up a fuss. Till he fell mercifully asleep. If he did. Jur was probably debating the relative excitements of driving all night and stopping in a strange town. His voice would soon be heard. The lights of the combination wayside store and filling station burned inefficiently, illuminating the deteriorating false front brightly and leaving the gas pumps in shadow. Swallowing regret at finally surrendering to mechanical and human need, and so losing the hard-won position, relaxing even for a short while the fierce initiative that had brought them through in the face of all probability, he pulled the station wagon alongside the pumps and shut off the motor. About halfway. The worst half, much the worst half, to their goal. Not bad. Molly opened the door on her side with stiff dignity. I certainly wouldn't call this a clean station. She waited for a moment, hand still on the window, as though expecting an answer. Crummy joint, exclaimed Wendell, clambering awkwardly out. Why not? Asked Jur. No time for niceties. He brushed past his mother, who was walking slowly into the shadows. Erica, began Mr. Jimin in a half-whisper. Yes, Dad? Oh, never mind. Later. He was not himself quite sure what he had wanted to say, what exclusive, urgent message he had to convey. For no particular reason, he switched on the interior light and glanced at the packed orderliness of the wagon. Then he slid out from behind the wheel. No sign of the attendant, but the place was certainly not closed, not with the lights on and the hoses ready. He stretched and walked slowly, savoring the comfortably painful uncramping of his muscles, toward the crude outhouse labeled Men. Molly, he thought, must be furious. When he returned, a man was leaning against the station wagon. Fill it up with Ethel, said Mr. Jimin pleasantly, and check the oil and water. The man made no move. That'll be $5 a gallon. Mr. Jimin thought there was an uncertain tremor in his voice. Nonsense. I've plenty of ration coupons. Okay. The nervousness was gone now, replaced by an ugly truculence. Chew 'em up and spit 'em in your gas tank. See how far you can run on them. The situation was not unanticipated. Indeed, Mr. Jimin thought with satisfaction of how much worse it must be closer to Los Angeles, how much harder the gouger would be on later supplicants as his supply of gasoline dwindled. Listen, he said, and there was reasonableness rather than anger in his voice. We're not out of gas. I've got enough to get to Santa Maria, even to San Luis Obispo. Okay, go on then. Ain't stopping you. Listen, I understand your position. You have a right to make a profit in spite of government red tape. Nervousness returned to the man's speech. Look, why'n't you go on? There's plenty other stations up ahead. The reluctant bandit. Mr. Jimin was entertained. He had fully intended to bargain, to offer $2 a gallon, even to threaten with a pistol in the glove compartment. Now it seemed mean and niggling even to protest. What good was money now? All right, he said. I'll pay you $5 a gallon. Still, the other made no move. In advance. For the first time, Mr. Jimin was annoyed. Time was being wasted. Just how can I pay you in advance when I don't know how many gallons it'll take to fill the tank? The man shrugged. Tell you what I'll do. I'll pay for each gallon as you pump it, in advance. He drew out a handful of bills. The bulk of his money was in his wallet, but he'd put the small bills in his pockets. He handed over a 5. Spill the first one on the ground or in a can if you've got one. How's that? Why should I tell him? Give him ideas, as if he hadn't got them already. Just call me eccentric, he said. I don't want the first gallon from the pump. Why should you care? It's just $5 more profit. For a moment, Mr. Jimin thought the man was going to refuse, and he regarded his foresight with new reverence. Then he reached behind the pump and produced a flat-sided tin in which he inserted the flexible end of the hose. Mr. Jimin handed over the bill. The man wound the handle round and back. It was an ancient gas pump, such as Mr. Jimin hadn't seen for years, and lifted the drooling hose from the can. Minute, said Mr. Jimin. He stuck 2 fingers quickly and delicately inside the nozzle and smelled them. Gas, all right, not water. He held out a $10 bill. Start filling. Jur and Wendell appeared out of the shadows. Can we stop at a town where there's a movie tonight? The handle turned. A cog-toothed rod crept up and retreated. Gasoline gurgled into the tank. Movies, thought Mr. Jimin, handing over another bill. Movies, restrooms, baths, restaurants. Gouge apprehensively lest a scene be made and propriety disturbed. In a surrealist daydream, he saw Molly turning the crank, grinding him on the cogs, pouring his essence into insatiable Jur and Wendell. He held out $20. 12 gallons had been put in when Molly appeared. "You have a phone here?" he asked casually, knowing the answer from the blue enameled sign not quite lost among less sturdy ones advertising soft drinks and cigarettes. "You want to call the cops?" He didn't pause in his pumping. "No." "Know if the lines to L.A.?" Mr. Jimin loathed the abbreviation. "Are open yet?" He gave him another 10. "How should I know?" Mr. Jimin beckoned his wife around the other side of the wagon, out of sight. Swiftly but casually he extracted the contents of his wallet. The $200 bills made a fat lump. "Put this in your bag," he said. "Tell you why later. Meantime, why don't you try and get Pearl and Dan on the phone? See if they're okay." He imagined the puzzled look on her face. "Go on," he urged. "We can spare a minute while he's checking the oil." He thought there was a hint of uncertainty in Molly's walk as she went toward the store. Erica joined her brothers. The tank gulped. Gasoline splashed on the concrete. "Yes, that's it." The man became suddenly brisk as he put up the hose, screwed the gas cap back on. Mr. Jimin had already disengaged the hood. The man offered the radiator a squirt of water, pulled up the oil gauge, wiped it, plunged it down, squinted at it under the light, and said, "Oil's okay." "All right," said Mr. Jimin. "Get in, Erica." Some of the lights shone directly on her face. Again he noted how mature and self-assured she looked. Erica would survive, and not as a savage either. The man started to wipe the windshield. "Oh, Jur," he said casually, "run in and see if your mother is getting her connection. Tell her we'll wait." "Oh, for Christ's sake, I don't see why I always—" "And ask her to buy a couple of boxes of candy bars if they've got them. Wendell, go with Jur, will you?" He slid in behind the wheel and closed the door gently. The motor started with hardly a sound. As he put his foot on the clutch and shifted into low, he thought Erica turned to him with a startled look. As the station wagon moved forward, he was sure of it. "It's all right, Erica," said Mr. Jimin. "I'll explain later." He'd have lots of time to do it. 5. When they found the corpse of the elder Miss Lott as dry and salty as a country ham in that evaporated brine pit beside the road from Sodom, did anybody perform an autopsy? Was there an inquest? The Bible doesn't really say God did it to her, only that he warned her. And his wife, looking back, was turned into a pillar of salt. Thud. You'll be spared the details of the nuclear war out of which the rest of these stories grow. The state-of-the-art in thermonuclear horror entertainment at the time of this writing is still the motion picture Threads. All the nuclear bombs in this book have already been dropped, except in the memories of certain characters. What will it be like after the end of the world? Like the Jimins, Carol Emshwiller's family have fuel problems on their holiday at the beach 4 years after Megawar. Among other worries, the concern about genetic damage or infertility begins to show, a concern that turns up again and again in post-Megawar fiction, and several times in this book. Day at the Beach by Carol Emshwiller. "It's Saturday," the absolutely hairless woman said, and she pulled at her frayed green kerchief to make sure it covered her head. "I sometimes forget to keep track of the days, but I marked 3 more off on the calendar because I think that's how many I forgot, so this must be Saturday." Her name was Myra, and she had neither eyebrows nor lashes, nor even a faint, transparent down along her cheeks. Once she had had long black hair, but now, looking at her pink, bare face, one would guess she had been a redhead. Her equally hairless husband, Ben, sprawled at the kitchen table waiting for breakfast. He wore red plaid Bermuda shorts, rather faded, and a T-shirt with a large hole under the arm. His skull curved above his staring eyes, more naked-seeming than hers, because he wore no kerchief or hat. "We used to always go out on Saturdays," she said, and she put a bowl of oatmeal at the side of the table in front of a youth chair. Then she put the biggest bowl between her husband's elbows. "I have to mow the lawn this morning," he said. "All the more so if it's Saturday." She went on as if she hadn't heard. "A day like today, we'd go to the beach. I forget a lot of things, but I remember that." "If I were you, I just wouldn't think about it." Ben's empty eyes finally focused on the youth chair, and he turned then to the open window behind him and yelled, "Little boy! Little boy!" making the sound run together all L's and Y. "Hey, it's breakfast, boy!" And under his breath he said, "He won't come." But I do think about it. I remember hot dogs and clam chowder, and how cool it was days like this. I don't suppose I even have a bathing suit around any more. It wouldn't be like it used to be. Oh, the sea's the same. That's one thing sure. I wonder if the boardwalk's still there. "Ha!" he said. "I don't have to see it to know it's all gone for firewood. It's been 4 winters now." She sat down, put her elbows on the table, and stared at her bowl. "Oatmeal," she said, putting in that one word everything she felt about the beach and wanting to go there. "It's not that I don't want to do better for you," Ben said. He touched her arm with the tips of his fingers for just a moment. "I wish I could. And I wish I could have hung on to that corned beef hash last time. But it was heavy, and I had to run, and there was a fight on the train, and I lost the sugar, too. I wonder which bastard has it now." "I know how hard you try, Ben. I do. It's just sometimes everything comes on you at once, especially when it's a Saturday like this. Having to get water way down the block, and that only when there's electricity to run the pump, and this oatmeal. Sometimes it's just once too often, and then, most of all, you commuting and all that danger to get food." "I make out. I'm not the smallest one on that train." "God, I think that every day. Thank God, I say to myself, or where would we be now? Dead of starvation, that's where." She watched him leaning low over his bowl, pushing his lips out and making a sucking sound. Even now she was still surprised to see how long and naked his skull arched, and she had an impulse, seeing it there so bare and ugly, and thinking of the commuting, to cover it gently with her 2 hands, to cup it, and make her hands do for his hair. But she only smoothed at her kerchief again to make sure it covered her own baldness. "Is it living, though? Is it living, staying home all the time, hiding like in this house? Maybe it's the rest of them, the dead ones, that are lucky. It's pretty sad when a person can't even go to the beach on a Saturday." She was thinking the one thing she didn't want to do most of all was to hurt him. No, she told herself inside, sternly. Stop it right now. Be silent for once and eat, and like Ben says, don't think. But she was caught up in it somehow, and she said, "You know, little boy never did go to the beach yet, not even once, and it's only 9 miles down," and she knew it would hurt him. "Where is little boy?" he said, and yelled again out the window. "He just roams." "It isn't as if there were cars to worry about anymore. And have you seen how fast he is, and how he climbs so good for 3.5? Besides, what can you do when he gets up so early?" He was finished eating now, and he got up and dipped a cup of water from the large pan on the stove and drank it. "I'll take a look," he said. "He won't come when you call." She began to eat finally, watching him out the kitchen window and listening to him calling. Seeing him hunched forward and squinting because he had worn glasses before and his last pair had been broken a year ago. Not in a fight, because he was careful not to wear them commuting even then, when it wasn't quite so bad. It was little boy who had done it, climbed up and got them himself from the very top drawer, and he was a whole year younger. Next thing she knew, they were on the floor, broken. Ben disappeared out of range of the window, and little boy came darting in as though he had been huddling by the door behind the arborvitae all the time. He was the opposite of his big, pink, and hairless parents, with thick and fine black hair growing low over his forehead and extending down the back of his neck so far that she always wondered if it ended where hair used to end before, or whether it grew too far down. He was thin and small for his age, but strong-looking and wiry with long arms and legs. He had a pale olive skin, wide, blunt features, and a wary stare, and he looked at her now, waiting to see what she would do. She only sighed, lifted him, and put him in his youth chair and kissed his firm, warm cheek, thinking what beautiful hair and wishing she knew how to cut it better so he would look neat. "We don't have any more sugar," she said, "but I saved you some raisins." And she took down a box and sprinkled some on his cereal. Then she went to the door and called, "He's here, Ben. He's here." And in a softer voice she said, "The pixie." She heard Ben answer with a whistle, and she turned back to the kitchen to find little boy's oatmeal on the floor in a lopsided oval lump, and him still looking at her with wise and wary brown eyes. She knelt down first and spooned most of it back into the bowl. Then she picked him up rather roughly, but there was gentleness to the roughness too. She pulled at the elastic-topped jeans and gave him 2 hard, satisfying slaps on bare buttocks. "It isn't as if we had food to waste," she said, noticing the down that grew along his backbone, and wondering if that was the way 3-year-olds had been before. He made an ah, but didn't cry, and after that she picked him up and held him so that he nuzzled into her neck in the way she liked. "Ah," he said again, more softly, and bit her just above the collarbone. She dropped him down, letting him kind of slide with her arms still around him. It hurt, and she could see there was a shallow, half-inch piece bitten right out. "He bit me again," she shouted, hearing Ben at the door. "He bit me! A real piece out even, and look, he has it in his mouth still." "God, what a—" "Don't hurt him. I already slapped him good for the floor, and 3 is a hard age." She pulled at Ben's arm. "It says so in the books. 3 is hard, it says." But she remembered it really said that 3 was a beginning to be cooperative age. He let go, and little boy ran out of the kitchen back toward the bedrooms. She took a deep breath. "I've just got to get out of this house. I mean really away." She sat down and let him wash the place and cross 2 Band-Aids over it. "Do you think we could go? Do you think we could go just one more time with a blanket and a picnic lunch? I've just got to do something." All right. You wear the wrench in your belt, and I'll wear the hammer, and we'll risk taking the car." She spent 20 minutes looking for bathing suits and not finding them, and then she stopped because she knew it didn't really matter. There probably wouldn't be anyone there. The picnic was simple enough. She gathered it together in 5 minutes, a precious can of tuna fish and hard, homemade biscuits baked the evening before, when the electricity had come on for a while, and shriveled, worm-eaten apples, picked from neighboring trees and hoarded all winter in another house that had a cellar. She heard Ben banging about in the garage, measuring out gas from his cache of cans, 10 miles worth to put in the car, and 10 miles worth in a can to carry along and hide someplace for the trip back. Now that he had decided they would go, her mind began to be full of what-ifs. Still, she thought, she would not change her mind. Surely once in 4 years was not too often to risk going to the beach. She had thought about it all last year, too, and now she was going, and she would enjoy it. She gave little boy an apple to keep him busy, and she packed the lunch in the basket, all the time pressing her lips tight together, and she said to herself that she was not going to think of any more what-ifs, and she was going to have a good time. Ben had switched after the war from the big-finned Dodge to a small and rattly European car. They fitted into it cozily, the lunch in back with the army blanket and a pail and shovel for playing in the sand, and little boy in front on her lap, his hair brushing her cheek as he turned, looking out. They started out on the empty road. "Remember how it was before on a weekend?" she said, and laughed. "Bumper to bumper, they called it. We didn't like it then." A little way down they passed an old person on a bicycle, in jeans and a bright shirt with the tail out. They couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman, but the person smiled and they waved and called, "Ah." The sun was hot, but as they neared the beach there began to be a breeze, and she could smell the sea. She began to feel as she had the very first time she had seen it. She had been born in Ohio, and she was 12 before she had taken a trip and come out on the wide, flat, sunny sands and smelled this smell. She held little boy tight, though it made him squirm, and she leaned against Ben's shoulder. "Oh, it's going to be fun," she said. "Little boy, you're going to see the sea. Look, darling, keep watching, and smell. It's delicious." And little boy squirmed until she let go again. Then, at last, there was the sea, and it was exactly as it had always been, huge and sparkling, and making a sound like— no, drowning out the noises of wars. Like the black sky with stars, or the cold and stolid moon, it dwarfed even what had happened. They passed the long brick bathhouses, looking about as they always had, but the boardwalks between were gone, as Ben had said, not a stick left of them. "Let's stop at the main bathhouse." "No," Ben said. "We better keep away from those places. You can't tell who's in there. I'm going way down beyond." She was glad, really, especially because at the last bathhouse she thought she saw a dark figure duck behind the wall. They went down another mile or so, then drove the car off behind some stunted trees and bushes. "Nothing's going to spoil this Saturday," she said, pulling out the picnic things. "Just nothing. Come, little boy." She kicked off her shoes and started running for the beach, the basket bouncing against her knee. Little boy slipped out of his roomy sneakers easily and scampered after her. "You can take your clothes off," she told him. "There's nobody here at all." When Ben came, later, after hiding the gas, she was settled, flat on the blanket in old red shorts and a halter, and still the same green kerchief. And little boy, brown and naked, splashed with his pail in the shallow water, the wetness bringing out the hairs along his back. "Look," she said, "nobody as far as you can see, and you can see so far. It gives you a different feeling from home. You know there are people here and there in the houses, but here it's like we were the only ones, and here it doesn't even matter. Like Adam and Eve we are, just you and me and our baby." He lay on his stomach next to her. "Nice breeze," he said. Shoulder to shoulder they watched the waves and the gulls and little boy, and later they splashed in the surf and then ate the lunch and lay watching again, lazy on their stomachs. And after a while she turned on her back to see his face. "With the sea it doesn't matter at all," she said, and she put her arm across his shoulder. "And we're just part of everything, the wind and the earth and the sea too, my Adam." "Eve," he said, and smiled and kissed her, and it was a longer kiss than they had meant. "Myra, Myra." "There's nobody but us." She sat up. "I don't even know a doctor since Press Smith was killed by those robbing kids, and I'd be scared." "We'll find one. Besides, you didn't have any trouble. It's been so damn long." She pulled away from his arm. "And I love you. And little boy, he'll be way over 4 by the time we'd have another one." She stood up and stretched, and then looked down the beach, and Ben put a hand around her ankle. She looked down the other way. "Somebody's coming," she said, and then he got up too. Far down, walking in a businesslike way on the hard, damp part of the sand, 3 men were coming toward them. "You got your wrench?" Ben asked. "Put it under the blanket and sit down by it, but keep your knees under you." He put his T-shirt back on, leaving it hanging out, and he hooked the hammer under his belt and back, the top covered by the shirt. Then he stood and waited for them to come. They were all 3 bald and shirtless. 2 wore jeans cut off at the knees and thick belts, and the other had checked shorts and a red leather cap, and a pistol stuck in his belt in the middle of the front of the buckle. He was older. The others looked like kids, and they held back as they neared and let the older one come up alone. He was a small man, but looked tough. "You got gas," he said, a flat-voiced statement of fact. "Just enough to get home." "I don't mean right here. You got gas at home is what I mean." Myra sat stiffly, her hand on the blanket on top of where the wrench was. Ben was a little in front of her, and she could see his curving, forward-sloping shoulders and the lump of the hammerhead at the small of his back. If he stood up straight, she thought, and held his shoulders like they ought to be, he would look broad and even taller, and he would show that little man. But the other had the pistol. Her eyes kept coming back to its shining black. Ben took a step forward. "Don't move," the little man said. He shifted his weight to one leg, looking relaxed, and put his hand on his hip near the pistol. "Where you got the gas to get you home? Maybe we'll come with you, and you might lend us a little of that gas you got there at your house. Where'd you hide the stuff to get you back, or I'll let my boys play a bit with your little one, and you might not like it." The little boy, she saw, had edged down, away from them, and he crouched now, watching with his wide-eyed stare. She could see the tense, stringy muscles along his arms and legs, and he reminded her of gibbons she had seen at the zoo long ago. His poor little face looks old, she thought, too old for 3 years. Her fingers closed over the blanket-covered wrench. They'd better not hurt little boy. She heard her husband say, "I don't know." "Oh, Ben," she said. "Oh, Ben." The man made a motion, and the two youths started out, but little boy had started first, she saw. She pulled at her wrench, and then had to stop and fumble with the blanket, and it took a long time because she kept her eyes on little boy and the two others chasing. She heard a shout and a grunt beside her. "Oh, Ben," she said again, and turned. But it was Ben on top attacking the other, and the small man was trying to use his pistol as a club, but he had hold of the wrong end for that, and Ben had the hammer, and he was much bigger. He was finished in a minute. She watched, empty-eyed, the whole of it, holding the wrench in a white-knuckled hand in case he needed her. Afterward, he moved from the body into a crouching run, hammer in one hand and pistol by the barrel in the other. "You stay here!" he shouted back. She looked at the sea for a few minutes and listened to it, but her own feelings seemed more important than the stoic sea now. She turned and followed, walking along the marks where the feet had swept at the soft sand. Where the bushes began, she saw him loping back. "What happened?" "They ran off when they saw me after them with the other guy's gun. No bullets, though. You'll have to help look now." "He's lost." "He won't come when you call. We'll just have to look. He could be way out. I'll try that, and you stay close and look here. The gas is buried under that bush there if you need it." "We've got to find him, Ben. He doesn't know his way home from here." He came to her and kissed her, and held her firmly across the shoulders with one arm. She could feel his muscles bunch into her neck, as hard almost as the head of his hammer that pressed against her arm. She remembered a time 4 years ago when his embrace had been soft and comfortable. He had had hair then, but he had been quite fat, and now he was hard and bald, having gained something and lost something. He turned and started off, but looked back, and she smiled and nodded to show him she felt better from his arm around her, and the kiss. I would die if anything happened and we would lose little boy, she thought, but mostly I would hate to lose Ben. Then the world would really be lost altogether, and everything would be ended. She looked, calling in a whisper, knowing she had to peer under each bush and watch behind and ahead for scampering things. He's so small when he huddles into a ball, and he can sit so still. Sometimes I wish there was another 3-year-old around to judge him by. I forget so much about how it used to be before. Sometimes I just wonder about him. "Little boy! Little boy! Mommy wants you," she called softly. "Come. There's still time to play in the sand, and there are apples left." She leaned forward, and her hand reached to touch the bushes. Later the breeze began to cool, and a few clouds gathered. She shivered in just her shorts and halter, but it was mostly an inner coldness. She felt she had circled, hunting, for well over an hour, but she had no watch, and at a time like this she wasn't sure of her judgment. Still, the sun seemed low. They should go home soon. She kept watching now, too, for silhouettes of people who might not be Ben or little boy, and she probed the bushes with her wrench with less care. Every now and then she went back to look at the blanket, and the basket, and the pail and shovel, lying alone and far from the water, and the body there, with the red leather cap beside it. And then, when she came back another time to see if all the things were still there, undisturbed, she saw a tall, two-headed seeming monster walking briskly down the beach, and one head, bouncing directly over the other one, had hair, and was little boy's. The sunset was just beginning. The rosy glow deepened as they neared her, and changed the colors of everything. The red plaid of Ben's shorts seemed more emphatic. The sand turned orangish. She ran to meet them, laughing and splashing her feet in the shallow water, and she came up and held Ben tight around the waist, and little boy said, "Ah!" "We'll be home before dark," she said. "There's even time for one last splash." They packed up, finally, while little boy circled the body by the blanket, touching it sometimes until Ben slapped him for it, and he went off and sat down and made little cat sounds to himself. He fell asleep in her lap on the way home, lying forward against her with his head at her neck the way she liked. The sunset was deep, with reds and purples. She leaned against Ben. "The beach always makes you tired," she said. "I remember that from before, too. I'll be able to sleep tonight." They drove silently along the wide, empty parkway. The car had no lights, but that didn't matter. "We did have a good day after all," she said. "I feel renewed." "Good," he said. It was just dark as they drove up to the house. Ben stopped the car, and they sat a moment and held hands before moving to get the things out. "We had a good day," she said again, "and little boy saw the sea." She put her hand on the sleeping boy's hair, gently so as not to disturb him, and then she yawned. "I wonder if it really was Saturday." "6. Man's feelings about his own technology have never been unmixed. Religious sects have rejected all newfangled gadgets and continue to live as if culturally frozen in the last century. I heard many expressions of disdain for technology during the Back to the Earth movement of the 60s, especially at the only shantytown hippie commune I was privileged to visit, where the women pulled the plow, the water was pumped by hand, and organic gardening manuals were studied under kerosene lamps. If so many people managed to dislike technology in times of peace and prosperity, think how many survivors of megawar might blame not only the politicians, but the scientists and technicians who gave them weapons, and really turn back the clock. But a rejection of technology is not a return to innocence, and does not imply a subordination of logos to Tao, or logic to compassion. The Wheel, by John Wyndham. The old man sat on his stool and leaned back against the whitened wall. He had upholstered the stool elegantly with a hareskin because there didn't seem to be much between his own skin and his bones these days. It was exclusively his stool, and recognized in the farmstead as such. The strands of a whip that he was supposed to be plaiting drooped between his bent fingers, but because the stool was comfortable and the sun was warm, his fingers had stopped moving, and his head was nodding. The yard was empty, save for a few hens that pecked more inquisitively than hopefully in the dust, but there were sounds that told of others who had not the old man's leisure for siesta. From round the corner of the house came the occasional plonk of an empty bucket as it hit the water, and its scrape on the sides of the well as it came up full. In the shack across the yard, a dull pounding went on rhythmically and soporifically. The old man's head fell further forward as he drowsed. Presently, from beyond the rough enclosing wall, there came another sound, slowly approaching, a rumbling and a rattling, with an intermittent squeaking. The old man's ears were no longer sharp, and for some minutes it failed to disturb him. Then he opened his eyes, and, locating the sound, sat staring incredulously toward the gateway. The sound drew closer, and a boy's head showed above the wall. He grinned at the old man, an expression of excitement in his eyes. He did not call out, but moved a little faster until he came to the gate. There he turned into the yard, proudly towing behind him a box mounted on 4 wooden wheels. The old man got up suddenly from his seat, alarm in every gesture. He waved both arms at the boy as though he would push him back. The boy stopped. His expression of gleeful pride faded into astonishment. He stared at the old man, who was waving him away so urgently. While he still hesitated, the old man continued to shoo him off with one hand while he placed the other on his own lips, and started to walk toward him. Reluctantly and bewilderedly, the boy turned, but too late. The pounding in the shed stopped. A middle-aged woman appeared in the doorway. Her mouth was open to call, but the words did not come. Her jaw dropped slackly, her eyes seemed to bulge, then she crossed herself and screamed. The sound split the afternoon peace. Behind the house the bucket fell with a clatter, and a young woman's head showed round the corner. Her eyes widened. She crammed the back of one hand across her mouth and crossed herself with the other. A young man appeared in the stable doorway, and stood there transfixed. Another girl came pelting out of the house with a little girl behind her. She stopped as suddenly as if she had run into something. The little girl stopped too, vaguely alarmed by the tableau, and clinging to her skirt. The boy stood quite still with all their gaze upon him. His bewilderment began to give way to fright at the expression in their eyes. He looked from one horrified face to another until his gaze met the old man's. What he saw there seemed to reassure him a little, or to frighten him less. He swallowed. Tears were not far away as he spoke. "Gran, what's the matter? What are they all looking at me like that for?" As if the sound of his voice had released a spell, the middle-aged woman came to life. She reached for a hay-fork which leaned against the shack wall. Raising its points toward the boy, she walked slowly in between him and the gate. In a hard voice she said, "Go on! Get in the shed!" "But, Ma," the boy began. "Don't you dare call me that now," she told him. In the tense lines of her face, the boy could see something that was almost hatred. His own face screwed up, and he began to cry. "Go on!" she repeated harshly. "Get in there!" The boy backed away, a picture of bewildered misery. Then suddenly he turned and ran into the shed. She shut the door on him and fastened it with a peg. She looked round at the rest as though defying them to speak. The young man withdrew silently into the gloom of the stable. The 2 young women crept away, taking the little girl with them. The woman and the old man were left alone. Neither of them spoke. The old man stood motionless, regarding the box where it stood on its wheels. The woman suddenly put her hands up to her face. She made little moaning noises as she swayed, and the tears came trickling out between her fingers. The old man turned. His face was devoid of all expression. Presently she recovered herself a little. "I never would have believed it. My own little David," she said. "If you'd not screamed, nobody'd need have known," said the old man. His words took some seconds to sink in. When they did, her expression hardened again. "Did you show him how?" she asked suspiciously. He shook his head. "I'm old, but I'm not crazy," he told her. "And I'm fond of Davy," he added. "You're wicked, though. That was a wicked thing you just said." "It was true." "I'm a God-fearing woman. I'll not have evil in my house, whatever shape it comes in. And when I see it, I know my duty." The old man drew breath for a reply, but checked it. He shook his head. He turned and went back to his stool, looking somehow older than before. There was a tap on the door. A whispered "shh." For a moment Davy saw a square of night sky with a dark shape against it. Then the door closed again. "You had your supper, Davy?" a voice asked. "No, Gran. Nobody's been." The old man grunted. "Thought not. Scared of you, all of 'em. Here, take this. Cold chicken it is." Davy's hand sought and found what the other held out to him. He gnawed on a leg while the old man moved about in the dark, searching for somewhere to sit. He found it, and let himself down with a sigh. "This is a bad business, Davy boy. They've sent for the priest. He'll be along tomorrow." "But I don't understand, Gran. Why do they all act like I've done something wrong?" "Oh, Davy," said his grandfather reproachfully. "Honest, I don't, Gran." "Come now, Davy. Every Sunday you go to church, and every time you go you pray. What do you pray?" The boy gabbed a prayer. After a few moments the old man stopped him. "There," he said. "That last bit." "Preserve us from the wheel?" Davy repeated wonderingly. "What is the wheel, Gran? It must be something terrible bad, I know, 'cause when I ask them they just say it's wicked, and not to talk of it. But they don't say what it is." The old man paused before he replied. Then he said, "That box you got out there. Who told you to fix it that way?" "Why, nobody, Gran. I just reckoned it'd move easier that way. It does, too." "Listen, Davy. Those things you put on the side of it, they're wheels." It was some time before the boy's voice came back out of the darkness. When it did, it sounded bewildered. "What? Those round bits of wood? But they can't be, Gran. That's all they are, just round bits of wood. But the wheel, that's something awful, terrible, something everybody's scared of." "All the same, that's what they are." The old man ruminated a while. "I'll tell you what's going to happen tomorrow, Davy. In the morning, the priest will come here to see your box. It'll be still there because nobody dares to touch it. He'll sprinkle some water on it and say a prayer just to make it safe to handle. Then they'll take it into the field and make a fire under it, and they'll stand round singing hymns while it burns. Then they'll come back and take you down to the village and ask you questions. They'll ask you what the devil looked like when he came to you, and what he offered to give you if you'd use the wheel." "But there wasn't any devil, Gran." "That don't matter. If they think there was, then sooner or later you'll be telling them there was, and just how he looked when you saw him." "They've got ways. Now what you got to do is act innocent. You got to say you found that box just the way it is now. You didn't know what it was, but you just brought it along on account of it would make good firewood. That's your story, and you've got to stick to it. If you stick to it, no matter what they do, maybe you'll get through okay." "But, Gran, what is there that's so bad about the wheel? I just can't understand." The old man paused more lengthily than before. "Well, it's a long story, Davy, and it all began a long, long while ago. Seems like in those days everybody was happy and good and such like. Then one day the devil came along and met a man and told him that he could give him something to make him as strong as 100 men, and make him to run faster than the wind, and fly higher than the birds. Well, the man said that'd be mighty fine, and what did the devil want for it? And the devil said he didn't want a thing, not just then. And so he gave the man the wheel. By and by, after the man had played around with the wheel a while, he found out a whole lot of things about it. How it would make other wheels, and still more wheels, and do all the things the devil had said, with a whole heap more." "What, it'd fly and everything?" said the boy. "Sure, it did all those things. And it began to kill people, too, one way and another. Folks put more and more wheels together the way the devil told them, and they found they could do a whole lot bigger things and kill more people, too. and they couldn't stop using the wheel then on account of they would have starved if they had. Well, that was just what the devil wanted. He got 'em cinched, you see. Pretty near everything in the world was depending on wheels, and things got worse and worse, and the old devil just lay back and laughed to see what his wheel was doing. Then things got terrible bad. I don't know quite the way it happened, but things got so terrible worse that wasn't scarcely anybody left alive, only just a few, like it had been after the flood, and they was near finished. And all that was on account of the wheel? Uh-huh. Leastways, it couldn't have happened without it. Still, somehow they made out. They built shacks and planted corn, and by the devil met a man and started talking about his wheel again. Now this man was very old and very wise and very God-fearing, so he said to the devil, "No, you go right back to hell." And then he went all around warning everybody about the devil and his wheel, and got 'em all plumb scared. But the old devil don't give up that easy. He's mighty tricky, too. There's time when a man gets an idea that turns out to be pretty nearly a wheel, maybe like rollers or screws or something, but it'll just pass so long as it ain't fixed in the middle. Yes, he keeps along trying, and now and then he does tempt a man into making a wheel. Then the priest comes and they burn the wheel, and they take the man away, and to stop him making any more wheels, and to discourage any other folk, they burn him too. "They burn him?" stammered the boy. "That's what they do. So you see why you got to say you found it, and stick to that." "Maybe if I promised never to make another, that wouldn't be no good, Davy. They're all scared of the wheel, and when men are scared, they get angry and cruel. No, you gotta keep to it." The boy thought for some moments, then he said, "What about Ma? She'll know. I had that box off her yesterday. Does it matter?" The old man grunted. He said heavily, "Yes, it does matter. Women do a lot of pretending to be scared, but once they do scare, they scare more horribly than men. And your ma's dead scared." There was a long silence in the darkness of the shed. When the old man spoke again, it was in a calm, quiet voice. "Listen, Davy, lad. I'm going to tell you something, and you're going to keep it to yourself. Not tell a soul till maybe you're an old man like me." "Sure, Gran, if you say." "I'm telling you because you found out about the wheel for yourself. There'll always be boys like you who do. There've got to be. You can't kill an idea the way they try to. You can keep it down a while, but sooner or later it'll come out. Now what you've got to understand is that the wheel's not evil. Never mind what the scared men all tell you. No discovery is good or evil until men make it that way. Think about that, Davy boy. One day they'll start to use the wheel again. I hoped it would be in my time, but, well, maybe it'll be in yours. When it does come, don't you be one of the scared ones. Be one of the ones that's going to show 'em how to use it better than they did last time. It's not the wheel. It's fear that's evil, Davy. Remember that." He stirred in the darkness. His feet clumped on the hard earth floor. "Reckon it's time I was getting along. Where are you, boy?" His groping hand found Davy's shoulder, and then rested a moment on his head. "God bless you, Davy. And don't worry any more. It's going to be all right. You trust me?" "Yes, Gran." "Then you go to sleep. There's some hay in the corner there." The glimpse of dark sky showed briefly again, then the sound of the old man's feet shuffled across the yard into silence. When the priest arrived, he found a horror-stricken knot of people collected in the yard. They were gazing at an old man who worked away with a mallet and pegs on a wooden box. The priest stood scandalized. "Stop!" he cried. "In the name of God, stop!" The old man turned his head toward him. There was a grin of crafty senility on his face. "Yesterday," he said, "I was a fool. I only made 4 wheels for it. Today, I am a wise man. I am making 2 more wheels so that it will run half as easily again." They burned the box, as he had said they would. Then they took him away. In the afternoon, a small boy whom everyone had forgotten turned his eyes from the column of smoke that rose in the direction of the village, and hid his face in his hands. "I'll remember, Gran. I'll remember. It's only fear that's evil," he said, and his voice choked in his tears. 7. You can count on the priest to be quite logical about the matter, I believe. He doesn't just follow the Logos, he enforces it. Reason and compassion are not natural enemies, just natural strangers. They coexist in most scientists, most priests, most all of us. But compassion is just not a theorem of the Logos. Wyndham's priest reminds me of another one, his opposite in most ways, a most civilized and humane man of the cloth, and also of science, the late Jesuit geobiologist Pierre Teilhard de Chardin. In 1946, he wrote an étude called Some Reflections on the Spiritual Repercussions of the Atom Bomb. Note, which became a chapter of his book The Future of Man, New York, Harper and Row, 1964. End of note. In which he reproved those scientists who, on the eve of the first atomic explosion, felt moral qualms because by then a military victory was in sight without the weapon, and who wanted to stop the experiment to suppress the knowledge. In his little essay, Teilhard does not mention the spiritual repercussions of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and makes no comment on the decision to use the weapon. That the know-how of bomb building could never have been suppressed is certain. It seems strange to me that a faithful priest of Christ could let his admiration for scientific progress lead him to devalue the moral qualms of fellow scientists belatedly shrinking from the genocide, implicit in their own invention. Teilhard was a deeply spiritual man, who as a thinker nevertheless sometimes carried the idea of an incarnate Logos to a near idolatrous extreme as the goal of evolution. Compassion and the worship of progress seem not very compatible, but it is clear from his other work that, when he was not praising progress, Teilhard was a compassionate man. My admiration for the French Jesuit, who suffered the censorship if not the censure of his own church, is not diminished by his strange little étude, but the spiritual repercussions of the atomic bomb are better summed up in the soul of a Jody than in strange hymns to man's mastery over matter. Jody After the War, by Edward Bryant. Light lay bloody on the mountainside. From our promontory jutting above the scrub pine, we looked out over the city. Denver spread from horizon to horizon. The tower of the U.S. Capitol building caught the sun blindingly. We watched the contrail of a Concorde II jetliner making its subsonic approach into McNichols Field, banking in a sweeping curve over the pine-lined foothills. Directly below us, a road coiled among rocks and trees. A campfire fed smoke into the November air. The wind nudged the smoke trail our way, and I smelled the acrid tang of wood smoke. We watched the kaleidoscope of cloud shadows cross-hatch the city. Jody and I sat close, my arm around her shoulders. No words, no facial expressions as afternoon faded out to dusk. My feet gradually went to sleep. "Hey." She said, startled. "You look pensive." Her face stayed blank. "What are you thinking?" "I'm not. I'm just feeling." She turned back to the city. "What are you thinking?" Not much," I said. Lie. I'd been thinking about survivors. "Well, thinking how beautiful you are." Banal, but only half an evasion. I mean, she was beautiful. Jody was imprinted in my mind the first time I saw her, when I peered up out of the anesthetic fog and managed to focus on her standing beside my hospital bed. The half-Indian face with the high cheekbones. Her eyes the color of dark smoke. I couldn't remember what she'd worn then. Today,
She wore faded blue jeans and a blue chambray work shirt, several sizes too large. No shoes. Typically, she had climbed the mountain barefoot. Without looking back at me, she said, "You were thinking more than that." I hesitated. I flashed a sudden mental image of Jody's face the way she had described it in her nightmares, pocked with red and black spots that oozed blood and pus, open sores that gaped where her hair had grown, her skin. Jody squeezed my hand. It was as if she were thinking, "That's all right, Paul. If you don't want to talk to me now, that's fine." I never was any good with evasions, except perhaps with myself. Survivors. Back after the A-bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the Japanese had called them hibakusha, which translates roughly as sufferers. Here in America, we just called them survivors, after the Chinese suicided their psychotic society in the 70s and destroyed most of urban America in the process. I guess I was lucky. I was just a kid in the middle of Nevada when the missiles hit. I'd hardly known what happened east of the Mississippi and west of the Sierras, but Jody had been with her parents somewhere close to Pittsburgh, so she became a survivor, one of millions. Most of them weren't even hurt in the bombings, not physically. Jody was a survivor, and I was lonely. I had thought we could give each other something that would help, but I wasn't sure anymore. I wondered if I had a choice after all, and I was scared. Jody leaned against me and shared the warmth of my heavy windbreaker. The wind across the heaped boulders of the mountainside was chill, with the sun barely down. Jody pressed her head under my chin. I felt the crisp hair against my jaw. She rested quietly for a minute, then turned her face up toward mine. "Remember the first time?" "Here?" She nodded. "A Sunday like this, only not so cold. I'd just gotten in from that Hayes theater assignment in Seattle when you phoned. I hadn't even unpacked. Then you called and got me up here for a picnic." She smiled. In the new shadows, her teeth were very white. What a god-awful time. That picnic. A summer and about 1,400 miles had separated us, while she set up PR holograms of Hamlet, and I haunted Denver phone booths. Then, here on the mountainside, we'd fought bitterly. We had hurt each other with words, and Jody had begun to cry, and I'd held her. We kissed, and barbed words stopped. Through her tears, Jody whispered that she loved me, and I told her how much I loved her. That was the last time either of us said those words. Funny how you use a word so glibly when you don't really understand it, then switch to euphemisms when you do. "You're very far away." "It's nothing." I fished for easy words. "The usual," I said. "My future with Ma Bell, going back to school, moving to Seattle to try writing for the network." Everything but. "Liar," sneered something inside. "Why didn't you include damaged chromosomes in the list, and leukemia, and paranoia, and frigidity, and—" "Shut up." "Poor Paul," Jody said. "Hemmed in. Doesn't know which way to turn. For Christmas, I think I'll get you a life-size gram from Hamlet. I know a guy at the Hayes who can get me one." "Hamlet, right. That's me." I lightly kissed her forehead. "There. I feel better. You ought to be a therapist." Jody looked at me strangely, and there was a quick silence I couldn't fill. She smiled then and said, "All right, I'm a therapist. Be a good patient and eat. The thermos won't keep the coffee hot all night." She reached into the canvas knapsack I'd packed up the mountain and took out the thermos and some foil parcels. "Soy beef," she said, pointing to the sandwiches. "The salt's in with the hard-boiled eggs. There's cake for dessert." Filling my stomach was easier than stripping my soul, so I ate. But the taste in my mouth when I thought about Jody fixing meals all the rest of our lives. Food for 2, 3 times a day, 7 days a week, an average of 30 days always unvarying. Always food for 2. God, I wanted children. I concentrated on chewing. After the meal, we drank beer and watched the city below as 5 million Denverites turned on their lights.
I knew I was getting too high too fast when I confused pulling the tabs off self-cooling beer cans with plucking petals from daisies. She loves me? Funny how melodrama crops up in real life. My life. Like when I met her. It was about a year before, when I'd just gotten a job with Mountain Bell as a SMART. That's their clever acronym for Service Maintenance and Repair Trainee. In a city the size of Denver, there are more than 500,000 public payphones, of which at least a third are out of order at any given time. Vandals mostly, sometimes mechanical failure. Someone has to go out and spot-check the phones, then fix the ones that are broken. That was my job. Simple. I'd gone into a bad area, 5 points, where service was estimated to be 80% blanked out. I should have been smart enough to take a partner along, or maybe to wear blackface. But I was a lot younger then. I ended up on a bright Tuesday afternoon, sprawled in my own blood on the sidewalk in front of a grocery store after a Chicago gang had kicked the hell out of me. After about an hour, somebody called an ambulance. Jody. On the phone I'd just repaired before I got stopped. She'd wandered by with a field crew on some documentary assignment, snapping holograms of the poverty conditions. She loves me not. I remembered what we'd quarreled about in September. Back in early August, a friend of Jody's and mine had come back from Seattle. He was an audio engineer who'd worked freelance with the Hayes Theater. He'd seen Jody. "Man, talk about wild," my friend said. "She must have got covered by everything with pants from Oregon to Vancouver." He looked at my face. You have something going with her?" "She loves me." "What's so hard to understand?" Jody had said. "Didn't you ever meet a survivor before? Didn't you ever think about survivors? What it's like to see death so plainly all around?" Her voice was low and very intense. "And what about feeling you ought never to have babies, and not wanting even to come close to taking the chance?" Her voice became dull and passionless. "Then there was Seattle, Paul. And there's the paradox. The only real defense against death is not to feel. But I want to feel sometimes, and that's why—" She broke off and began to cry. "Paul, that's why there were so many of them." "But they couldn't— I can't make it. Not with anyone." Confused, I held her. "I want you." And it didn't matter which of us had said that first. She loves me not. "Why don't you ever say what you think?" "It's easy," I said, a little bitter. "Try being a lonely stoic all your life. It gets to be habit after a while." "You think I don't know?" She rolled over, turned to the wall. "I'm trying to get through." Her voice was muffled by the blankets. "Yeah, me too." She sat up suddenly, the sheets falling away from her. "Listen, I told you it would be like this. You can have me, but you have to accept what I am." "I will." Neither of us said anything more until morning. She loves me. Another night she woke up screaming. I stroked her hair and kissed her face lightly. "Another one?" She nodded. "Bad?" "Yes." "You want to talk about it?" There was a hesitation, then a slow nod. "I was in front of a mirror in some incredibly baroque old bedroom," she said. "I was vomiting blood, and my hair was coming out and falling down on my shoulders. It wound around my throat, and I couldn't breathe. I opened my mouth, and there was blood running from my gums, and my skin, it was completely covered with black and red pustules. They—" She paused and closed her eyes. "They were strangely beautiful," she whimpered. "The worst—" She clung to me tightly. "Oh, God, the worst part was that I was pregnant." She roughly pushed herself away and wouldn't let me try to comfort her. She lay on her back and stared at the ceiling. Finally, childlike, she took my hand. She held my fingers very tight all the rest of the night. She loves me not. But she did, I thought. She does, in her own way, just as you love her. It's never going to be the way you imagined it as a kid. But you love her. Ask her. Ask her now. "What's going on?" Jody asked, craning her neck to look directly below our ledge. Far down we saw a pair of headlights, a car sliding around the hairpin turns in the foothills road. The whine of a racing turbine rasped our ears. "I don't know. Some clown in a hurry to park with his girl." The car approached the crest of a hill, and for an instant the headlights shone directly at us, dazzling our eyes. Jody jerked back and screamed, "The sun! So bright! God, Pittsburgh!" Her strength seemed to drain. I lowered her gently to the ledge and sat down beside her. The rock was rough and cold as the day's heat left. I couldn't see Jody's face, except as a blur in the darkness. There was light from the city and a little from the stars, but the moon hadn't risen. "Please kiss me." I kissed her and used the forbidden words. "I love you." I touched her breast. She shivered against me and whispered something I couldn't quite understand. A while later my hand touched the waist of her jeans, and she drew away. "Paul, no." "Why not?" The beer and my emotional jag pulsed in the back of my skull. I ached. "You know." I knew. For a while she didn't say anything more, nor did I. We felt tension build its barrier. Then she relaxed and put her cheek against mine. Somehow we both laughed and the tension eased. "Ask her." And I knew I couldn't delay any longer. "Damn it," I said. "I still love you, and I know what I'm getting into." I paused to breathe. "After Christmas, I'm taking off for Seattle. I want you to marry me there." I felt her muscles tense. Jody pulled away from me and got to her feet. She walked to the end of the ledge and looked out beyond the city. She turned to face me, and her hands were clenched. "I don't know," she said. "At the end of summer, I'd have said no immediately. Now—" I sat silent. "We'd better go," she said after a while, her voice calm and even. "It's very late." We climbed down from the rocks then, with the November chill, a well of silence, between us. 8. Guilt trips, so chic in the 60s, are out of fashion these days, at least until the next national disaster. Playing word games, I once asked a literary lady for the opposite of innocence. Sophistication was her ready reply. I forget where I swiped this. It works only on a certain type of victim, and may be an exclusive test for the type. About 3 rounds later, I asked for the opposite of guilt. She hesitated too long, then ventured, "Sanity? Health?" That's why guilt trips fell out of fashion. When I reminded her that the opposite of guilt is innocence, she thumped her knee and said, "Shit," annoyed by the confrontation with so crude, so legalistic a duality as objective innocence and objective guilt. This may have something to do with the following story, which, like Shepard's Salvador, is about the fundamental weapon, in a time of forging plowshares. It may be perceived differently by readers old enough to remember the many holocausts at Hiroshima and Nagasaki than by readers not yet past their mid-50s. While it's true that the young today have unprecedented audiovisual access to the history of this century, nevertheless a 40-year-old documentary lacks the impact of a current event which put kinks in your personal lifestyle. I remember celebrating Hiroshima. Harry Truman gave it to me and my new wife as a wedding present. We really appreciated it after the shock wore off. It meant I would be discharged by October 1945 and would not, after all, have to go back into combat, this time in the Pacific. I did not rejoice in the hundreds of kill-deaths among the enemy, whom my society had been persuading me to hate, but those deaths seemed to me a side effect. The purpose of the bomb was to get me out of the Army Air Corps, and the radio was helping to soothe any uneasiness by playing the battle hymn of the Republic and making patriotic announcements. Victory was glorious, and everybody got drunk. Every victory should be celebrated as a wake, said Lao Tzu, who was not an Irishman. Harry Truman always denied any remorse about that wedding gift. Ballard's Old Warrior makes a similar denial, but he is very nostalgic. Meet Hydrogen Man, come home at last, long after the megawar, here conceived to be a mini-megawar. The Terminal Beach by J.G. Ballard. At night, as he lay asleep on the floor of the ruined bunker, Traven heard the waves breaking along the shore of the lagoon, reminding him of the deep Atlantic rollers on the beach at Dakar, where he had been born, and of waiting in the evenings for his parents to drive home along the Cornish road from the airport. Overcome by this long-forgotten memory, he woke uncertainly from the bed of old magazines on which he slept, and ran towards the dunes that screened the lagoon. Through the cold night air, he could see the abandoned superfortresses lying among the palms, beyond the perimeter of the emergency landing field 300 yards away. Traven walked through the dark sand, already forgetting where the shore lay, although the atoll was only half a mile in width. Above him, along the crests of the dunes, the tall palms leaned into the dim air like the symbols of some cryptic alphabet. The landscape of the island was covered by strange ciphers. Giving up the attempt to find the beach, Traven stumbled into a set of tracks left years earlier by a large caterpillar vehicle. The heat released by one of the weapon tests had fused the sand, and the double line of fossil imprints, uncovered by the evening air, wound its serpentine way among the hollows like the footfalls of an ancient saurian. Too weak to walk any further, Traven sat down between the tracks. With one hand he began to excavate the wedge-shaped grooves from a drift into which they disappeared, hoping that they might lead him towards the sea. He returned to the bunker shortly before dawn, and slept through the hot silences of the following noon. The blocks. As usual on these enervating afternoons, when not even the faintest breath of offshore breeze disturbed the dust, Traven sat in the shadow of one of the blocks, lost somewhere within the center of the maze. His back resting against the rough concrete surface, he gazed with a phlegmatic eye down the surrounding aisles and at the line of doors facing him. Each afternoon he left his cell in the abandoned camera bunker and walked down into the blocks. For the first half an hour he restricted himself to the perimeter aisle, now and then trying one of the doors with the rusty key in his pocket. He had found it among the litter of smashed bottles in the isthmus of sand separating the testing ground from the airstrip. And then, inevitably, with a sort of drugged stride, he set off into the center of the blocks, breaking into a run and darting in and out of the corridors, as if trying to flush some invisible opponent from his hiding place. Soon he would be completely lost. Whatever his efforts to return to the perimeter, he found himself once more in the center. Eventually he would abandon the task, and sit down in the dust, watching the shadows emerge from the crevices at the foot of the blocks. For some reason he always arranged to be trapped when the sun was at zenith, on Eniwetok, a thermonuclear noon. One question in particular intrigued him. What sort of people would inhabit this minimal concrete city? The synthetic landscape. This island is a state of mind, Osborne, one of the biologists working in the old submarine pens, was later to remark to Traven. The truth of this became obvious to Traven within 2 or 3 weeks of his arrival. Despite the sand and the few anemic palms, the entire landscape of the island was synthetic, a man-made artifact with all the associations of a vast system of derelict concrete motorways. Since the moratorium on atomic tests, the island had been abandoned by the Atomic Energy Commission, and the wilderness of weapon isles, towers, and blockhouses ruled out any attempt to return it to its natural state. There were also stronger unconscious motives Traven recognized for leaving it as it was. If primitive man felt the need to assimilate events in the external world to his own psyche, 20th century man had reversed this process. By this Cartesian yardstick, the island at least existed, in a sense true of few other places. But apart from a few scientific workers, no one yet felt any wish to visit the former testing ground, and the naval patrol boat anchored in the lagoon had been withdrawn 5 years before Traven's arrival. Its ruined appearance and the associations of the island with the period of the Cold War, what Traven had christened the Pre-Third, were profoundly depressing, an Auschwitz of the soul, whose mausoleums contained the mass graves of the still undead. With the Russo-American détente, this nightmarish chapter of history had been gladly forgotten. The Pre-Third. The actual and potential destructiveness of the atomic bomb plays straight into the hands of the unconscious.
The most cursory study of the dream life and fantasies of the insane shows that ideas of world destruction are latent in the unconscious mind. Nagasaki, destroyed by the magic of science, is the nearest man has yet approached to the realization of dreams that even during the safe immobility of sleep are accustomed to develop into nightmares of anxiety. Glover. War, Sadism, and Pacifism. The Pre-Third. The period had been characterized in Traven's mind above all by its moral and psychological inversions, by its sense of the whole of history, and in particular of the immediate future, the 2 decades, 1945 to 65, suspended from the quivering volcano's lip of World War III. Even the death of his wife and 6-year-old son in a motor accident seemed only part of this immense synthesis of the historical and psychic zero, the frantic highways where each morning they met their deaths, the advanced causeways to the global Armageddon. Third Beach. He had come ashore at midnight, after a hazardous search for an opening in the reef. The small motorboat he had hired from an Australian pearl diver at Charlotte Island subsided into the shallows, its hull torn by the sharp coral. Exhausted, Traven walked through the darkness among the dunes, where the dim outlines of bunkers and concrete towers loomed between the palms. He woke the next morning into bright sunlight, lying halfway down the slope of a wide concrete beach. This ringed what appeared to be an empty reservoir or target basin, some 200 feet in diameter, part of a system of artificial lakes built down the center of the atoll. Leaves and dust choked the waste grills, and a pool of warm water 2 feet deep lay in the center, reflecting a distant line of palms. Traven sat up and took stock of himself. This brief inventory, which merely confirmed his physical identity, was limited to little more than his thin body in its frayed cotton garments. In the context of the surrounding terrain, however, even this collection of tatters seemed to possess a unique vitality. The emptiness of the island and the absence of any local fauna were emphasized by the huge sculptural forms of the target basins let into its surface. Separated from each other by narrow isthmuses, the lakes stretched away along the curve of the atoll. On either side, sometimes shaded by the few palms that had gained a precarious purchase in the cracked cement, were roadways, camera towers, and isolated blockhouses, together forming a continuous concrete cap upon the island, a functional megalithic architecture as gray and minatory, and apparently as ancient in its projection into and from time future, as any of Assyria and Babylon. The series of weapons tests had fused the sand in layers, and the pseudo-geological strata condensed the brief epochs, microseconds in duration of the thermonuclear age. The key to the past lies in the present. Typically, the island inverted this geologist's maxim. Here, the key to the present lay in the future. The island was a fossil of time future, its bunkers and blockhouses illustrating the principle that the fossil record of life is one of armor and the exoskeleton. Traven knelt in the warm pool and splashed his shirt and trousers. The reflection revealed a watery image of a thinly bearded face and gaunt shoulders. He had come to the island with no supplies other than a small bar of chocolate, expecting that in some way the island would provide its own sustenance. Perhaps, too, he had identified the need for food with a forward motion in time, and that with his return to the past, or at most into a zone of non-time, this need would be obviated. The privations of the previous 6 months, during his journey across the Pacific, had reduced his always thin body to that of a migrant beggar, held together by little more than the preoccupied gaze in his eye. Yet this emaciation, by stripping away the superfluities of the flesh, seemed to reveal an inner sinewy toughness, an economy and directness of movement. For several hours he wandered about, inspecting one bunker after another for a convenient place to sleep. He crossed the remains of a small landing strip, next to a dump where a dozen B-29s lay across one another like dead reptile birds. The corpses. Once he entered a small street of metal shacks, containing a cafeteria, recreation rooms, and shower stalls. A wrecked jukebox lay half buried in the sand behind the cafeteria, its selection of records still in their rack. Further along, flung into a small target basin 50 yards from the shacks, were the bodies of what at first he thought were the inhabitants of this ghost town, a dozen life-size plastic models.
Their half-melted faces, contorted to bleary grimaces, gazed up at him from the jumble of legs and torsos. On either side of him, muffled by the dunes, came the sounds of waves, the great rollers on the seaward side breaking over the reefs and onto the beaches within the lagoon. However, he avoided the sea, hesitating before any rise that might take him within its sight. Everywhere the camera towers offered him a convenient aerial view of the confused topography of the island, but he avoided their rusting ladders. He soon realized that however confused and random the blockhouses and camera towers might seem, their common focus dominated the landscape and gave to it a unique perspective. As Traven noticed when he sat down to rest in the window slit of one of the blockhouses, all these observation posts occupied positions on a series of concentric perimeters, moving in tightening arcs towards the inmost sanctuary. This ultimate circle, below ground zero, remained hidden beyond a line of dunes a quarter of a mile to the west. The terminal bunker. After sleeping for a few nights in the open, Traven returned to the concrete beach where he had woken on his first morning on the island and made his home, if the term could be applied to that damp, crumbling hovel, in a camera bunker 50 yards from the target lakes. The dark chamber between the thick canted walls, tomb-like though it might seem, gave him a sense of physical reassurance. Outside, the sand drifted against the sides, half burying the narrow doorway, as if crystallizing the immense epoch of time that had elapsed since the bunker's construction. The narrow rectangles of the 5 camera slits, their shapes and positions determined by the instruments, studded the east wall like cryptic ideograms. Variations of these ciphers decorated the walls of the other bunkers. In the morning, if Traven was awake, he would always find the sun divided into 5 emblematic beacons. Most of the time the chamber was filled only by a damp, gloomy light. In the control tower at the landing field, Traven found a collection of discarded magazines, and used these to make a bed. One day, lying in the bunker shortly after the first attack of Berry, he pulled out a magazine pressing into his back, and found inside it a full-page photograph of a 6-year-old girl. This blonde-haired child, with her composed expression and self-immersed eyes, filled him with 1,000 painful memories of his son. He pinned the page to the wall, and for days gazed at it through his reveries. For the first few weeks Traven made little attempt to leave the bunker, and postponed any further exploration of the island. The symbolic journey through its inner circles set its own times of arrival and departure. He evolved no routine for himself. All sense of time soon vanished. His life became completely existential, an absolute break separating one moment from the next like 2 quantal events. Too weak to forage for food, he lived on the old ration packs he found in the wrecked superfortresses. Without any implements, it took him all day to open the cans. His physical decline continued, but he watched his spindling arms and legs with indifference. By now he had forgotten the existence of the sea, and vaguely assumed the atoll to be part of some continuous continental table. 100 yards away to the north and south of the bunker, a line of dunes, topped by the palisade of enigmatic palms, screened the lagoon and sea, and the faint, muffled drumming of the waves at night had fused with his memories of war and childhood. To the east was the emergency landing field and the abandoned aircraft. In the afternoon light, their shifting rectangular shadows would appear to writhe and pivot. In front of the bunker, where he sat, was the system of target lakes, the shallow basins extending across the center of the atoll. Above him, the 5 apertures looked out upon this scene like the tutelary deities of some futuristic myth. The lakes and the specters. The lakes had been designed originally to reveal any radiobiological changes in a selected range of flora and fauna, but the specimens had long since bloomed into grotesque parodies of themselves and been destroyed. Sometimes in the evenings, when a sepulchral light lay over the concrete bunkers and causeways, and the basins seemed like ornamental lakes in a city of deserted mausoleums, abandoned even by the dead, he would see the specters of his wife and son standing on the opposite bank. Their solitary figures appeared to have been watching him for hours. Although they never moved, Traven was sure they were beckoning to him. Roused from his reverie, he would stumble across the dark sand to the edge of the lake and wade through the water, shouting at the 2 figures as they moved away hand in hand among the lakes and disappeared across the distant causeways.
Shivering with cold, Traven would return to the bunker and lie on the bed of old magazines, waiting for their return. The image of their faces, the pale lantern of his wife's cheeks, floated on the river of his memory. The blocks, 2. It was not until he discovered the blocks that Traven realized he would never leave the island. At this stage, some 2 months after his arrival, Traven had exhausted the small cache of food, and the symptoms of beriberi had become more acute. The numbness in his hands and feet and the gradual loss of strength continued. Only by an immense effort and the knowledge that the inner sanctum of the island still lay unexplored did he manage to leave the palliasse of magazines and make his way from the bunker. As he sat in the drift of sand by the doorway that evening, he noticed a light shining through the palms far into the distance around the atoll. Confusing this with the image of his wife and son, and visualizing them waiting for him at some warm hearth among the dunes, Traven set off towards the light. Within 50 yards he lost his sense of direction. He blundered about for several hours on the edges of the landing strip, and succeeded only in cutting his foot on a broken Coca-Cola bottle in the sand. After postponing his search for the night, he set out again in earnest the next morning. As he moved past the towers and blockhouses, the heat lay over the island in an unbroken mantle. He had entered a zone devoid of time. Only the narrowing perimeters of the bunkers warned him that he was crossing the inner field of the fire table. He climbed the ridge which marked the furthest point in his previous exploration of the island. The plain beyond was covered with target aisles and explosion breaks. On the gray walls of the recording towers, which rose into the air like obelisks, were the faint outlines of human forms in stylized postures. The flash shadows of the target community burned into the cement. Here and there, where the concrete apron had cracked, a line of palms hung precariously in the motionless air. The target lakes were smaller, filled with the broken bodies of plastic dummies. Most of them still lay in the inoffensive domestic postures into which they had been placed before the tests. Beyond the furthest line of dunes, where the camera towers began to turn and face him, were the tops of what seemed to be a herd of square-backed elephants. They were drawn up in precise ranks in a hollow that formed a shallow coral. Traven advanced towards them, limping on his cut foot. On either side of him the loosening sand had excavated the dunes, and several of the blockhouses tilted on their sides. This plain of bunkers stretched for some quarter of a mile. To one side, the half-submerged hulks of a group of concrete shelters, bombed out onto the surface in some earlier test, lay like the husks of the abandoned wombs that had given birth to this herd of megaliths. The blocks, 3. To grasp something of the vast number and oppressive size of the blocks, and their impact upon Traven, one must try to visualize sitting in the shade of one of these concrete monsters, or walking about in the center of this enormous labyrinth which extended across the central table of the island. There were some 2,000 of them, each a perfect cube 15 feet in height, regularly spaced at 10-yard intervals. They were arranged in a series of tracts, each composed of 200 blocks, inclined to one another and to the direction of the blast. They had weathered only slightly in the years since they were first built, and their gaunt profiles were like the cutting faces of an enormous die plate, designed to stamp out huge rectilinear volumes of air. 3 of the sides were smooth and unbroken, but the 4th, facing away from the direction of the blast, contained a narrow inspection door. It was this feature of the blocks that Traven found particularly disturbing. Despite the considerable number of doors, by some freak of perspective, only those in a single aisle were visible at any point within the maze, the rest obscured by the intervening blocks. As he walked from the perimeter into the center of the massif, line upon line of the small metal doors appeared and receded, a world of closed exits, concealed behind endless corners. Approximately 20 of the blocks, those immediately below ground zero, were solid, the walls of the remainder of varying thicknesses. From the outside, they appeared to be of uniform solidity. As he entered the first of the long aisles, Traven felt his step lighten, the sense of fatigue that had dogged him for so many months begin to lift. With their geometric regularity and finish, the blocks seemed to occupy more than their own volume of space, imposing on him a mood of absolute calm and order. He walked on into the center of the maze,
eager to shut out the rest of the island. After a few random turns to the left and right, he found himself alone, the vistas to the sea, lagoon, and island closed. Here he sat down with his back against one of the blocks, the quest for his wife and son forgotten. For the first time since his arrival at the island, the sense of dissociation prompted by its fragmenting landscape began to recede. One development he did not expect. With dusk, and the need to leave the blocks and find food, he realized that he had lost himself. However, he retraced his steps, struck out left or right at an oblique course, oriented himself around the sun, and pressed on resolutely north or south. He found himself back at his starting point. Despite his best efforts, he was unable to make his way out of the maze. That he was aware of his motives gave him little help. Only when hunger overcame the need to remain did he manage to escape. Abandoning his former home near the aircraft dump, Traven collected together what canned food he could find in the waste turret and cockpit lockers of the superfortresses, and pulled them across the island on a crude sledge. 50 yards from the perimeter of the blocks, he took over a tilting bunker, and pinned the fading photograph of the blonde-haired child to the wall beside the door. The page was falling to pieces, like his fragmenting image of himself. Each evening when he woke, he would eat uneagerly, and then go out into the blocks. Sometimes he took a canteen of water with him, and remained there for 2 or 3 days. Traven, in parentheses. Elements in a quantal world. The terminal beach, the terminal bunker, the blocks. The landscape is coded. Entry points into the future equal levels in a spinal landscape, equal zones of significant time. The submarine pens. This precarious existence continued for the following weeks. As he walked out to the blocks one evening, he again saw his wife and son standing among the dunes below a solitary tower, their faces watching him calmly. He realized that they had followed him across the island from their former haunt among the dried-up lakes. Once again he saw the beckoning light, and he decided to continue his exploration of the island. Half a mile further along the atoll, he found a group of 4 submarine pens, built over an inlet, now drained, which wound through the dunes from the sea. The pens still contained several feet of water, filled with strange luminescent fish and plants. A warning light winked at intervals from a metal tower. The remains of a substantial camp, only recently vacated, stood on the concrete pier outside. Greedily, Traven heaped his sledge with the provisions stacked inside one of the metal shacks. With this change of diet, the beriberi receded, and during the next days he returned to the camp. It appeared to be the site of a biological expedition. In a field office, he came across a series of large charts of mutated chromosomes. He rolled them up and took them back to his bunker. The abstract patterns were meaningless, but during his recovery he amused himself by devising suitable titles for them. Later, passing the aircraft dump on one of his forays, he found the half-buried jukebox, and tore the list of records from the selection panel, realizing that these were the most appropriate captions for the charts. Thus embroidered, they took on many layers of cryptic associations. Traven lost among the blocks. August 5. Found the man Traven, a strange derelict figure, hiding in a bunker in the deserted interior of the island. He is suffering from severe exposure and malnutrition, but is unaware of this, or, for that matter, of any other events in the world around him. He maintains that he came to the island to carry out some scientific project, unstated. But I suspect that he understands his real motives and the unique role of the island. In some way, its landscape seems to be involved with certain unconscious notions of time, and in particular, with those that may be a repressed premonition of our own deaths. The attractions and dangers of such an architecture, as the past has shown, need no stressing. August 6. He has the eyes of the possessed. I would guess that he is neither the first nor the last to visit the island. From Dr. C. Osborne, in a Weetalk diary. With the exhaustion of his supplies, Traven remained within the perimeter of the blocks almost continuously, conserving what strength remained to him to walk slowly down their empty corridors. The infection in his right foot made it difficult for him to replenish his supplies from the stores left by the biologists, and as his strength ebbed, he found progressively less incentive to make his way out of the blocks. The system of megaliths now provided a complete substitute for those functions of his mind which gave to it its sense of the sustained rational order of time and space. His awareness kindled from levels above those of his present nervous system. If the automatic system is dominated by the past, the cerebrospinal reaches towards the future. Without the blocks, his sense of reality shrank to little more than a few square inches of sand beneath his feet. On one of his last ventures into the maze, he spent all night and much of the following morning in a futile attempt to escape. Dragging himself from one rectangle of shadow to another, his leg as heavy as a club, and apparently inflamed to the knee, he realized that he must soon find an equivalent for the blocks, or he would end his life within them, trapped within this self-constructed mausoleum as surely as the retinue of Pharaoh. He was sitting exhausted somewhere within the center of the system, the faceless lines of the tomb booths receding from him, when the sky was slowly divided by the drone of a light aircraft. This passed overhead, and then 5 minutes later returned. Seizing his opportunity, Traven struggled to his feet and made his exit from the blocks, his head raised to follow the glistening exhaust trail. As he lay down in the bunker, he dimly heard the aircraft return and carry out an inspection of the site. A belated rescue. "Who are you?" A small, sandy-haired man was peering down at him with a severe expression, then put away a syringe in his valise. "Do you realize you're on your last legs?" "Traven, I've had some sort of accident. I'm glad you flew over." "I'm sure you are. Why didn't you use our emergency radio? Anyway, we'll call the Navy and have you picked up." "No." Traven sat up on one elbow and felt weakly in his hip pocket. "I have a pass somewhere. I'm carrying out research." "Into what?" The question assumed a complete understanding of Traven's motives. Traven lay in the shade beside the bunker and drank weakly from a canteen as Dr. Osborne dressed his foot. "You've also been stealing our stores." Traven shook his head. 50 yards away, the blue and white Cessna stood on the concrete apron like a large dragonfly. "I didn't realize you were coming back." "You must be in a trance." The young woman at the controls of the aircraft climbed from the cockpit and walked over to them, glancing at the gray bunkers and blocks. She seemed unaware of or uninterested in the decrepit figure of Traven. Osborne spoke to her over his shoulder, and after a downward glance at Traven, she went back to the aircraft. As she turned, Traven rose involuntarily, recognizing the child in the photograph he had pinned to the wall. Then he remembered that the magazine could not have been more than 4 or 5 years old. The engine of the aircraft started. It turned onto one of the roadways and took off into the wind. The young woman drove over by jeep that afternoon with a small camp bed and a canvas awning. During the intervening hours, Traven had slept, and woke refreshed when Osborne returned from his scrutiny of the surrounding dunes. "What are you doing here?" the young woman asked as she secured one of the guy ropes to the bunker. "I'm searching for my wife and son," Traven said. "They're on this island?" Surprised, but taking the reply at face value, she looked around her. "Here?" "In a manner of speaking." After inspecting the bunker, Osborne joined them. "The child in the photograph. Is she your daughter?" "No," Traven tried to explain. "She's adopted me." Unable to make sense of his replies, but accepting his assurances that he would leave the island, Osborne and the young woman returned to their camp. Each day Osborne returned to change the dressing, driven by the young woman, who seemed to grasp the role cast for her by Traven in his private mythology. Osborne, when he learned of Traven's previous career as a military pilot, assumed that he was a latter-day martyr left high and dry by the moratorium on thermonuclear tests. A guilt complex isn't an indiscriminate supply of moral sanctions. I think you may be overstretching yours. When he mentioned the name Etherly, Traven shook his head. Undeterred, Osborne pressed. Are you sure you're not making similar use of the image of Eniwetok, waiting for your Pentecostal wind? Believe me, Doctor, no, Traven replied firmly. For me, the H-bomb is a symbol of absolute freedom. Unlike Etherly, I feel it's given me the right, the obligation even, to do anything I choose. That seems strange logic, Osborn commented. Aren't we at least responsible for our physical selves? Traven shrugged. Not now, I think. After all, aren't we in effect men raised from the dead? Often, however, he thought of Etherly, the prototypal pre-third man, dating the pre-third from August 6, 1945, carrying a full load of cosmic guilt. Shortly after Traven was strong enough to walk again, he had to be rescued from the blocks for a second time. Osborn became less conciliatory. Our work is almost complete, he warned Traven. You'll die here. Traven, what are you looking for? To himself, Traven said, the tomb of the unknown civilian. Homo hydrogenensis, Eniwetok man. To Osborn he said, Doctor, your laboratory is at the wrong end of this island. I'm aware of that, Traven. There are rarer fish swimming in your head than in any submarine pen. On the day before they left, Traven and the young woman drove over to the lakes where he had first arrived. As a final present from Osborn, an ironic gesture unexpected from the elderly biologist, she had brought the correct list of legends for the chromosome charts. They stopped by the derelict jukebox, and she pasted them on to the selection panel. They wandered among the supine wrecks of the superfortresses. Traven lost sight of her, and for the next 10 minutes searched in and out of the dunes. He found her standing in a small amphitheater formed by the sloping mirrors of a solar energy device built by one of the visiting expeditions. She smiled to him as he stepped through the scaffolding. A dozen fragmented images of herself were reflected in the broken panes. In some she was sans head, in others multiples of her raised arms circled her like those of a Hindu goddess. Exhausted, Traven turned away and walked back to the jeep. As they drove away, he described his glimpses of his wife and son. Their faces are always calm, my son's particularly, although he was never really like that. The only time his face was grave was when he was being born. Then he seemed millions of years old. The young woman nodded. I hope you find them. As an afterthought, she added, Dr. Osborn is going to tell the Navy you're here. Hide somewhere. Traven thanked her. When she flew away from the island for the last time, he waved to her from his seat beside the blocks. The naval party. When the search party came for him, Traven hid in the only logical place. Fortunately, the search was perfunctory, and was called off after a few hours. The sailors had brought a supply of beer with them, and the search soon turned into a drunken ramble. On the walls of the recording towers, Traven later found balloons of obscene dialogue chalked into the mouths of the shadow figures, giving their postures the priapic gaiety of the dancers in cave drawings. The climax of the party was the ignition of a store of gasoline in an underground tank near the airstrip. As he listened, first to the megaphones shouting his name, the echoes receding among the dunes like the forlorn calls of dying birds, then to the boom of the explosion and the laughter as the landing craft left, Traven felt a premonition that these were the last sounds he would hear. He had hidden in one of the target basins, lying down among the bodies of the plastic dummies. In the hot sunlight, their deformed faces gaped at him sightlessly from the tangle of limbs, their blurred smiles like those of the soundlessly laughing dead. Their faces filled his mind as he climbed over the bodies and returned to the bunker. As he walked towards the blocks, he saw the figures of his wife and son standing in his path. They were less than 10 yards from him, their white faces watching him with a look of almost overwhelming expectancy. Never had Traven seen them so close to the blocks. His wife's pale features seemed illuminated from within, her lips parted as if in greeting, one hand raised to take his own. His son's grave face, with its curiously fixed expression, regarded him with the same enigmatic smile of the girl in the photograph. "Judith! David!" Startled, Traven ran forwards to them. Then, in a sudden movement of light, their clothes turned into shrouds, and he saw the wounds that disfigured their necks and chests. Appalled, he cried out to them. As they vanished, he fled into the safety and sanity of the blocks. The Catechism of Goodbye. This time he found himself, as Osborne had predicted, unable to leave the blocks. Somewhere in the shifting center of the maze, he sat with his back against one of the concrete flanks, his eyes raised to the sun. Around him, the lines of cubes formed the horizons of his world. At times they would appear to advance towards him, looming over him like cliffs, the intervals between them narrowing, so that they were little more than an arm's length apart, a labyrinth of narrow corridors running between them. Then they would recede from him, separating from each other like points in an expanding universe, until the nearest line formed an intermittent palisade along the horizon. Time had become quantal. For hours it would be noon, the shadows contained within the motionless bulk of the blocks, the heat reverberating off the concrete floor. Abruptly, he would find it was early afternoon or evening, the shadows everywhere like pointing fingers. "Goodbye, Eniwetok," he murmured. Somewhere there was a flicker of light, as if one of the blocks, like a counter on an abacus, had been plucked away. "Goodbye, Los Alamos." Again a block seemed to vanish. The corridors around him remained intact, but somewhere, Traven was convinced, in the matrix superimposed on his mind, a small interval of neutral space had been punched. "Goodbye, Hiroshima. Goodbye, Alamogordo. Goodbye, Moscow, London, Paris, New York." Shuttles flickered, a ripple of integers. Traven stopped, accepting the futility of this megathlon farewell. Such a leave-taking required him to fix his signature on every one of the particles in the universe. Total noon. Eniwetok. The blocks now occupied positions on an endlessly revolving circus wheel. They carried him upwards, to heights from which he could see the whole island and the sea, and then down again through the opaque disk of the floor. From here he looked up at the undersurface of the concrete cap, an inverted landscape of rectilinear hollows, the dome-shaped mounds of the lake system, the thousands of empty cubic pits of the blocks. Goodbye, Traven. To his disappointment, he found that this ultimate act of rejection gained him nothing. In an interval of lucidity, he looked down at his emaciated arms and legs propped loosely in front of him, the brittle wrists and hands covered with a lacework of ulcers. To his right was a trail of disturbed dust, the marks of slack heels. In front of him lay a long corridor between the blocks, joining an oblique series 100 yards away. Among these, where a narrow interval revealed the open space beyond, was a crescent-shaped shadow poised in the air. During the next half-hour it moved slowly, turning as the sun swung. The outline of a dune. Seizing on this cipher, which hung before him like a symbol on a shield, Traven pushed himself through the dust. He climbed precariously to his feet, and covered his eyes from all sight of the blocks. 10 minutes later he emerged from the western perimeter. The dune whose shadow had guided him lay 50 yards away. Beyond it, bearing the shadow like a screen, was a ridge of limestone, which ran away among the hillocks of a wasteland. The remains of old bulldozers, bales of barbed wire, and 50-gallon drums lay half-buried in the sand. Traven approached the dune, reluctant to leave this anonymous swell of sand. He shuffled around its edges, and then sat down in the shade by a narrow crevice in the ridge. 10 minutes later, he noticed that someone was watching him. The marooned Japanese. This corpse, whose eyes stared up at Traven, lay to his left at the bottom of the crevice. That of a man of middle age and powerful build. It lay on its side, with its head on a pillow of stone, as if surveying the window of the sky. The fabric of the clothes had rotted to a gray, tattered vestment, but in the absence of any small animal predators on the island, the skin and musculature had been preserved. Here and there, at the angle of knee or wrist, A bony point shone through the leathery integument of the yellow skin, but the facial mask was still intact and revealed a male Japanese of the professional classes. Looking down at the strong nose, high forehead, and broad mouth, Traven guessed that the Japanese had been a doctor or lawyer. Puzzled as to how the corpse had found itself here, Traven slid a few feet down the slope. There were no radiation burns on the skin, which indicated that the Japanese had been there for less than 5 years. Nor did he appear to be wearing a uniform, so had not been a member of a military or scientific mission. To the left of the corpse, within reach of his hand, was a frayed leather case, the remains of a map wallet. To the right was the bleached husk of a haversack, open to reveal a canteen of water and a small jerry can. Greedily, the reflex of starvation making him for the moment ignore this discovery that the Japanese had deliberately chosen to die in the crevice, Traven slid down the slope until his feet touched the splitting soles of the corpse's shoes. He reached forward and seized the canteen. A cupful of flat water swilled around the rusting bottom. Traven gulped down the water, the dissolved metal salts cloaking his lips and tongue with a bitter film. He pried the lid and chewed at the tarry flakes. They filled his mouth with an almost intoxicating sweetness. After a few moments, he felt lightheaded and sat back beside the corpse. Its sightless eyes regarded him with unmoving compassion. The fly. A small fly, which Traven presumes has followed him into the crevice, now buzzes about the corpse's face. Traven leans forward to kill it, then reflects that perhaps this minuscule sentry had been the corpse's faithful companion, in return fed on the rich liqueurs and distillations of its pores. Carefully, to avoid injuring the fly, he encourages it to alight on his wrist. Dr. Yasuda. Thank you, Traven. The voice is rough, as if unused to conversation. In my position, you understand. Traven. Of course, Doctor. I'm sorry I tried to kill it. These ingrained habits, you know, they're not easy to shrug off. Your sister's children in Osaka in 44, the exigencies of war, I hate to plead them. Most known motives are so despicable, one searches the unknown in the hope that— Yasuda. Please, Traven, do not be embarrassed. The fly is lucky to retain its identity for so long. That son you mourn, not to mention my own 2 nieces and nephew, did they not die each day? Every parent in the world mourns the lost sons and daughters of their past childhoods. Traven. You're very tolerant, Doctor. I wouldn't dare— Yasuda. Not at all, Traven. I make no apologies for you. After all, each one of us is little more than the meager residue of the infinite unrealized possibilities of our lives. But your son and my nieces are fixed in our minds forever, their identities as certain as the stars. Traven. Not entirely convinced. That may be so, Doctor, but it leads to a dangerous conclusion in the case of this island. For instance, the blocks— Yasuda. They are precisely to what I refer. Here among the blocks, Traven, you at last find the image of yourself free of time and space. This island is an ontological Garden of Eden. Why try to expel yourself into a quantal world? Traven. Excuse me. The fly has flown back to the corpse's face and sits in one of the orbits, giving the good doctor an expression of quizzical beadiness. Reaching forward, Traven entices it onto his palm. Well, yes, these bunkers may be ontological objects, but whether this is the ontological fly seems doubtful. It's true that on this island it's the only fly, which is the next best thing. Yasuda. You can't accept the plurality of the universe, Traven. Ask yourself why. Why should this obsess you? It seems to me that you are hunting for the white Leviathan, Zero. The beach is a dangerous zone. Avoid it. Have a proper humility. Pursue a philosophy of acceptance. Traven. Then may I ask why you came here, Doctor? Yasuda. To feed this fly. What greater love? Traven, still puzzling. It doesn't really solve my problem. The blocks, you see— Yasuda. Very well, if you must have it that way. Traven. But, Doctor... Yasada. Peremptorily. Kill that fly. Traven. That's not an end, or a beginning. Hopelessly, he kills the fly. Exhausted, he falls asleep beside the corpse. The terminal beach. Searching for a piece of rope in the refuse dump behind the dunes, Traven found a bale of rusty wire. He unwound it, then secured a harness around the corpse's chest and dragged it from the crevice. The lid of a wooden crate served as a sledge. Traven fastened the corpse into a sitting position and set off along the perimeter of the blocks. Around him the island was silent. The lines of palms hung in the sunlight, only his own motion varying the shifting ciphers of their crisscrossing trunks. The square turrets of the camera towers jutted from the dunes like forgotten obelisks. An hour later, when Traven reached his bunker, he untied the wire cord he had fastened around his waist. He took the chair left for him by Dr. Osborne and carried it to a point midway between the bunker and the blocks. Then he tied the body of the Japanese to the chair, arranging the hands so that they rested on the wooden arms, giving the moribund figure a posture of calm repose. This done to his satisfaction, Traven returned to the bunker and squatted under the awning. As the next days passed into weeks, the dignified figure of the Japanese sat in his chair 50 yards from him, guarding Traven from the blocks. Their magic still filled Traven's reveries, but he now had sufficient strength to rouse himself and forage for food. In the hot sunlight, the skin of the Japanese became more and more bleached, and sometimes Traven would wake at night to find the white sepulchral figure sitting there, arms resting at its sides in the shadows that crossed the concrete floor. At these moments, he would often see his wife and son watching him from the dunes. As time passed, they came closer, and he would sometimes turn to find them only a few yards behind him. Patiently, Traven waited for them to speak to him, thinking of the great blocks whose entrance was guarded by the seated figure of the dead archangel, as the waves broke on the distant shore, and the burning bombers fell through his dreams. 9. Ballard saw his post-mini-megawar world as recovering quickly after little more than the loss of a few world capitals and population centers. But the real world was pretty much a wreck already when Poul Anderson wrote Tomorrow's Children, right after World War II. And to me the story still has the smell of 1946 about it, when much of old world East and West was picking itself up out of rubble, under the auspices of conquering overseers. Here the author enlarges the ruins of 1946 by a few orders of magnitude, and brings it home as Megawar's aftermath, but the focus of concern is again that of Jody and Poul, and Myra and Ben and Little Boy. The damage to human reproduction as viewed from a global perspective. Tomorrow's Children, by Poul Anderson. On the world's loom weave the Norn's doom, nor may they guide it nor change. Wagner, Siegfried. 10 miles up it hardly showed. Earth was a cloudy green and brown blur, the vast vault of the stratosphere reaching changelessly out to spatial infinities, and beyond the pulsing engine there was silence and serenity no man could ever touch. Looking down, Hugh Drummond could see the Mississippi gleaming like a drawn sword, and its slow curve matched the contours shown on his map. The hills, the sea, the sun and wind and rain, they didn't change. Not in less than 1,000,000 slow-striding years, and human efforts flickered too briefly in the unending night for that. Farther down, though, and especially where cities had been. The lone man in the solitary stratojet swore softly, bitterly, and his knuckles whitened on the controls. He was a big man, his gaunt, rangy form sprawling awkwardly in the tiny pressure cabin, and he wasn't quite 40. But his dark hair was streaked with gray. In the shabby flying suit his shoulders stooped, and his long, homely face was drawn into haggard lines. His eyes were black-rimmed, and sunken with weariness, dark and dreadful in their intensity. He'd seen too much, survived too much, until he began to look like most other people of the world. Heir of the ages, he thought dully. Mechanically, he went through the motions of following his course. Natural landmarks were still there, and he had powerful binoculars to help him. But he didn't use them much. They showed too many broad, shallow craters, their vitreous smoothness throwing back sunlight in the flat, blank glitter of a snake's eye, the ground about them a churned and blasted desolation. And there were the worse regions of deadness. Twisted dead trees, blowing sand, tumbled skeletons, perhaps at night a baleful blue glow of fluorescence. The bombs had been nightmares, riding in on wings of fire and horror to shake the planet with the death blows of cities. But the radioactive dust was worse than any nightmare. He passed over villages, even small towns. Some of them were deserted, the blowing colloidal dust or plague or economic breakdown making them untenable. Others still seemed to be living a feeble half-life. Especially in the Midwest, there was a pathetic struggle to return to an agricultural system, but the insects and blights. Drummond shrugged. After nearly 2 years of this, over the scarred and maimed planet, he should be used to it. The United States had been lucky. Europe, now. Der Untergang des Abendlandes, he thought grayly. Spengler foresaw the collapse of a top-heavy civilization. He didn't foresee atomic bombs, radioactive dust bombs, bacteria bombs, blight bombs. The bombs, the senseless, inanimate bombs flying like monster insects over the shivering world. So he didn't guess the extent of the collapse. Deliberately, he pushed the thoughts out of his conscious mind. He didn't want to dwell on them. He'd lived with them 2 years, and that was 2 eternities too long. And anyway, he was nearly home now. The capital of the United States was below him, and he sent the stratojet slanting down in a long, thunderous dive toward the mountains. Not much of a capital, the little town huddled in a valley of the Cascades, but the waters of the Potomac had filled the grave of Washington. Strictly speaking, there was no capital. The officers of the government were scattered over the country, keeping in precarious touch by plane and radio. But Taylor, Oregon, came as close to being the nerve center as any other place. He gave the signal again on his transmitter, knowing with a faint spine-crawling sensation of the rocket batteries trained on him from the green of those mountains. When one plane could carry the end of a city, all planes were under suspicion. Not that anyone outside was supposed to know that that innocuous little town was important. But you never could tell. The war wasn't officially over. It might never be, with sheer personal survival overriding the urgency of treaties. A light beam transmitter gave him a cautious, "Okay, can you land in the street?" It was a narrow, dusty track between 2 wooden rows of houses, but Drummond was a good pilot, and this was a good jet. "Yeah," he said. His voice had grown unused to speech. He cut speed in a spiral descent until he was gliding with only the faintest whisper of wind across his ship. Touching wheels to the street, he slammed on the brake and bounced to a halt. Silence struck at him like a physical blow. The engine stilled, the sun beating down from a brassy blue sky on the drabness of rude temporary houses, the total seeming desertion beneath the impassive mountains. Home. Hugh Drummond laughed, a short, harsh bark with nothing of humor in it, and swung open the cockpit canopy. There were actually quite a few people he saw peering from doorways and side streets. They looked fairly well fed and dressed, many in uniform. They seemed to have purpose and hope. But this, of course, was the capital of the United States of America, the world's most fortunate country. "Get out! Quick!" The peremptory voice roused Drummond from the introspection into which those lonely months had driven him. He looked down at a gang of men in mechanics' outfits, led by a harassed-looking man in captain's uniform. "Oh, of course," he said slowly. "You want to hide the plane. And naturally a regular landing field would give you away." "Hurry, get out, you infernal idiot! Anyone might come over and see—" "They wouldn't get unnoticed by an efficient detection system, and you still have that," said Drummond, sliding his booted legs over the cockpit edge. "And anyway, there won't be any more raids. The war's over. Wish I could believe that, but who are you to say? Get a move on!" The grease monkeys hustled the plane down the street. With an odd feeling of loneliness, Drummond watched it go. After all, it had been his home for how long? The machine was stopped before a false house whose whole front was swung aside. A concrete ramp led downward, and Drummond could see a cavernous immensity below. Light within it gleamed off silvery rows of aircraft. Pretty neat, he admitted. Not that it matters anymore. Probably it never did. Most of the hell came over on robot rockets. Oh well. He fished his pipe from his jacket. Colonel's insignia glittered briefly as the garment flipped back. "Oh, sorry, sir," exclaimed the captain. "I didn't know—" "'S okay. I've gotten out of the habit of wearing a regular uniform. A lot of places I've been, an American wouldn't be very popular." Drummond stuffed tobacco into his briar, scowling. He hated to think how often he'd had to use the Colt at his hip, or even the machine guns in his plane, to save himself. He inhaled smoke gratefully. It seemed to drown out some of the bitter taste. "General Robinson said to bring you to him when you arrived, sir," said the captain. "This way, please." They went down the street, their boots scuffing up little acrid clouds of dust. Drummond looked sharply about him. He'd left very shortly after the 2-month Ragnarok, which had tapered off when the organization of both sides broke down too far to keep on making and sending the bombs, and maintaining order with famine and disease starting their ghastly ride over the homeland. At that time, the United States was a cityless, anarchic chaos, and he'd had only the briefest of radio exchanges since then, whenever he could get a long-range set still in working order. They'd made remarkable progress meanwhile. How much he didn't know, but the mere existence of something like a capital was sufficient proof. Robinson. His lined face twisted into a frown. He didn't know the man. He'd been expecting to be received by the president, who had sent him and some others out. Unless the others had... No, he was the only one who had been in Eastern Europe and Western Asia. He was sure of that. 2 sentries guarded the entrance to what was obviously a converted general store, but there were no more stores. There was nothing to put in them. Drummond entered the cool dimness of an antechamber. The clatter of a typewriter, the whack operating it. He gaped and blinked. That was impossible. Typewriters, secretaries. Hadn't they gone out with the whole world 2 years ago? If the Dark Ages had returned to Earth, it didn't seem right that there should still be typewriters. It didn't fit. He grew aware that the captain had opened the inner door for him. As he stepped in, he grew aware of how tired he was. His arm weighed a ton as he saluted the man behind the desk. "At ease, at ease." Robinson's voice was genial. Despite the 5 stars on his shoulders, he wore no tie or coat, and his round face was smiling. Still, he looked tough and competent underneath. To run things nowadays, he'd have to be. "Sit down, Colonel Drummond." Robinson gestured to a chair near his, and the aviator collapsed into it, shivering. His haunted eyes traversed the office. It was almost well enough outfitted to be a pre-war place. Pre-war. A word like a sword, cutting across history with the brutality of murder, hazing everything in the past until it was a vague golden glow through drifting red-shot black clouds. And only 2 years. Only 2 years. Surely sanity was meaningless in a world of such nightmare inversions. Why, he could barely remember Barbara and the kids. Their faces were blotted out in a tide of other visages. Starved faces, dead faces, human faces become beast-formed with want and pain and eating throttled hate. His grief was lost in the agony of the world, and in some ways he had become a machine himself. "You look plenty tired," said Robinson. Yes, sir." "Skip the formality. I don't go for it. We'll be working pretty close together. Can't take time to be diplomatic." "Uh-huh. I came over the North Pole, you know. Haven't slept since... rough time. But if I may ask you..." Drummond hesitated. "I suppose I'm president. Ex officio, pro tem, or something. Here, you need a drink." Robinson got bottle and glasses from a drawer. The liquor gurgled out in a pungent stream. "Pre-war Scotch. Till it gives out, I'm laying off this modern hooch. Come by." The fiery, smoky brew jolted Drummond to wakefulness. Its glow was pleasant in his empty stomach. He heard Robinson's voice with a surrealistic sharpness. "Yes, I'm at the head now. My predecessors made the mistake of sticking together and of traveling a good deal and trying to pull the country back into shape. So I think the sickness got the president, and I know it got several others. Of course, there was no means of holding an election. The armed forces had almost the only organization left, so we had to run things. Berger was in charge, but he shot himself when he learned he'd breathed radio dust. Then the command fell to me. I've been lucky." "I see. It didn't make much difference. A few dozen more deaths weren't much when over half the world was gone. Do you expect to continue lucky?" A brutally blunt question, maybe, but words weren't bombs. "I do." Robinson was firm about that. "We've learned by experience, learned a lot. We've scattered the army, broken it into small outposts at key points throughout the country. For quite a while we stopped travel altogether, except for absolute emergencies, and then with elaborate precautions. That smothered the epidemics. The microorganisms were bred to work in crowded areas, you know. They were almost immune to known medical techniques, but without hosts and carriers they died. I guess natural bacteria ate up most of them. We still take care in traveling, but we're fairly safe now." "Did any of the others come back?" There were a lot like me, sent out to see what really had happened to the world. "One did, from South America. Their situation is similar to ours, though they lacked our tight organization and have gone further toward anarchy." "Nobody else returned but you." It wasn't surprising. In fact, it was a cause for astonishment that anyone had come back. Drummond had volunteered after the bomb erasing St. Louis had taken his family, not expecting to survive and not caring much whether he did. Maybe that was why he had. "You can take your time in writing a detailed report," said Robinson. "But in general, how are things over there?" Drummond shrugged. "The war is over. Burned out. Europe has gone back to savagery. They were caught between America and Asia, and the bombs came both ways. Not many survivors, and they're starving animals. Russia, from what I saw, has managed something like you've done here, though they're worse off than we. Naturally, I couldn't find out much there. I didn't get to India or China, but in Russia I heard rumors. No, the world's gone too far into disintegration to carry on war." "Then we can come out in the open," said Robinson softly. "We can really start rebuilding. I don't think there'll ever be another war, Drummond. I think the memory of this one will be carved too deeply on the race for us ever to forget." "Can you shrug it off that easily?" No, of course not. Our culture hasn't lost its continuity, but it's had a terrific setback. We'll never wholly get over it, but we're on our way up again." The general rose, glancing at his watch. 6 o'clock. "Come on, Drummond. Let's get home." "Home?" "Yes, you'll stay with me." "Man, you look like the original zombie." "You'll need a month or more of sleeping between clean sheets, of home cooking and home atmosphere. My wife will be glad to have you. We see almost no new faces. And as long as we'll work together, I'd like to keep you handy. The shortage of competent men is terrific." They went down the street, an aide following. Drummond was again conscious of the weariness aching in every bone and fiber of him. A home. After 2 years of ghost towns, of shattered chimneys above blood-dappled snow, of flimsy lean-tos housing starvation and death. "Your plane will be mighty useful, too," said Robinson. "Those atomic-powered craft are scarcer than hen's teeth used to be." He chuckled hollowly, as at a rather grim joke. "Got you through close to 2 years of flying without needing fuel. Any other trouble?" "Some, but there were enough spare parts. No need to tell of those frantic hours and days of slaving, of desperate improvisation with hunger and plague stalking him who stayed overlong. He'd had his troubles getting food, too, despite the plentiful supplies he'd started out with. He'd fought for scraps in the winters, beaten off howling maniacs who would have killed him for a bird he'd shot or a dead horse he'd scavenged. He hated that plundering, and would not have cared personally if they'd managed to destroy him. But he had a mission, and the mission was all he'd had left as a focal point for his life, so he'd clung to it with fanatic intensity. And now the job was over, and he realized he couldn't rest. He didn't dare. Rest would give him time to remember. Maybe he could find surcease in the gigantic work of reconstruction. Maybe. "Here we are," said Robinson. Drummond blinked in new amazement. There was a car, camouflaged under brush, with a military chauffeur. A car! And in pretty fair shape, too. "We've got a few oil wells going again, and a small patched-up refinery," explained the general. "It furnishes enough gas and oil for what traffic we have." They got in the rear seat. The aide sat in front, a rifle ready. The car started down a mountain road. "Where to?" asked Drummond, a little dazedly. Robinson smiled. "Personally," he said, "I'm almost the only lucky man on earth. We had a summer cottage on Lake Taylor, a few miles from here. My wife was there when the war came and stayed, and nobody came along till I brought the head officers here with me. Now I've got a home all to myself." Yeah, you're lucky," said Drummond. He looked out the window, not seeing the sun-spattered woods. Presently he asked, his voice a little harsh, "How is the country really doing now?" "For a while it was rough. Damn rough. When the cities went, our transportation, communication, and distribution systems broke down. In fact, our whole economy disintegrated, though not all at once. Then there was the dust and the plagues. People fled, and there was open fighting when overcrowded safe places refused to take in any more refugees. Police went with the cities, and the army couldn't do much patrolling. We were busy fighting the enemy troops that had flown over the Poul to invade. We still haven't gotten them all. Bands are roaming the country, hungry and desperate outlaws, and there are plenty of Americans who turned to banditry when everything else failed. That's why we have this guard, though so far none have come this way. The insect and blight weapons just about wiped out our crops, and that winter everybody starved. We checked the pests with modern methods, though it was touch and go for a while, and next year got some food. Of course, with no distribution as yet, we failed to save a lot of people, and farming is still a tough proposition. We won't really have the bugs licked for a long time. If we had a research center as well equipped as those which produced the things. But we're gaining. We're gaining. Distribution. Drummond rubbed his chin. How about railroads? Horse-drawn vehicles? We have some railroads going, but the enemy was as careful to dust most of ours as we were to dust theirs. As for horses, they were nearly all eaten that first winter. I know personally of only a dozen. They're on my place. I'm trying to breed enough to be of use, but— Robinson smiled wryly. By the time we've raised that many, the factories should have been going quite a spell. And so now we're over the worst. Except for outlaws, we have the population fairly well controlled. The civilized people are fairly well fed, with some kind of housing. We have machine shops, small factories, and the like going, enough to keep our transportation and other mechanisms level. Presently we'll be able to expand these, begin actually increasing what we have. In another 5 years or so, I guess, we'll be integrated enough to drop martial law and hold a general election. A big job ahead, but a good one. The car halted to let a cow lumber over the road, a calf trotting at her heels. She was gaunt and shaggy, and skittered nervously from the vehicle into the brush. Wild, explained Robinson. Most of the real wildlife was killed off for food in the last 2 years, but a lot of farm animals escaped when their owners died or fled, and have run free ever since. He noticed Drummond's fixed gaze. The pilot was looking at the calf, Its legs were half the normal length. "Mutant," said the general. "You find a lot of such animals. Radiation from bombed or dusted areas. There are even a lot of human abnormal births." He scowled, worry clouding his eyes. "In fact, that's just about our worst problem. The car came out of the woods onto the shore of a small lake. It was a peaceful scene, the quiet waters like molten gold in the slanting sunlight, trees ringing the circumference and all about them the mountains. Under one huge pine stood a cottage, a woman on the porch. It was like one summer with Barbara. Drummond cursed under his breath and followed Robinson toward the little building. It wasn't. It wasn't. It could never be. Not ever again. There were soldiers guarding this place from chance marauders, and there was an odd-looking flower at his foot. A daisy, but huge and red and irregularly formed. A squirrel chittered from a tree. Drummond saw that its face was so blunt as to be almost human. Then he was on the porch, and Robinson was introducing him to "my wife, Elaine." She was a nice-looking young woman, with eyes that were sympathetic on Drummond's exhausted face. The aviator tried not to notice that she was pregnant. He was led inside, and revelled in a hot bath. Afterward there was supper, but he was numb with sleep by then, and hardly noticed it when Robinson put him to bed. Reaction set in, and for a week or so Drummond went about in a haze, not much good to himself or anyone else. But it was surprising what plenty of food and sleep could do, and one evening Robinson came home to find him scribbling on sheets of paper. "Arranging my notes and so on," he explained. "I'll write out the complete report in a month, I guess." "Good, but no hurry." Robinson settled tiredly into an armchair. "The rest of the world will keep. I'd rather you'd just work at this off and on, and join my staff for your main job." "Okay. Only what'll I do?" "Everything. Specialization is gone. Too few surviving specialists and equipment. I think your chief task will be to head the Census Bureau." "Huh?" Robinson grinned lopsidedly. "You'll be the Census Bureau, except for what few assistants I can spare you." He leaned forward, said earnestly, "And it's one of the most important jobs there is. You'll do for this country what you did for Central Eurasia, only in much greater detail. Drummond, we have to know." He took a map from a desk drawer and spread it out. "Look, here's the United States. I've marked regions known to be uninhabitable in red." His fingers traced out the ugly splotches. "Too many of them, and doubtless there are others we haven't found yet. Now the blue X's are army posts. They were sparsely scattered over the land near the centers of population groupings. Not enough of those. It's all we can do to control the more or less well-off orderly people. Bandits, enemy troops, homeless refugees, they're still running wild, skulking in the backwoods and barrens, and raiding whenever they can. And they spread the plague. We won't really have it licked till everybody's settled down, and that'd be hard to enforce. Drummond, we don't even have enough soldiers to start a feudal system for protection. The plague spread like a prairie fire in those concentrations of men. We have to know. We have to know how many people survived. Half the population, a third, a quarter, whatever it is. We have to know where they are, and how they're fixed for supplies so we can start up an equitable distribution system. We have to find all the small-town shops and labs and libraries still standing, and rescue their priceless contents before looters or the weather beat us to it. We have to locate doctors and engineers and other professional men and put them to work rebuilding. We have to find the outlaws and round them up. I could go on forever. Once we have all that information, we can set up a master plan for redistributing population, agriculture, industry, and the rest more efficiently, for getting the country back under civil authority and police, for opening regular transportation and communication channels, for getting the nation back on its feet. I see, nodded Drummond. Hitherto, just surviving and hanging on to what was left has taken precedence. Now you're in a position to start expanding, if you know where and how much to expand. Exactly. Robinson rolled a cigarette, grimacing. Not much tobacco left. What I have is perfectly foul. Lord, that war was crazy. All wars are, said Drummond dispassionately. But technology advanced to the point of giving us a knife to cut our throats with. Before that, we were just beating our heads against the wall. Robinson, we can't go back to the old ways. We've got to start on a new track, a track of sanity. Yes. And that brings up... The other man looked toward the kitchen door. They could hear the cheerful rattle of dishes there, and smell mouth-watering cooking odors. He lowered his voice. I might as well tell you this now, but don't let Elaine know. She shouldn't be worried. Drummond, did you see our horses? The other day? Yes. The colts? Uh-huh. There have been 5 colts born of 11 mares in the last year. 2 of them were so deformed they died in a week, another in a few months. One of the 2 left has cloven hoofs and almost no teeth. The last one looks normal, so far. 1 out of 11, Drummond. Were those horses near a radioactive area? They must have been. They were rounded up wherever found and brought here. The stallion was caught near the site of Portland, I know. But if he were the only one with mutated genes, it would hardly show up in the first generation, would it? I understand nearly all mutations are Mendelian recessives. Even if there were one dominant, it would show in all the colts, but none of these looked alike. I don't know much about genetics, but I do know hard radiation, or rather the secondary charged particles it produces, will cause mutation. Only mutants are rare, and tend to fall into certain patterns. Were rare. Suddenly Robinson was grim, something coldly frightened in his eyes. Haven't you noticed the animals and plants? They're fewer than formerly, and, well, I've not kept count, but at least half those seen or killed have something wrong, internally or externally. Drummond drew heavily on his pipe. He needed something to hang on to in a new storm of insanity. Very quietly he said, In my college biology course, they told me the vast majority of mutations are unfavorable. More ways of not doing something than of doing it. Radiation might sterilize an animal, or might produce several degrees of genetic change. You could have mutations so violently lethal the possessor never gets born or soon dies. You could have all kinds of more or less handicapping factors, or just random changes not making much difference one way or the other. Or in a few cases you might get something actually favorable, but you couldn't really say the possessor is a true member of the species. And favorable mutations themselves usually involve a price in the partial or total loss of some other function. Right. Robinson nodded heavily. One of your jobs on the census will be to try and locate any and all who know genetics, and send them here. But your real task, which only you and I and a couple of others must know about, the job overriding all other considerations, will be to find the human mutants. Drummond's throat was dry. There have been a lot of them? He whispered. Yes, but we don't know how many or where. We only know about those people who live near an army post, or have some other fairly regular intercourse with us, and there are only a few thousand all told. Among them, the birth rate has gone down to about half the pre-war ratio, and over half the births they do have are abnormal. Over half? Yeah. Of course, the violently different ones soon die, or are put in an institution we've set up in the Alleghenies. But what can we do with viable forms if their parents still love them? A kid with deformed or missing or abortive organs, twisted internal structure, a tail, or something even worse. Well, it'll have a tough time in life, but it can generally survive, and perpetuate itself. And a normal-looking one might have some unnoticeable quirk, or a characteristic that won't show up for years, or even a normal one might be carrying recessives and pass them on. God. The exclamation was half blasphemy, half prayer. But how'd it happen? People weren't all near atom-hit areas. Maybe not, though a lot of survivors escaped from the outskirts. But there was that first year with everybody on the move. One could pass near enough to a blasted region to be affected without knowing it. And that damnable radio dust blowing on the wind. It's got a long half-life. It'll be active for decades. Then, as in any collapsing culture, promiscuity was common. Still is. Oh, it's spread itself all right. I still don't see why it spread itself so much, even here. Well, I don't know why it shows up here. I suppose a lot of the local flora and fauna came in from elsewhere. This place is safe. The nearest dusted region is 300 miles off, with mountains between. There must be many such islands of comparatively normal conditions. We have to find them, too. But elsewhere— "Soup's on," announced Elaine, and went from the kitchen to the dining room with a loaded tray. The men rose. Grayly, Drummond looked at Robinson and said tonelessly, "Okay, I'll get your information for you. We'll map mutation areas and safe areas. We'll check on our population and resources. We'll eventually get all the facts you want. But what are you going to do then?" "I wish I knew," said Robinson haggardly. "I wish I knew." Winter lay heavily on the north, a vast gray sky seeming frozen solid over the rolling white plains. The last 3 winters had come early and stayed long. Dust, colloidal dust of the bombs, suspended in the atmosphere and cutting down the solar constant by a deadly percent or two. There had even been a few earthquakes, set off in geologically unstable parts of the world by bombs planted right. Half of California had been ruined when a sabotage bomb started the San Andreas Fault on a major slip, and that kicked up still more dust. Fimbulvinter, thought Drummond bleakly. The doom of the prophecy. But no, we're surviving, though maybe not as men. Most people had gone south, and their overcrowding had made starvation and disease and internecine struggle the normal aspects of life. Those who'd stuck it out up here and had luck with their pest-ridden crops were better off. Drummond's jet slid above the cratered black ruin of the Twin Cities. There was still enough radioactivity to melt the snow, and the pit was like a skull's empty eye socket. The man sighed, but he was becoming calloused to the sight of death. There was so much of it. Only the struggling agony of life mattered any more. He strained through the sinister twilight, swooping low over the unending fields. Burned-out hulks of farmhouses, bones of ghost towns, seared deadness of dusted land. But he'd heard travelers speak of a fairly powerful community up near the Canadian border, and it was up to him to find it. A lot of things had been up to him in the last 6 months. He'd had to work out a means of search and organize his few overworked assistants into an efficient staff and go out on the long hunt. They hadn't covered the country. That was impossible. Their few planes had gone to areas chosen more or less at random, trying to get a cross-section of conditions. They'd penetrated wildernesses of hill and plain and forest, establishing contact with scattered, still demoralized outdwellers. On the whole, it was more laborious than anything else. Most were pathetically glad to see any symbol of law and order and the paradisical-seeming old days. Now and then there was danger and trouble when they encountered wary or sullen or outright hostile groups, suspicious of a government they associated with disaster, and once there had even been a pitched battle with roving outlaws. But the work had gone ahead, and now the preliminaries were about over. Preliminaries. It was a bigger job to find out exactly how matters stood than the entire country was capable of undertaking right now. But Drummond had enough facts for reliable extrapolation. He and his staff had collected most of the essential data and begun correlating it. By questioning, by observation, by seeking and finding, by any means that came to hand, they'd filled their notebooks. And in the sketchy outlines of a Chinese drawing, and with the same stark realism, the truth was there. Just this one more place, and I'll go home, thought Drummond, for the 1000th time. His brain was getting into a rut, treading the same terrible circle and finding no way out. Robinson won't like what I tell him, but there it is. And darkly, slowly, Barbara, maybe it was best you and the kids went as you did. Quickly, cleanly, not even knowing it. This isn't much of a world. It'll never be our world again. He saw the place he sought, a huddle of buildings near the frozen shores of the Lake of the Woods, and his jet murmured toward the white ground. The stories he'd heard of this town weren't overly encouraging, but he supposed he'd get out all right. The others had his data anyway, so it didn't matter. By the time he'd landed in the clearing just outside the village, using the jet's skis, most of the inhabitants were there waiting. In the gathering dusk, they were a ragged and wild-looking bunch, clumsily dressed in whatever scraps of cloth and leather they had. The bearded, hard-eyed men were armed with clubs and knives and a few guns. As Drummond got out, he was careful to keep his hands away from his own automatics. "Hello," he said. "I'm friendly." "You better be," growled the big leader. "Who are you? Where from? And why?" "First," lied Drummond smoothly, "I want to tell you I have another man with a plane who knows where I am. If I'm not back in a certain time, he'll come with bombs. But we don't intend any harm or interference. This is just a sort of social call. I'm Hugh Drummond of the United States Army." They digested that slowly. Clearly, they weren't friendly to the government, but they stood in too much awe of aircraft and armament to be openly hostile. The leader spat. "How long you staying?" "Just overnight, if you'll put me up. I'll pay for it." He held up a small pouch. "Tobacco." Their eyes gleamed, and the leader said, "You'll stay with me. Come on." Drummond gave him the bribe and went with the group. He didn't like to spend such priceless luxuries thus freely, but the job was more important, and the boss seemed thawed a little by the fragrant brown flakes. He was sniffing them greedily. "Been smoking bark and grass," he confided. "Terrible." "Worse than that," agreed Drummond. He turned up his jacket collar and shivered. The wind, starting to blow, was bitterly cold. "Just what you here for?" demanded someone else. "Well, just to see how things stand. We've got the government started again and are patching things up, but we have to know where folks are, what they need, and so on." "Don't want nothing to do with the government," muttered a woman. "They brung all this on us." "Oh, come now. We didn't ask to be attacked." Mentally, Drummond crossed his fingers. He neither knew nor cared who was to blame. Both sides letting mutual fear and friction mount to hysteria. In fact, he wasn't sure the United States hadn't sent out the first rockets, on orders of some panicky or aggressive officials. Nobody was alive who admitted knowing. "It's a judgment of God, for the sins of our leaders," persisted the woman. "The plague, the fire death, all that, ain't it foretold in the Bible? Ain't we living in the last days of the world?" "Maybe." Drummond was glad to stop before a long, low cabin. Religious argument was touchy at best, and with a lot of people nowadays it was dynamite. They entered the rudely furnished but fairly comfortable structure. A good many crowded in with them. For all their suspicion, they were curious, and an outsider in an aircraft was a blue moon event these days. Drummond's eyes flickered unobtrusively about the room, noticing details. 3 women. That meant a return to concubinage. Only to be expected in a day of few men and strong-arm rule. Ornaments and utensils, tools and weapons of good quality. Yes, that confirmed the stories. This wasn't exactly a bandit town, but it had waylaid travelers and raided other places when times were hard, and built up a sort of dominance of the surrounding country. That, too, was common. There was a dog on the floor nursing a litter. Only 3 pups, and one of those was bald, one lacked ears, and one had more toes than it should. Among the wide-eyed children present, there were several 2 years old or less, and with almost no obvious exceptions, they were also different. Drummond sighed heavily and sat down. In a way, this clinched it. He'd known for a long time, and finding mutation here, as far as any place from atomic destruction, was about the last evidence he needed. He had to get on friendly terms, or he wouldn't find out much about things like population, food production, and whatever else there was to know. Forcing a smile to stiff lips, he took a flask from his jacket. "Pre-war rye," he said. "Who wants a nip?" "Do we?" The answer barked out in a dozen voices and words. The flask circulated, men pawing and cursing and grabbing to get at it. Their home brew must be pretty bad, thought Drummond wryly. The chief shouted an order, and one of his women got busy at the primitive stove. "Rustle you a mess of chow," he said heartily. "And my name's Sam Buckman." "Pleased to meet you, Sam." Drummond squeezed the hairy paw hard. He had to show he wasn't a weakling, a conniving city slicker. "What's it like outside?" asked someone presently. "We ain't heard for so long." "You haven't missed much," said Drummond between bites. The food was pretty good. Briefly he sketched conditions. "You're better off than most," he finished. "Yeah, maybe so." Sam Buckman scratched his tangled beard. "What I'd give for a razor blade. It ain't easy, though. The first year we weren't no better off than anyone else. Me, I'm a farmer. I kept some ears of corn and a little wheat and barley in my pockets all that winter, even though I was starving. A bunch of hungry refugees plundered my place, but I got away and drifted up here. Next year I took an empty farm here and started over." Drummond doubted that it had been abandoned, but said nothing. Sheer survival outweighed a lot of considerations. "Others came and settled here," said the leader reminiscently. "We farmed together. We have to. One man couldn't live by himself, not with the bugs and blight, and the crops sprouting into all new kinds, and the outlaws around. Not many up here, though we did beat off some enemy troops last winter." He glowed with pride at that, but Drummond wasn't particularly impressed. A handful of freezing, starveling conscripts, lost and bewildered in a foreign enemy's land, with no hope of ever getting home, weren't formidable. "Things getting better, though," said Buckman. "We're heading up." He scowled blackly, and a palpable chill crept into the room. "If 'tweren't for the births—" "Yes, the births, the new babies, even the stock and plants." It was an old man speaking, his eyes glazed with near madness. "It's the mark of the beast. Satan is loose in the world." "Shut up." Huge and bristling with wrath, Buckman launched himself out of his seat and grabbed the oldster by his scrawny throat. "Shut up or I'll bash your lying head in. Ain't no son of mine being marked by the devil." "Or mine! Or mine!" The rumble of voices ran about the cabin, sullen and afraid. "It's God's judgment, I tell you!" The woman was shrilling again. "The end of the world is near. Prepare for the second coming." "And you shut up too, Mag Schmidt," snarled Buckman. He stood bent over, gnarled arms swinging loose, hands flexing, little eyes darting red and wild about the room. "Shut your trap and keep it shut. I'm still boss here, and if you don't like it, you can get out. I still don't think that gunny-looking brat of yours fell in the lake by accident." The woman shrank back, lips tight. The room filled with a crackling silence. One of the babies began to cry. It had 2 heads. Slowly and heavily, Buckman turned to Drummond, who sat immobile against the wall. "You see?" he asked dully. "You see how it is? Maybe it is the curse of God. Maybe the world is ending. I don't know. I just know there's few enough babies, and most of them deformed. Will it go on? Will all our kids be monsters? Should we kill these and hope we get some human babies? What is it? What to do?" Drummond rose. He felt a weight as of centuries on his shoulders, the weariness, blank and absolute, of having seen that smoldering panic and heard that desperate appeal too often. Too often. "Don't kill them," he said. "That's the worst kind of murder. And anyway, it'd do no good at all. It comes from the bombs, and you can't stop it. You'll go right on having such children. so you might as well get used to it. By atomic-powered stratojet, it wasn't far from Minnesota to Oregon, and Drummond landed in Taylor about noon the next day. This time there was no hurry to get his machine under cover, and up on the mountain was a raw scar of earth where a new airfield was slowly being built. Men were getting over their terror of the sky. They had another fear to face now, and it was one from which there was no hiding. Drummond walked slowly down the icy main street to the central office. It was numbingly cold, a still, relentless intensity of frost eating through clothes and flesh and bone. It wasn't much better inside. Heating systems were still poor improvisations. "You're back." Robinson met him in the antechamber, suddenly galvanized with eagerness. He had grown thin and nervous, looking 10 years older, but impatience blazed from him. "How is it? How is it?" Drummond held up a bulky notebook. "All here," he said grimly. "All the facts we'll need. Not formally correlated yet, but the picture is simple enough." Robinson laid an arm on his shoulder and steered him into the office. He felt the general's hand shaking, but he'd sat down and had a drink before business came up again. "You've done a good job," said the leader warmly. "When the country's organized again, I'll see you get a medal for this. Your men in the other planes aren't in yet." "No, they'll be gathering data for a long time. The job won't be finished for years. I've only got a general outline here, but it's enough. It's enough." Drummond's eyes were haunted again. Robinson felt cold at meeting that too steady gaze. He whispered shakily, "Is it bad?" "The worst. Physically, the country's recovering, but biologically, we've reached a crossroads and taken the wrong fork." "What do you mean? What do you mean?" Drummond let him have it then, straight and hard as a bayonet thrust. "The birth rate's a little over half the pre-war," he said, "and about 75% of all births are mutant, of which possibly 2/3 are viable and presumably fertile. Of course, that doesn't include late maturing characteristics, or those detectable by naked eye observation, or the mutated recessive genes that must be carried by a lot of otherwise normal zygotes. And it's everywhere. There are no safe places." "I see," said Robinson after a long time. He nodded like a man struck a stunning blow, and not yet fully aware of it. "I see. The reason is obvious." "Yes. People going through radioactive areas, why no. That would only account for a few, but no matter. That fact's there, and that's enough. We have to decide what to do about it. And soon." Drummond's jaw set. "It's wrecking our culture. We at least preserved our historical continuity, but even that's going now. People are going crazy as birth after birth is monstrous. Fear of the unknown, striking at minds still stunned by the war and its immediate aftermath. Frustration of parenthood, perhaps the most basic instinct there is. It's leading to infanticide, desertion, despair, a cancer at the root of society. We've got to act." "How? How?" Robinson stared numbly at his hands. "I don't know. You're the leader. Maybe an educational campaign, though that hardly seems practicable. Maybe an acceleration of your program for reintegrating the country. Maybe... I don't know." Drummond stuffed tobacco into his pipe. He was near the end of what he had, but would rather take a few good smokes than a lot of niggling puffs. "Of course," he said thoughtfully, "it's probably not the end of things. We won't know for a generation or more, but I rather imagine the mutants can grow into society. They'd better, for they'll outnumber the humans. The thing is, if we just let matters drift, there's no telling where they'll go. The situation is unprecedented. We may end up in a culture of specialized variations, which would be very bad from an evolutionary standpoint. There may be fighting between mutant types, or with humans. Interbreeding may produce worse freaks, particularly when accumulated recessives start showing up. Robinson, if we want any say at all in what's going to happen in the next few centuries, we have to act quickly. Otherwise, it'll snowball out of all control. Yes, we'll have to act fast. And hard. Robinson straightened in his chair. Decision firmed his countenance, but his eyes were staring. We're mobilized, he said. We have the men and the weapons and the organization. They won't be able to resist. The ashy cold of Drummond's emotions stirred, but it was with a horrible wrenching of fear. What are you getting at? He snapped. Racial death. All mutants and their parents to be sterilized whenever and wherever detected. You're crazy! Drummond sprang from his chair, grabbed Robinson's shoulders across the desk, and shook him. You! Why, it's impossible. You'll bring revolt, civil war, final collapse. Not if we go about it right. There were little beads of sweat studding the general's forehead. I don't like it any better than you, but it's got to be done, or the human race is finished. Normal birth's a minority. He surged to his feet, gasping. I've thought a long time about this. Your facts only confirmed my suspicions. This tears it. Can't you see? Evolution has to proceed slowly. Life wasn't meant for such a storm of change. Unless we can save the true human stock, it'll be absorbed, and differentiation will continue till humanity is a collection of freaks, probably intersterile. Or there must be a lot of lethal recessives. In a large population, they can accumulate unnoticed till nearly everybody has them, and then start emerging all at once. That'd wipe us out. It's happened before, in rats and other species. If we eliminate mutant stock now, we can still save the race. It won't be cruel. We have sterilization techniques which are quick and painless, not upsetting the endocrine balance. But it's got to be done. His voice rose to a raw scream, broke. It's got to be done! Drummond slapped him hard. He drew a shuddering breath, sat down, and began to cry. And somehow that was the most horrible sight of all. You're crazy, said the aviator. You've gone nuts with brooding alone on this the last 6 months, without knowing or being able to act. You've lost all perspective. We can't use violence. In the first place, it would break our tottering, cracked culture irreparably into a mad-dog finish fight. We'd not even win it. We're outnumbered. And we couldn't hold down a continent, eventually a planet. And remember what we said once about abandoning the old, savage way of settling things that never brings a real settlement at all? We'd throw away a lesson our noses were rubbed in not 3 years ago. We'd return to the beast, to ultimate extinction. And anyway, he went on very quietly, it wouldn't do a bit of good. Mutants would still be born. The poison is everywhere. Normal parents will give birth to mutants somewhere along the line. We just have to accept that fact and live with it. The new human race will have to. I'm sorry. Robinson raised his face from his hands. It was a ghastly visage, gone white and old, but there was calm on it. I blew my top. You're right. I've been thinking of this, worrying and wondering, living and breathing it, lying awake nights. And when I finally sleep, I dream of it. Yes, I see your point. And you're right. It's okay. You've been under a terrific strain. 3 years with never a rest, and the responsibility for a nation, and now this. Sure, everybody's entitled to be a little crazy. We'll work out a solution somehow. Yes, of course. Robinson poured out 2 stiff drinks and gulped his. He paced restlessly, and his tremendous ability came back in waves of strength and confidence. Let me see. Eugenics, of course. If we work hard, we'll have the nation tightly organized inside of 10 years. Then, well, I don't suppose we can keep the mutants from interbreeding, but certainly we can pass laws to protect humans and encourage their propagation. Since radical mutations would probably be intersterile anyway, and most mutants handicapped one way or another, a few generations should see humans completely dominant again. Drummond scowled. He was worried. It wasn't like Robinson to be unreasonable. Somehow the man had acquired a mental blind spot where this most ultimate of human problems was concerned. He said slowly, "That won't work either. First, it'd be hard to impose and enforce. Second, we'd be repeating the old Herrenfolk notion. Mutants are inferior. Mutants must be kept in their place. To enforce that, especially on a majority, you need a full-fledged totalitarian state. Third, that wouldn't work either, for the rest of the world, with almost no exceptions, is under no such control, and we'll be in no position to take over that control for a long time, generations. Before then, mutants will dominate everywhere over there, and if they resent the way we treat their kind here, we'd better run for cover." "You assume a lot. How do you know those hundreds or thousands of diverse types will work together? They're less like each other than like humans, even. They could be played off against each other." "Maybe. But that would be going back onto the old road of treachery and violence, the road to hell. Conversely, if every not-quite-human is called a mutant, like a separate class, he'll think he is, and act accordingly against the lumped-together humans. No, the only way to sanity, to survival, is to abandon class prejudice and race hate altogether, and work as individuals. We're all, well, Earthlings, and subclassification is deadly. We all have to live together, and might as well make the best of it." Yeah, that's right, too. Anyway, I repeat that all such attempts would be useless. All Earth is infected with mutation. It will be for a long time. The purest human stock will still produce mutants. Yes, that's true. Our best bet seems to be to find all such stock and withdraw it into the few safe areas left. It'll mean a small human population, but a human one." "I tell you that's impossible," clipped Drummond. "There is no safe place. Not one." Robinson stopped pacing and looked at him as at a physical antagonist. "That's so?" he almost growled. "Why?" Drummond told him, adding incredulously, "Surely you knew that. Your physicists must have measured the amount of it. Your doctors, your engineers, that geneticist I dug up for you. You obviously got a lot of this biological information you've been slinging at me from him. They must all have told you the same thing." Robinson shook his head stubbornly. "It can't be. It's not reasonable. The concentration wouldn't be great enough." "Why, you poor fool, you need only look around you. The plants, the animals. Haven't there been any births in Taylor?" "No. This is still a man's town, though women are trickling in and several babies are on the way." Robinson's face was suddenly twisted with desperation. "Elaine's is due any time now. She's in the hospital here. Don't you see? Our other kid died of the plague. This one's all we have. We want him to grow up in a world free of want and fear, a world of peace and sanity, where he can play and laugh and become a man, not a beast starving in a cave. You and I are on our way out. We're the old generation, the one that wrecked the world. It's up to us to build it again, and then retire from it to let our children have it. The future's theirs. We've got to make it ready for them." Sudden insight held Drummond motionless for long seconds. Understanding came, and pity, and an odd gentleness that changed his sunken, bony face. "Yes," he murmured. "Yes, I see. That's why you're working with all that's in you to build a normal, healthy world. That's why you nearly went crazy when this threat appeared. That's why you just can't comprehend." He took the other man's arm and guided him toward the door. "Come on," he said. "Let's go see how your wife's making out. Maybe we can get her some flowers on the way." The silent cold bit at them as they went down the street. Snow crackled underfoot. It was already grimy with town smoke and dust, but overhead the sky was incredibly clean and blue. Breath smoked whitely from their mouths and nostrils. The sound of men at work rebuilding drifted faintly between the bulking mountains.
We couldn't emigrate to another planet, could we? Asked Robinson, and answered himself. No, we lack the organization and resources to settle them right now. We'll have to make out on Earth. A few safe spots. There must be others besides this one, to house the true humans till the mutation period is over. Yes, we can do it. There are no safe places, insisted Drummond. Even if there were, the mutants would still outnumber us. Does your geneticist have any idea how this'll come out, biologically speaking? He doesn't know. His specialty is still largely unknown. He can make an intelligent guess, and that's all. Yeah. Anyway, our problem is to learn to live with the mutants, to accept anyone as Earthling, no matter how he looks, to quit thinking anything was ever settled by violence or connivance, to build a culture of individual sanity. Funny, mused Drummond, how the impractical virtues, tolerance and sympathy and generosity, have become the fundamental necessities of simple survival. I guess it was always true, but it took the death of half the world and the end of a biological era to make us see that simple little fact. The job's terrific. We've got 500,000 years of brutality and greed, superstition and prejudice to lick in a few generations. If we fail, mankind is done. But we've got to try. They found some flowers potted in a house, and Robinson bought them with the last of his tobacco. By the time he reached the hospital, he was sweating. The sweat froze on his face as he walked. The hospital was the town's biggest building, and fairly well equipped. A nurse met them as they entered. "I was just going to send for you, General Robinson," she said. "The baby's on the way." "How is she?" "Fine so far. Just wait here, please." Drummond sank into a chair and with haggard eyes watched Robinson's jerky pacing. The poor guy. Why is it expectant fathers are supposed to be so funny? It's like laughing at a man on the rack. I know, Barbara, I know. "They have some anesthetics," muttered the general. Elaine never was very strong." "She'll be all right. It's afterward that worries me." Yeah. How long, though? How long?" "Depends. Take it easy." With a wrench, Drummond made a sacrifice to a man he liked. He filled his pipe and handed it over. "Here, you need a smoke." "Thanks." Robinson puffed raggedly. The slow minutes passed, and Drummond wondered vaguely what he'd do when it happened. It didn't have to happen, but the chances were all against such an easy solution. He was no psychologist. Best just to let things happen as they would. The waiting broke at last. A doctor came out, seeming an inscrutable high priest in his white garments. Robinson stood before him, motionless. "You're a brave man," said the doctor. His face, as he removed the mask, was stern and set. "You'll need your courage." "She—" It was hardly a human sound, that croak. "Your wife is doing well, but the baby—" A nurse brought out the little wailing form. It was a boy, but his limbs were rubbery tentacles terminating in boneless digits. Robinson looked, and something went out of him as he stood there. When he turned, his face was dead. "You're lucky," said Drummond, and meant it. He'd seen too many other mutants. After all, if he can use those hands, he'll get along all right. He'll even have an advantage in certain types of work. It isn't a deformity, really. If there's nothing else, you've got a good kid. If. You can't tell with mutants. I know. But you've got guts, you and Elaine. You'll see this through together. Briefly, Drummond felt an utter personal desolation. He went on, perhaps to cover that emptiness. I see why you didn't understand the problem. You wouldn't. It was a psychological block, suppressing a fact you didn't dare face. That boy is really the center of your life. You couldn't think the truth about him, so your subconscious just refused to let you think rationally on that subject at all. Now you know. Now you realize there's no safe place, not on all the planet. The tremendous incidence of mutant births in the first generation could have told you that alone. Most such new characteristics are recessive, which means both parents have to have it for it to show in the zygote. But genetic changes are random, except for a tendency to fall into roughly similar patterns. Four-leafed clovers, for instance. Think how vast the total number of such changes must be to produce so many corresponding changes in a couple of years. Think how many, many recessives there must be existing only in gene patterns till their mates show up. We'll just have to take our chances of something really deadly accumulating. We'd never know till too late. The dust, yeah, the radio dust. Its colloidal and uncountable other radiocolloids were formed when the bombs went off, and ordinary dirt gets into unstable isotopic forms near the craters. And there are radio gases too, probably. The poison is all over the world by now, spread by wind and air currents. Colloids can be suspended indefinitely in the atmosphere. The concentration isn't too high for life, though a physicist told me he'd measured it as being very near the safe limit, and there'll probably be a lot of cancer. But it's everywhere. Every breath we draw, every crumb we eat and drop we drink, every clod we walk on, the dust is there. It's in the stratosphere, clear on down to the surface, probably a good distance below. We could only escape by sealing ourselves in air-conditioned vaults and wearing spacesuits whenever we got out, and under present conditions that's impossible. Mutations were rare before, because a charged particle has to get pretty close to a gene and be moving fast before its electromagnetic effect causes physico-chemical changes, and then that particular chromosome has to enter into reproduction. Now the charged particles, and the gamma rays producing still more, are everywhere. Even at the comparatively low concentration, the odds favor a given organism having so many cells changed that at least one will give rise to a mutant. There's even a good chance of like recessives meeting in the first generation, as we've seen. Nobody's safe. No place is free. The geneticist thinks some true humans will continue. A few, probably. After all, the radioactivity isn't too concentrated, and it's burning itself out. But it'll take 50 or 100 years for the process to drop to insignificance, and by then the pure stock will be way in the minority. And there'll still be all those unmatched recessives waiting to show up. You were right. We should never have created science. It brought the twilight of the race. I never said that. The race brought its own destruction through misuse of science. Our culture was scientific anyway, in all except its psychological basis. It's up to us to take that last and hardest step. If we do, the race may yet survive. Drummond gave Robinson a push toward the inner door. You're exhausted, beat up, ready to quit. Go on in and see Elaine. Give her my regards. Then take a long rest before going back to work. I still think you've got a good kid. Mechanically, the de facto President of the United States left the room. Hugh Drummond stared after him a moment, then went out into the street. 10. Meanwhile, on the other side of the planet, in a part of Siberia altogether overlooked by Colonel Drummond, Robert Abernathy tells the kind of story that seems to stir up archetypes, and like the story of Cain and Abel, you know in your bones it's true whether it ever happened or not. I think of this story, which I had the pleasure of reading first in 1954, whenever I remember any of the harebrained studies that have come out of the Pentagon on how the remains of post-nuclear society might best be managed toward recovery. The value of money is a consideration in one such study. In Abernathy's Heirs Apparent, the dispute between capitalism and collectivism is put into proper perspective for the world's last communist and the world's last American entrepreneur by forces far older than either of their warring systems, both now defunct, except in the mind of Comrade Bogomazov. Heirs Apparent by Robert Abernathy. Warily crouching,
Bogomazov moved forward up the gentle slope. Above his head, the high steppe grass, the kavil, nodded its plumes in the chilly wind. He shivered. All at once the wind brought again the wood smoke smell, and his nostrils flared like a hunting animal's. With sudden recklessness, he rose to his full height and looked eagerly across the grasslands that sloped to the river. Down yonder, hugging the river bank among scanty trees, was a cluster of crudely and newly built thatched huts. Bogomazov's hunger-keen eyes were quick to note the corral that held a few head of cattle, the pens that must mean poultry, as well as the brown swatches of ploughed fields. The wanderer licked his lips, and his hand, almost of itself, unbuttoned the holster at his hip and loosened the pistol there. But he controlled his urge to plunge ahead. He sank down to concealment in the grass again, and his tactician's glance swept over the scene, studying approaches, seeking human figures, signs of guards and readiness. He saw none, but still he did not move. Only the habit of extreme caution had kept him alive this long, and enabled him to travel 1,000 miles across the chaos that had been Russia. Presently 2 small figures emerged from one of the huts and went unhurriedly to the chicken pens, were busy there for a time, and returned. Bogomazov relaxed. It was almost certain now that he had not been seen. At last he obeyed his rumbling stomach and resumed his advance, though indirectly so as to take advantage of the terrain, stalking the village. He was a strange, skulking figure. Nikolai Nikolaevich Bogomazov, one-time colonel of the Red Army and hero of the Soviet Union. Now ragged and half-naked, face concealed by a scraggly growth of beard, hair slashed awkwardly short across the forehead to prevent its falling into his eyes. His shoes had gone to pieces long ago, and the rags he had wrapped around his feet in their place had worn through, leaving him barefoot. He did not know how to make shoes of bark, peasant style. His army trousers flapped in shreds around his bony shanks. The torn khaki shirt he wore was of American manufacture, a trophy of the great offensive 2 years earlier that had carried the Russian armies halfway across Europe and through the Near East into Africa. Those had been the great days, before the bitter realization that it would never be enough to defeat Western armies. After the destruction of the great cities and industries, to be sure, but before the really heavy bombardments had begun. Bogomazov wormed his way forward, mouth watering, thinking of chickens. He was close enough to his objective to hear contented poultry noises, and was thinking of how best to deal with the plated reeds of the enclosure, when a voice behind him cried startedly, "Ho-ho!" The stalker instinctively rolled to one side, his pistol in his hand. Then he saw that the man who had shouted was some yards away, and backing nervously toward the nearby hovels. A stocky, shabby figure, broad face, richly bearded. Most important, he had no weapon. Bogomazov came to a quick decision. Sheathing his gun, he got to his feet and called sharply, "Halt!" The other froze at the tone of command, and stared sullenly at the armed scarecrow confronting him. Farther off a door banged, and there were footsteps hurrying nearer. Bogomazov watched without a tremor as a half-dozen other men and boys approached and stopped beside the first man, as if he stood on an invisible line. A couple of them carried rifles, but the lone interloper did not flinch. Not for the first time he was gambling everything on a bluff, and these were merely peasants. "What place is this?" he demanded in the same crisp voice of authority. "Novoselya," one answered hesitantly. "The new settlement." "I can see as much. Who is responsible here?" "Wait a minute," rumbled the big bearded man who had first spotted him. "How about telling us who you are, and what you want?" He shuffled uneasily from one foot to another as the stranger's cold eyes raked him, but succeeded in maintaining a half-hearted air of defiance. "My name doesn't matter for the present," said Bogomazov slowly. "What does matter is that I am a communist." He felt and saw the stiffening, the electric rise of tension, the furtive crawling look that came into the score of eyes upon him. And outwardly, Bogomazov was cool, relaxed, but inwardly he was like a coiled spring. His hand hovered unobtrusively close to the pistol butt. This was the die cast. He knew personally of too many cases of communists beaten, assassinated,
lynched by those who should have followed their orders during the storm of madness and despair on the heels of the great disasters, the storm that still went on. Bogomazov had been too clever to be caught, just as he had been clever enough to realize in time, when 3 months ago the total breakdown of the civil authority had commenced to envelop the military as well, that in the north, where he then was, the northern winter now setting in would finish what the bombardments had begun. 1,000 miles of southward trek lay behind him, from the lands where the blizzards would soon sweep in from Asia to blanket the blackened relics of the old and new Russias, where the river Moskva was making a new marsh of the immense shallow depression that had been the site of Moscow, where scarcely a dead tree, let alone a building, stood on all the plain that had once been ruled by great Novgorod and greater Leningrad. The man with the beard said warily, "What do you want of us, comrade?" Bogomazov let out his breath in an inaudible sigh. He said curtly, "Are there any communists among you?" "No, comrade." "Then who is responsible?" They looked at one another uneasily. The spokesman gulped and stammered, The American is responsible." Bogomazov's composure was sorely tested. He frowned searchingly at the speaker. "You said Amerikanets?" "Da, tovarishch." Bogomazov took a deep breath and 2 steps toward them. "All right. Take me to this American, at once." The peasants faltered briefly, then moved to obey. As Bogomazov strode up the straggling village street in their midst, he was very much aware that a man with a rifle walked on either side of him, like a guard of honor, or a prisoner's escort. Bogomazov left his holster flap unbuttoned. From the hovels, some women and children peered out to watch as they passed. A whisper fluttered from hut to hut. "Kommunist prishol." They stopped in front of a shed, built roughly like the other buildings of hand-hewn boards. From inside came a rhythmic clanging of metal, and when Bogomazov stepped boldly through the open doorway, he was met by a hot blast of air. A stone forge glowed brightly, and a man turned from it, shirtless and sweating, hammer still raised above an improvised anvil. As the blacksmith straightened, mopping his forehead, Bogomazov saw at first glance that he was in truth an American, or at least a Westerner. He had the typical, and hated, features, the long, narrow face and jaw, the prominent nose like the beak of some predatory bird, the lanky, loose-jointed build. The Russian word Amerikanets means not only American, but also, as a slang expression, man who get things done, go-getter. And it had passed through Bogomazov's mind that these peasants might have applied the term as a fanciful sort of title to some energetic leader risen from among them. But no, the man before him was really one of the enemy. With a smooth motion, Bogomazov drew and leveled his pistol. He said, "You are under arrest in the name of the Soviet government." The other stared at his unkempt, menacing figure with a curious grimace, as if he were undecided whether to laugh or cry. The pistol moved in a short, commanding arc. The hammer fell from opened fingers, thudding dully on the earthen floor. Bogomazov sensed, rather than saw, the painful uncertainty of the armed men in the doorway. He didn't turn his head. "Keep your hands in sight," he ordered. "Stand over there." The man obeyed carefully. Evidently, he understood Russian. "Now," said the communist, "explain. What kind of infiltration have you been carrying on here?" The American blinked at him, still wearing that ambiguous expression. He said mildly, his speech fluent, though heavily accented, "At the moment when I was so rudely interrupted, I was trying to beat part of a gun mounting into a plowshare. We put in the fall wheat with the old-style wooden plows. A couple of iron shares will make the spring sowing a lot easier and more rewarding, and we may even be able to break some more land this fall." "Stop evading. I asked you—" "Wait." Feeling intuitively that the psychological moment had come, Bogomazov gestured brusquely at the men in the doorway. "You may go. I will call when you are needed." They shuffled their feet, fingered the rifles they held, and melted away. The American smiled wryly. "You know how to handle these people, don't you?"
but I wish you'd quit pointing that gun now. You aren't going to shoot me in any case until after you've questioned me, and I wouldn't advise you to then. I'm not a very good blacksmith, I admit, but I am the only person here who knows anything about farm management, unless you happen to be a stray agronome." The Russian lowered the pistol and caressed its barrel with his other hand, his face expressionless. "Go on," he said. "I begin to see. You are a specialist who had turned his knowledge to account to obtain a position of leadership." The other sighed. "You might say that. Or you might say I was drafted." The original nucleus of this community was 2 light machine guns, abandoned after all the ammunition was used up in brushes with the Razbojniki. This group was footloose then. I persuaded them to strike south, since when winter came they'd have broken up or starved, and look for unblighted land to farm. As for me, I used to work for the United States Department of Agriculture. What I know about tractor maintenance doesn't do much good just now, but some of the rest is still applicable. I realized pretty early, after I walked away by myself from a crash landing near Tula, that my chances of survival alone, as an alien, would be practically 0. My name, incidentally, is Leroy Smith. Smith means Kuznets, but I never thought I'd revert so far to type, he added with a glance at the smoldering forge. "Go on, Smeet," said Bogomazov, still fondling the gun. "What have you accomplished?" The American gave him a perplexed look. "Well, these people here aren't a very choice bunch. About half of them were factory hands, proletarians, you know, who've had to learn from the ground up. The rest were mostly low-grade collective farm workers, fair to mediocre at carrying out the foreman's orders, but lost when it comes to figuring out what to do next. That, of course, is where I come in." He eyed the Russian speculatively. "And you, as a lone survivor, must have talents that Novoselya can use. We ought to be able to make a deal." "I," said Bogomazov flatly, "am a communist." Smith's eyes narrowed. "Uh-oh," he murmured under his breath. "I should have known it. The way he bowled in here, the way—" "There will be no deal. As a specialist, you are useful. You will continue to be useful. You will remember that you are serving the Soviet state. Any irregularity, any sabotage or wrecking activities, I will punish." He hefted the pistol. The American said wearily, "Don't you realize that the Soviet state, the Communist Party, the war, all that's over and done with? Kaput? And America, too, I suppose. The last I heard, our whole industrial triangle was a radioactive bonfire, and Washington had been annexed to Chesapeake Bay. Here we're a handful of survivors trying to go on surviving. The war is not over. Did you think you could start a war and call it quits when you became nauseated with it? We didn't start it." In the light of the forge, Bogomazov's eyes glittered with a color that matched the metal of the weapon he held. "You capitalists made your fundamental mistake through vulgar materialism. You thought you could destroy communism by destroying the capital, the wealth and industry, and military power we had built up as a base in the Soviet Union. You didn't realize that our real capital was always ourselves, the communists. That's why we will inherit the earth, now that your war has shattered the old world." Smith watched him talk with a sort of dazed fascination, and then, the spell breaking, smiled faintly. "Before you go about inheriting the earth, it will be necessary to worry about lasting out the winter." "Naturally," snapped Bogomazov. He stepped back to the doorway and called, "You there! Come on in!" He singled out one of the armed peasants. "You will stand guard, to see that this foreigner does not escape or commit any acts of sabotage, such as damaging tools. You will not listen to anything he may say. So long as he behaves properly, you will leave him strictly alone. Understood?" The man nodded violently. "Yes, comrade." "I am going to inspect the settlement. You, Smeet, back to making plowshares, and they had better be good." Winter closed down inexorably. Icy winds blew from the steppe, not the terrible fanged winds of the northern tundras, but freezing all the same. And on still days, The smoke from the huts rose far into the bright, frosty air, betraying the village's location to any chance marauders. There was no help for that, but there was plenty of work to be done. Almost every day the forge was busy, and on the outskirts of Nova Celia, hammers rang, where new houses were going up to relieve the settlement's crowding. It would have been good to have a stockade, too, but on the almost treeless plain it had become necessary to go dangerously far to find usable timber. Bogomazov, making one of his frequent circuits of the village, in company with Ivanov, his silent and caninely devoted fellow communist, who had strayed in a few weeks after him, halted to watch the construction. The American Smith was lending a hand on the job. At the moment, he had paused to show a former urban clerk how to use a hammer without bending precious nails. Bogomazov watched for a minute in silence, then called, "Smeat!" The American looked round, straightened, and came toward them without haste. "What is it now?" "I have been looking for you. Some of the cattle are sick. No one seems to know if it is serious. Do you know anything about veterinary medicine?" "I've done a little cow doctoring. I was brought up on a farm. I'll take a look at them right away." "Good." Watching the other turn to go, Bogomazov felt an uneasy, though familiar surprise at the extent to which he and the settlement had come to rely on this outlander. Time and again, in greater or lesser emergencies calling for special skills, the only one who knew what to do, or the only one who would volunteer to try, had been this inevitable Smith. There was an explanation for that, of course. From Smith's references to his pre-war life in America, Bogomazov gathered that he had worked at one time or another at a remarkable variety of specialties, moving from place to place and from job to job in the chaotic capitalistic labor market, in a manner which would never have been tolerated in the orderly Soviet economic system. As a result, he seemed to have done a little of everything, and to know more than a little about everything. And Bogomazov was aware that, behind his back, the villagers referred to the foreigner as comrade specialist, improperly giving him the title of honor, Tovarish, though he was not even a Soviet citizen, let alone a party member. That train of thought was a reminder, and Bogomazov called, "Wait, another matter when you have time. I am told that the stove in Citizen Vratchov's hut will not draw." Smith turned, smiling. "That's all right. Vratchov's wife complained to me about it, and I've already fixed the flue." Bogomazov stiffened. "She should not have gone to you. She should have reported the matter to me first." The American's smile faded. "Oh, discipline, eh?" "Discipline is essential," said Bogomazov flatly. Ivanov, at his elbow, nodded emphatic agreement. "I suppose it is." Smith eyed them thoughtfully. "I've got to admit that you've accomplished some things I probably couldn't have done, like redistributing the housing space and cooking up a system of rationing to take the village through the winter, and making it stick." "You could not have done those things because you are not a communist," said Bogomazov with energy. "You are used to the impossibilities of a dying society. But we are strong in the knowledge that history is on our side. There is nothing that a real Bolshevik cannot achieve." Ivanov nodded again. "History," Smith said reflectively, "is notorious for changing sides. I wonder if even a Bolshevik— but in the case of Vratchov's wife's chimney, your discipline seems rather petty." The Russian drew visibly into himself. "Enough," he said sharply. "You are to see to the cattle." Smith shrugged slightly and turned away. "Okay," he said. "Volya Vasha, you're the boss." A half-grown boy bolted headlong down the village street, feet ringing on the frost-hard ground. "Razboyniki!" he shrieked. "Razboyniki!" At the feared cry, "robbers," the inhabitants poured out of their dwellings like bees from a threatened hive, some snatching up axes, hoes, even sticks of firewood. No guns. One of Bogomazov's first acts after he had restored the Soviet authority in Nova Celia had been to round up all the firearms, a motley collection of Russian and other makes, and store them safely in a stout shed under the protection of the village's only working padlock. The villagers began to huddle together, hugging the shelter of their houses and staring anxiously eastward at the farther banks of the frozen river. The boy who had given the alarm ran among them, pointing. Everyone saw the little black figures, men and horses, moving yonder, pacing up and down the snow-covered shore. And a concerted groan went up as one mounted man ventured testingly out onto the ice, and evidently found it strong enough. To make things worse, the penned cattle, upset by the tumult, began bawling. That sound would carry clearly across the river, and would whet the appetites of the Razborniki. The Novoselian shivered, remembering all the tales of villages overrun and burned, the inhabitants driven off or slaughtered, remembering too their own collisions with such troops of marauders, remnants of revolted army units, of mobs that had escaped the city's ruin, of dispersed Asian tribes, armed riffraff swept randomly together from heaven knows where, Granitzi, from beyond the frontiers even. These Razborniki were plainly numerous, and plainly, too, they were coming. Perhaps 100 men, half of them mounted, were in sight, and on the skyline beyond the river the sharper-sighted glimpsed wagons, probably ox-drawn. The enemy were well organized, not merely casual looters. The Novoselian gripped their improvised weapons, vaguely, frightenedly determined to show fight, but withal no more than sheep for the slaughter. A hulking young ex-factory worker mourned aloud, "Bože moj, if we only still had the machine guns!" Then Bogomazov came striding down the street, flinging commands right and left as he went, commands that sent the villagers scurrying into an approximation of a defense line. He swore bitterly, wrestling with the frozen padlock on the shed where the guns had been stored. He got it open, and together with Ivanov, began to run up and down the line, passing out rifles and strict orders not to use them until word was given. The mounted Razborniki were approaching at a walk, in an uneven skirmish line across the ice. Smith stood watching, hands tucked for warmth — he owned no mittens — into the pockets of the tattered flight jacket he still clung to. As Bogomazov hurried past, cradling a sniper's rifle equipped with telescopic sights, Smith remarked, "I used to be a pretty fair shot." "Keep out of the way," snapped the communist. He dropped to all fours, crept out onto the open slope beyond the row of houses, and lay sighting carefully. Behind the line, Ivanov scurried from point to point, repeating the orders. "Hold your fire, and when you do shoot, aim for the horses in front. They have fewer horses than men, and if an enemy can once be persuaded that the front line is too dangerous, he will shortly have no front line." The hollow sound of the hooves came nearer, clear in the hush. Then Bogomazov's rifle cracked, and the lead horse reared, throwing its rider. The ice gave way beneath its hind feet, and it floundered. Guns began going off all along the line of houses as Bogomazov came wriggling back. The horsemen on the ice scattered, trotting and crouching low in the saddles, returning the fire. Bullets ricocheted screaming through the village, ripping splinters from walls and roofs. Some of the Razborniki were busy dragging their wounded or foundered comrades and their mounts back toward the farther shore. But off to the right, a handful of horsemen broke into a reckless gallop across the groaning ice, making determinedly for the low bank above the village. Bogomazov, rifle slung, started in that direction, beckoning some of the defenders from the firing line and bellowing to the others, "Fire only at the ones still coming. Save your cartridges." The Razborniki made the shore, and bore down on Novoselya's flank, whooping, urging their unkempt ponies to a dead run. They were heading for the corral, hoping to smash the stockade around it and drive the cattle off. But when they were almost upon their objective, bullets started snapping among them. One man spun from his saddle and went rolling along the frozen ground, and a horse sprawled headlong, pinning its rider. The other's nerve broke, and they wheeled and fled. Bogomazov walked out, pistol ready to inspect the casualties. The man who had been hit was already dead. Bogomazov fired twice with cool precision, finishing first the gasping, lung-shot horse, and then the rider who lay stunned beneath it. He told his men, "They may attack repeatedly. We will establish watches." But the Razborniki had had enough. After an anxious hour of watching the movements on the far side of the river, the villagers became aware that the enemy, horse, foot, and wagons, had reassembled in marching order and was streaming away southward. The Novoselian laughed, wept with relief, and embraced one another. Someone did an impromptu clog dance in the street. Bogomazov entered the sooty one-room dwelling, which, because of his occupancy, was known as the Nachalnaya Izba, the primary hut. He breathed the warm, close air gratefully, beginning to shed his mittens and padded coat. Then he stopped short as he saw Smith warming his hands by the stove, a rifle slung over his shoulder. "Where did you get that?" The American grinned. "One of the proletariat developed combat fatigue about 10 seconds after the shooting started, so I filled in." Bogomazov hesitated imperceptibly, then thrust his hand out. "Give it to me." Slowly, Smith unslung the weapon and handed it over. Bogomazov unloaded it, stuffed the cartridges into his pocket, opened the door of the izba, and called to a passing boy, "Here, you are responsible for delivering this rifle to Comrade Ivanov." The youth hugged the rifle to him, looking adoringly at Bogomazov. "Yes, sir, Comrade General." Bogomazov started to speak, checked himself, and closed the door. "So, you're putting the guns under lock and key again?" "Naturally. Ivanov is attending to that now." The American raised an eyebrow quizzically. "In my country's constitution there is, or used to be, a provision safeguarding the people's right to keep and bear arms. The Soviet constitution contains no such provision. Today, though, we might have been overrun and massacred if the enemy had approached less openly and hadn't been seen in time for you to break out the guns." Bogomazov sank wearily onto a bench by the fire and began unwinding the rags that served him as leggings. He said heavily, "Mr. Smeat, you are neither a Russian nor a communist, and you do not understand these people as I do. You had better leave administration to me, and devote yourself to those matters which you are expert in. How is your work with the radio?" Smith shook his head impatiently. "Nothing there. I can't raise any signals, maybe because there aren't any. But the question of the guns is a secondary one. The main thing is, what are we going to do now?" The Russian eyed him wonderingly. "What do you mean?" "I came here to speak to you because the attack today confirmed a suspicion that's been growing on me for some time, ever since the first bandits raided through here in November. Did you notice the organization these Razbojniki seemed to have? They were fairly well disciplined. They attacked from and fell back on a mobile camp, with wagons no doubt carrying their women and children, and with driven cattle. The population of their whole camp must be 2 or 3 times that of Novoselya. So, we beat them off. You saw that they proceeded south. The winter is too much for them, whereas we will sit it out snugly in our houses, so long as order is maintained and rations are conserved. But they'll be back in the spring." "Perhaps. If so, we will be stronger by then." "How stronger?" "We've very little rifle ammunition left, and before the spring crop comes in there's going to be trouble with malnutrition." "The marauders are subject to the same troubles. In Lippi, only 50 kilometers from here, there is a man who knows how to make gunpowder." "I can make gunpowder for that matter, but damned if I know where to find any sulfur." "You miss the point. The signs of organization we saw indicate that these people, wherever they came from originally, have succeeded in taking to a nomadic way of life, a permanently roving existence. They'll be on us again next spring, without, perhaps." Bogomazov shrugged impatiently. "So there are dangers. I am not losing sight of them. You had better concentrate on trying to establish radio communication." The American said hotly, "You're still blind to what this development means. You—" "Well, before this war some of our Western bourgeois historians, naturally you wouldn't have read their writings, saw human history as a long struggle between 2 basically different ways of life, the 2 mainstreams of social evolution, civilization and nomadism. Civilization is a way of life based on agriculture, principally cereal crops, on fixed places of habitation, on comparatively stable social patterns, whose highest form is the state. Nomadism, on the other hand, has as its economic foundation not fields, but herds. Geographically, it rests not on settlements, villages, towns, cities, but on perpetual migration from pasture to pasture. Socially, its typical higher form of organization is not the state, but the horde. Since written history began, the boundary between civilization and nomadism has swayed back and forth as one or the other gained local advantage. But in general, during the historic period, really a very small part of the whole past of humanity, civilization has been on the offensive. The last great onslaught from the nomad world was in the 12th century, the Mongol conquests, which swept through this very region and brought about the period that your historians call the Tartar yoke. By the 18th century, the counterattack of civilization had been so successful that the historian Gibbon, another bourgeois you probably haven't read, could rejoice that cannon and fortifications had made Europe forever secure against any more such invasions. It looked as if nomadism was through, due to disappear altogether. But civilization went on to invent the means of destroying itself, weapons indefinitely effective against the fixed installations that civilized life depends on, but of little consequence to the rootless nomad. And now, where are your cannons, your fortifications, your coal mines and steel mills, your nitrogen-fixing and sulfuric acid plants? When you discount these raiders as nuisances, you're still living in a world that just died a violent death. We no longer have the whole of civilization backing us up. We're on our own. Bogomazov had listened with half-shut eyes, soaking up the fire's warmth. Then you think civilization is finished? No, but I think that what's left of it will have to fall back and regroup. You and we, the Americans and Russians, we fought our war for the control of civilization, and very nearly wrecked it in the process. But on both sides we were and are on the side of civilization. That's what counts now. What's our situation here? According to the scanty liaison we've achieved, there are a number of other settlements like this up and down the river, scattered seeds trying to take root again. From the east, toward the Caspian, there's no news at all, and westward in the Ukraine, reports tell of nothing but wandering bands. The blights the plains spread interdicted agriculture throughout that region for some years to come. In the spring, the Razboyniki will be on us again, and perhaps in the meantime their fragmentary groups will have coalesced into bigger and more formidable hordes. With their rediscovered technique of nomadic life, they'll be expanding into the vacuum created by the internal collapse of the civilized world, as the Huns and their kindred did when the Roman Empire fell. I think we have no choice but to migrate west as soon as the spring crop is in. This country here can no longer be held for civilization. For one thing, it's too badly devastated, and for another, it's all one huge plain, natural nomad country. The Eurasian plain extends through northern Europe, clear across Germany and France. We should move south to look for a more favorable geography. It might be possible to make a stand in the Crimea, but it's said the radioactivity is very bad there. Either the Balkans or Italy, with their mountains, should probably be our ultimate objective. Bogomazov sat up straight, looking hard at Smith. He frowned. You are suggesting that Russia be abandoned to the Razboyniki? Exactly. That will be the result in any case. I am suggesting that we save ourselves while we've got time. The communist's eyes narrowed with a peculiar glitter. He was motionless and silent for a moment. Then he barked with humorless laughter. You want a lecture, a Marxist, on history? I know history. Do you know that this is the very region where took place the events told in the tale of Igor's host? The same region where Prince Dmitri Donskoy overthrew the Golden Horde? And you tell me to retreat from a handful of bandits? Do you know? I don't see what the bygone glories of Holy Russia have to do either with Marxism or with preserving civilization, Smith interrupted dryly. The other rose to his feet, rocking on them like an undersized but infuriated bear, and glared hotly at the American's lanky figure. He shouted, Will you be quiet before I— The door slammed open, letting in a cold blast, and in it stood Ivanov, breathing hard. He gasped, Comrade Bogomazov, there are 2 rifles missing. In a flash, Bogomazov was himself again, reaching for his coat. 2? I'll investigate, and whoever is trying to hide— Beg pardon, Comrade Bogomazov, but it's worse than that. Vasya and Mishka the Frog— that is, citizens Rudin and Baglianov, are gone with the rifles."
"The young fools!"
Bogomazov plunged through the doorway, still struggling into his coat. Smith followed more slowly. When he caught up, the communist was in the center of a knot of villagers, furiously interrogating a shawl-wrapped old woman who was bitterly weeping.
"Where did they go? Which way?"
demanded Bogomazov. The old woman, mother of one of the missing youths, only sniffled repeatedly, "Ushli v razboyniki." "They went to the robbers." The communist wheeled from her in disgust, fists clenching uselessly at his sides. Smith said conversationally, "You'll never catch them now. There you see the effect of another weapon in nomadism's arsenal."
"What in the devil's name are you talking about?"
"Psychological warfare. Those young fellows, finding guns in their hands and adventure in their hearts, deserted civilization and its dreary chores for a more romantic-looking life." Bogomazov grunted angrily.
"Ideological nonsense. Russians have always run off to join the robbers. It's in their nature."
"Exactly. As boys in my country used to head west in hopes of becoming cowboys. I wonder what's happening in the American West now. Men have always tended to rebel against civilized restraints and hanker after the nomad's free, picturesque existence. And when the restraints are loosened, they may bolt."
"We can do without that pair. And you—"
Bogomazov eyed the American stonily and spoke with deliberate emphasis.
"You'll not repeat these notions of yours to anyone else. Understood?"
Without awaiting any response, he turned on his heel and stalked away toward the Nashalnaya Izba. Smith gazed somberly after him, knowing that further argument would be useless. The decision was made, to stand and fight it out here. Spring came with the thunderous breakup of the river ice, with the sluicing of thawed water that made the prairie a trackless wilderness of mud for a time, with the pushing of new green everywhere on the vast rolling plains, and, less densely, in the fields that last fall had been so painfully broken and seeded. Spring came with foreboding, that somehow waxed apace with the hope that returning green life wakens in all living. Smith had kept his ideas to himself, but the Novoselian whispered among themselves. Those who had been city-dwellers had nothing but a formless and unfocused fear of the great windy spaces, the silences, the night noises of birds and water creatures along the marshy river brim. But the peasants had their immemorial stories, raised up from the depths of a tradition as deep as race memory, given new and frightening meanings. Over their heads had come and gone serfdom, emancipation, serfdom again under the name of collectivization, and finally the apocalyptic swallowing up of the world of cities that they had never quite understood or trusted. And they remembered other things. They knew that in the old days the greening swells beyond the river had been the edge of the world, the Tartar steppe, out of which the Khans had ridden to see the Russian princes grovel and bring tribute before the horse-tail standards. The grandiose, half-finished works of the 5th five-year plan were strewn wreckage there now, and it came to their mind that perhaps it was the Tartar steppe again. They remembered the ancient sorrows of the Slavs, the woes that are told in the Russian primary chronicle. They spoke darkly of the horde of Mamai, which in Russian speech has passed into proverbs, and of the Obri, whose name now means ogres, but who historically were the nomad Avars that took to herding human cattle even into the heart of Europe. When the communists were not watching them, they studied signs in the flight of migrating birds and the cries of night fowl. Somehow, all the portents were evil. There were more tangible reasons for alarm. News filtered in of settlements downriver raided and laid waste by wandering bands, whose numbers and ferocity no doubt grew mightily in the telling. Bogomazov succeeded in suppressing or minimizing most of these reports, but not all, nor could trailing smoke smudges in the southern sky one bright afternoon be concealed. Bogomazov sensed the slow rise of dark superstitious fear around him, and he moved about the village, the faithful Ivanov trotting at his heels, scolding, coaxing, exhorting, all to scant avail. To combat the villagers' fears was like wrestling with an amorphous thing in a nightmare. Once upon a time, a local administrator could have reached for the telephone and conjured up an impressive caravan of party officials in shiny automobiles, with uniforms, medals, and manners which would leave the yokels for many weeks incapable of saying anything but, "Yes, comrade." Or he might have pointed to airplanes droning across the sky as visible signs of the omnipotence of the Soviet state. But now there was no telephone, and all that flew was the migrant birds, passing northward day after day as if fleeing from some terror in the south. "We are on our own now," thought Bogomazov, then scowled as he remembered that the American had said it. The end came suddenly. Smith had gone out with a half-dozen peasants to inspect the growing wheat. All at once they looked up and saw, across the narrow width of a field, a little group of horsemen, no more than their own number, quietly sitting on their shaggy ponies, watching. How they had come up so silently and unseen was a mystery. It was as if the world had changed to that fairy-tale plenum of possibilities in which armed bands spring up from seed sown in the earth. These watchers carried a bizarre mixture of modern and primitive armament. Some had rifles, but cavalry sabers dangled against their thighs, and some bore spears whose hammered iron points flashed in the sun. The two parties were motionless, confronting one another for a minute or two like strangers from different worlds. Then the interlopers wheeled about without haste and trotted away over a rise. "Come on," said Smith quietly, and set out at a run for the village. Bogomazov, face impassive, heard the news that the danger was again upon them. He produced his key and opened the padlocked shed door, and stood frozen in dismay, for the shed was empty. Someone had employed the winter's leisure to tunnel under a side wall and remove all the guns. "Who did this?" shouted the communist at the villagers assembling in the square. "Not I, comrade." "It wasn't I, comrade." Uniformly, the peasant faces reflected the transparent guilt of naughty children. "Very well," said Bogomazov bitterly. "You're all in it. You've stolen the guns and hidden them, in the thatch, under the floor, no matter where. But now bring them out, do you hear?" They stirred uneasily, but did not move to obey. "Apparently," said a sardonic voice, "the Soviet Constitution has been amended." "You! Were you behind this thievery?" "Certainly not," said Smith. "They don't trust me too far either. They have a hazy notion that I'm one of your kind, one of the rulers they hate, but haven't learned to do without." He swung around and said, without raising his voice, to the men nearest, "You've taken the guns for your own protection. If you intend to use them that way, now's the time. The main body of the Razborniki won't be far behind the scouting party we saw. Do you propose to defend yourselves, the houses you've built, and the fields you've plowed?" They murmured among themselves and began to drift off by twos and threes. Presently men were emerging from all the huts, awkwardly carrying the missing rifles. It was all of a taut hour before they had sight again of the enemy, but for a good part of that hour they heard the mournful creaking of wagons in the steppe, out of view beyond the higher ground. The sound was disembodied, sourceless, seeming to come from nowhere and everywhere. The men of Novoselya clustered in uneasy groups, waiting, fingering their weapons unsteadily. Bogomazov took charge, ordering them here and there, lashing the village into a posture of defense. They obeyed him, but half-heartedly, with the look of dumb, driven cattle on their faces. One moment there was no sign of the foe, save for the creaking of unseen wheels. The next, a dozen mounted figures were briefly silhouetted along the skyline, dipped down the green wave of the grassy slope toward the fields, and were followed by others, and yet others, till, to eyes wavering in beginning panic, the whole hillside seemed sliding down in an avalanche of men and horses. "Steady!" snapped Bogomazov. "Hold your fire!" Abruptly one man let his rifle fall and turned, sobbing, to flee. It was Ivanov, the other communist. Bogomazov intercepted him in 2 long strides and felled him with a full-armed blow, the pistol weighting his hand. "Get up! Get back to your post!" He spat into the dazed and bloody face. but the villagers had already begun to fall back down the street in a concerted tide of fear that threatened momentarily to become a total rout. Smith, looming conspicuous by his height among them, shouting in a carrying voice, "Don't drop your guns! We'll make a stand in the square." The American materialized at Bogomazov's side and wrenched urgently at his arm, dragging him, dazed with fury and disappointment, after the retreating mob. "Come on! If we can hold the men together for a few minutes, maybe we can still rally them." The Razbojniki were jogging across the planted ground, trampling ruthlessly over the new wheat. From the street's other end rose a cry, "Here they come!" And almost simultaneously someone screamed and pointed across the river, where a third troop had come into view on the opposite bank, as if posted to cut off the last possible escape. As the invaders, with jingling bridles and clattering hooves, swept from two sides into Novoselya, its able-bodied inhabitants huddled in the square. Those who still clutched their weapons, and those without, wore the same look of hopeless waiting for an expected blow. The Razbojniki closed in cautiously. Their leader, a squat, leathery-looking man with a wide Kalmyk face, rode near. He reined in and looked down expressionlessly at the Novoselyan. He said loudly in stumbling Russian, "We not want kill you. You give up. We burn village, go. Be peace." He repeated, "Peace," watching for their response with almost a benevolent air, the while he tightened the strap of his slung rifle. It was his most prized possession, a German rifle that could hit targets at 1,000 yards, and he had no intention of wasting his few remaining cartridges in close fighting. An old saber hung loose in its sheath at his side. Smith pushed forward and spoke slowly and distinctly. "We too desire peace, between your people and ours. Why should we fight and waste lives, when so few are left after the Great War? You are wanderers. We farm the land. Only a little of the land, so there is room for both of us." He watched the stolid Asiatic face keenly for any hint of response. Did the Razbojnik leader realize that the villagers wouldn't fight? That, so far as this outpost was concerned, the resistance of civilization was at an end? "Village bad," the Kalmyk declared, with unhelpful gestures. "Build houses, plow land, then boom! No good." He gave up, and half-turned in the saddle, beckoning to a young man with Slavic features. The latter advanced a couple of paces, and said glibly in Russian, "The voyaged means that it is dangerous to live in towns. If people live in towns, sooner or later the American bombers come. Many are killed, and others sickened with burns and bowels turning to water. The death blows even across the steppes and kills animals and men. We cannot allow you to live in such danger. So we will burn this town, and in return for the favor we do you, we will take only half the cattle, and such ammunition as you may have that will fit the guns we possess. For the rest, you may keep your arms and movable property and go freely where you like. Whoever may wish to join us is welcome." "Your terms are too hard," said Smith steadily. "And you—" He was interrupted. Bogomazov, pale with determination, thrust him aside and shouted in a voice of command, "That man is a traitor to the motherland. Citizens, follow me!" The pistol in his hand roared, but in the instant as he aimed, the young spokesman had thrown himself flat over his horse's neck. Simultaneously, the Kalmyk leader leaned far out of the saddle, and his saber descended like a silent flash of lightning. The villagers on one side, the raiders on the other, stared unmoved, at the fallen man. Smith bent over him, almost under the nervously dancing feet of the Kalmyk's pony. Bogomazov made a great effort to rise, and failed. His eyes looked unfocusedly up into the American's face. His expression was one of incredulity. He strove to speak, choking on blood. Smith leaned close and thought he understood the dying man's last words, uttered with that look of dazed wonder. "Even a Bolshevik." The nomad spokesman rode forward again, red in the face, and shouted fiercely, "Are there any more dissenters?" Smith stood up and faced them. The game was lost, and the enemy knew it now. But he still had to try the last card he possessed. He said tensely, "You are mistaken. The American bombers aren't coming anymore." "How can you know?" "Because I myself am an American." There was a dead hush, in which Smith heard clearly the noise of a carbine's hammer being drawn back. The Kalmyk's slanted eyes rested inscrutably upon him. Then the man grinned under his straggling mustache, and said something, a rapid string of Asiatic syllables. "The Voist says, that may or may not be true. To him you seem to be a man much like other men." "But," Smith began. "But we're taking no chances. We burn the village in half an hour. You have that long to assemble your goods. Those who wish to move on with us will signify by gathering in the field yonder. Krishka, that's all." Smith let his hands fall to his sides. Some of the villagers had already begun to drift toward the indicated assembly point. Some way out in the steppe there was a kurgan, an ancient grass-grown burial mound of some forgotten people. Civilizations, wars, and disasters had passed it by, and it was the same. It was the highest point for many miles. From it, Smith watched the glowing embers of the new settlement. All around was the plain, immense and darkening in the spring twilight. Thousands of miles, months of footsore march it must be to reach any place where there would be a doubtful security and a chance to begin anew. Time and space. Once man had conquered them, but now man was a rare animal again in a world where time and space mocked him. Smith wondered, would they be conquered again in his own lifetime, or that of his grandchildren? Bogomazov had been lucky in a way. His training had enabled him to disbelieve what he knew to be true, so that he had never been forced to recognize the meaning of what had happened. Or had he? There at the end. In the west, the horizon was empty, or at least his eyes could no longer make out against the sunset the black specks of the westward marching horde. About half of the uprooted villagers had gone with it, with few exceptions, those who had come originally from the cities, the factories. The peasants remained. They were encamped now about the ancient mound. Behind Smith, a voice asked plaintively, "Comrade American, what will we do? Some of us think we should go on south, toward—" "Don't bother me now," Smith said harshly. Then, as the man drew back abashed, "Tomorrow. We'll see tomorrow." The retreating feet were soundless on the grassy slope. Down by the river the last sparks were dying. Somewhere far off in the steppe shuddered a mournful cry that Smith did not know. Perhaps it was the howl of a wolf. In the west the light faded, and night fell with the darkness sweeping on illimitable wings out of Asia.